Introduction of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. Introduction. The welcome accorded to the living races of mankind, of which the present work is the natural extension, would be a practical encouragement, if such were needed, to treat the living races of animals in like fashion. But the interest now taken in natural history is of a kind and caliber never previously known, and any work which presents the wonders of the animal world in a new or clearer form may make some claim to the approval of the public. The means at the disposal of those responsible for the following pages are, by mere lapse of time, greater than those of their predecessors. Every year not only adds to the stock of knowledge of the denizens of the earth and ocean, but increases the facilities for presenting their forms and surroundings pictorially. Photography applied to the illustration of the life of beasts, birds, fishes, insects, corals, and plants is at once the most attractive and the most correct form of illustration. In the following pages it will be used on a scale never equaled in any previous publication. Without straining words, it may be said that the subjects photographed have been obtained from every part of the world, many of them from the most distant islands of the Southern Ocean, the Great Barrier Reef of Australia, the New Zealand hills, the Indian jungle, the South African veldt, and the rivers of British Columbia. Photographs of swimming fish, the flying bird, and the leaping salmon will be reproduced as accurately as those of the large carnivora or the giant ungulates. In accordance with the example now being set by the Museum of Natural History, the living breeds of domesticated animals will also find a place. The time and expenditure employed in illustration will be equaled by the attention given to the descriptive portion of the work. The editor will have the assistance of specialists, eminent alike in the world of science and practical discovery. Mr. F. C. Sellis, for example, will deal with the African lion and the elephants, and other sportsmen with the big game of the Dark Continent. Mr. W. Saville Kent, the author of The Great Barrier Reef of Australia, will treat the marsupials of Australia and reptilia. Sir Herbert Maxwell will write on the Salmonidae, and Mr. F. G. Aflalo on the whales and other cetacea of the deep seas, while Mr. R. Ledecker, Dr. Boulder Sharp, Mr. W. F. Kirby, and other specialists have kindly agreed to supervise the work. Where possible, the illustrations will show the creatures in their natural surroundings, and in all cases the photographic portraits of the animals will, by the nature of things, present true and living pictures, in place of the often curiously incorrect and distorted objects, the product of illustrators' fancy rather than the record of facts, not infrequently seen in previous illustrated natural histories. It is possible that while these pages are in the press, discoveries of new animals may be made, or living representatives of creatures supposed to be extinct may be discovered. One band of explorers is engaged in seeking on the plains of South America for recent remains and possible survivors of the giant ground sloths. Another expedition is engaged in the island of Java in an even more interesting quest. Great as is the difference between even the lowest human intelligence and the mind of the man-like apes, the likeness both in form and action of the latter to man has never failed to suggest that there may have existed, or may even still exist, a higher anthropoid ape nearer to the human being than those now known. The idea has taken shape in the term the missing link. The phrase is misleading in itself. Such a creature would be no more a link in the descent of man than one imperfectly developed limb of a tree is a link between the other branches and the stem. But it is always possible that we might find another branch which had attained a higher type than those terminating in the gorilla or chimpanzee. Recent research seems to have discovered the remains of such a creature. In the island of Java, near one of the homes of the man-like apes of today, a naturalist, M. du Bois, employed by the Dutch government, excavated some fossil-bearing gravels on a river called the Solo. These gravels belong to a period when civilized man, at any rate, did not exist. In them he found a great quantity of bones of mammals and of prehistoric crocodiles. There were no perfect skeletons, and it was fairly plain that the bodies of the creatures had been floated down the river, and there pulled to pieces by crocodiles, just as they are in India today. In this place, lying within a distance of about 15 yards from each other, he made an extraordinary discovery of animal remains. This was no less than the top of the skull of a creature much higher in development than the chimpanzee or gorilla, but lower than the lowest type of human skull. Near it were also found 2 of the teeth of one of the bones of the thigh. The thigh bone resembles very nearly that of a man, though Dr. Virchow, whom Englishmen remember in connection with the fatal illness of the German Emperor Frederick, considered it did not differ from that of one of the Gibbons. The inference is that the creature walked upright, and this fact is recorded in its scientific name. As regards the skull, some specialists in anthropology said that it was that of a large ape, of a kind of gibbon, a long-armed, upright walking ape described later, of a higher anthropoid ape, and of a low type of man. Finally, Dr. Cunningham, the able secretary of the Royal Irish Zoological Society, said it resembled that of a microcephalous idiot. It is rather strange, if the remains of the first and only man found in the lower Pleistocene should happen to be those of a microcephalous idiot, or out of many millions of men born there are perhaps only 1 or 2 of this type. Compared with the head of any of the living apes, it is very large. Its brain-holding power is about 5 to 3 compared with the skull of a gorilla, and 2 to 1 compared with that of a chimpanzee. There is a tradition in Sumatra that man-like apes exist, of a higher character than the orang-utang. Pending the discovery of more remains, the following extract is worth quoting, as giving shape to current ideas about such creatures both here and among the Malays. They take form in a very curious and interesting book called The Prison of Welterwedden, written by Walter M. Gibson in the middle of the last century. His story is that he was kept in prison at Welterwedden, in Java, by the Dutch after leading a life of adventure and inquiry among the islands of the South Atlantic and Indian Ocean. That he came in his own small vessel to the Malay archipelago and spent some time in the interior of Sumatra, where he saw apparent evidences of semi-human beings. He saw the orangutans in their native forest, and noted that they were covered with red hair, and was surprised at the slowness of their movements. Among some men engaged in building a stable for the Rajah, he saw, quote, a dark form, tall as a middle-sized man, covered with hair that looked soft and flowing. The arms, hands, legs, and feet seemed well formed, like the Malays. The body was straight and easily bore on the right shoulder the yoke of 2 heavy panniers filled with material for the building which was going on. Unquote. Gibson says that, quote, the eyes were clearer, the nose fuller, and the lips thinner than those of the common Malay, but the mouth was wide, the lips protruding, and a chin formed no part of its hairy face. Yet it was pleasantly human in expression. Unquote. Much more so than the dirty, mottled-faced coolies and lascars he had seen. We quote the account as showing, if true, that Gibson saw an anthropoid ape taught to work. It may be mere coincidence, but it is nevertheless somewhat remarkable that the 2 great black man-like apes, the chimpanzee and the gorilla, inhabit the same continent as some of the blackest races of mankind, while the red orangutan is found in countries where the yellow-skinned Malay races of man are indigenous. The special thanks of the editor and publishers are due to a great many naturalists and zoologists for the valuable help they have given to and the interest they have taken in this work while it has been in preparation. No doubt before the complete work is published, a great many more names will be added to the list. But meanwhile grateful acknowledgment should be made to the following: Her Grace the Duchess of Bedford, who has kindly allowed many of her fine photographs to be reproduced in these pages; the Honorable Walter Rothschild, M.P., for the splendid collection of photographs taken especially for him in all parts of the world; Lord Delamere, for several unique photographs taken with a telephoto lens during his celebrated expedition to Africa; Major Knott, F.Z.S., for the use of his scientific series of animal photographs; for Dr. R.W. Schufelt, of Washington, for many photographs of fish and other animals in their natural surroundings; Mr. W. Seville Kent, F.Z.S., FLS, for the photographs taken by him while in Australia, Mr. Louis Medlin, FZS, for the use of his singularly complete set of animal photographs, Herr Karl Hagenbeck of Hamburg, for permission to use his photographs of some extremely rare specimens of animals which from time to time have found a temporary home in his wonderful Tierpark, the trustees of the British Museum for permission to photograph some of their animals, Professor E. Ray Lancaster, director of the Natural History branch of the British Museum, and the Zoological Society for permission to photograph some of the animals, and also to Herr Ottomar Achsutz of Berlin, Messrs. Bond and Grover of the Scholastic Photographic Company, Signor Alenari of Florence, Messrs. Carey and Company, and Mr. Henry King of Sydney, Mr. Charles Knight, Mr. J. W. McClellan, Messrs. Charles and William Reed, Messrs. A. S. Rutland and Sons, and Messrs. York and Sons for permission to reproduce their photographs. End of introduction.
Section 1 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jackie Graves, Noblesville, Indiana. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The Chimpanzee. Of all the great apes, the chimpanzee most closely approaches man in bodily structure and appearance, although in height it is less near the human standard than the gorilla, 5 feet being probably that of an adult male. Several races of this ape are known, among them the true chimpanzee and the bald chimpanzee. The varieties also include the Kulopamba, described by Du Chaillu, and the Soko, discovered by Livingston, who confounded it with the gorilla. But the variations in neither of these are sufficiently important to justify their being ranked as species. The first authentic mention of the chimpanzee is found in The Strange Adventures of Andrew Battle, an English sailor taken prisoner by the Portuguese in 1590, who lived 18 years near Angola. He speaks of 2 apes, the Pongo and the Njako, of which the former is the gorilla, the latter the chimpanzee. The animal was first seen in Europe in 1641 and described scientifically 58 years later, but we are indebted to Dr. Savage, a missionary, for our first account of its habits in 1847. The chimpanzee, like the gorilla, is found only in Africa. The range includes West and Central Equatorial Africa, from the Gambia in the north to near Angola in the south, while it occurs in the Niam country to the northwest of the Great Lakes and has been discovered recently in Uganda. The new Uganda Railway, which will open out the Great Lakes to the east, will bring English travelers well within reach of the nearest haunt of these great apes. It is on the likeness and difference on their form and shape to those of man that the attention of the world has been mainly fixed. The chimpanzee is a heavily built animal with chest and arms of great power. The male is slightly taller than the female. The crown is depressed, the chin receding, the ridges which hang over the eye sockets more prominent than in man, less so than in the gorilla. The nose has a short bridge and a flat extremity. The ear is large and less human than that of the gorilla. The hands and feet are comparatively long. The digits are except the thumb and great toe joined by a web. The arms are short for an ape, reaching only to the knees. The teeth are similar to those of man and the canines of only moderate size. The chimpanzee has 13 pairs of ribs and, like man, has a suggestion at the end of each vertebrae of a rudimentary tail. It walks on all fours, with the backs of its closed fingers on the ground, and can only stand upright by clasping its hands above its head. The skin is of a reddish or brown flesh color, the hair black, with white patches on the lower part of the face. The bald chimpanzee has the top, front, and sides of the face bare, exceedingly large ears, thick lips, and black or brown hands and feet. The chimpanzee's natural home is the thick forest, where tropical vegetation ensures almost total gloom, but near Loengo, it frequents the mountains near the coast. It is a fruit-feeding animal, said to do much damage to plantations, but the bald race, at all events in captivity, takes readily to flesh, and the famous Sally, which lived in the zoo for over 6 years, used to kill and eat pigeons and caught and killed rats. The male chimpanzee builds a nest in a tree for his family and sleeps under its shelter. When food becomes scarce in the vicinity, a move is made and a new nest is built. This ape lives either in separate families or communities not exceeding 10 in number and is monogamous. As to the animal's courage, it is difficult to get accurate information, as the sins of the gorilla and baboon have often been laid on its shoulders, and information derived from natives is usually untrustworthy. Apparently, the chimpanzee avoids coming into collision with man, although when attacked, it is a formidable antagonist. Tales of chimpanzees kidnapping women and children need stronger evidence than they have yet obtained. The natives kill this ape by spearing it in the back or by driving it into nets, where it is entangled and easily dispatched. According to Livingstone, the Soko, as the chimpanzee is called in East Central Africa, kills the leopard by biting its paws, but falls an easy prey to the lion. In captivity, it is docile and intelligent, but usually fails to stand a northern climate for more than a few months. It is easily taught to wear clothes, to eat and drink in civilized fashion, to understand what is said to it, and reply with a limited vocabulary of grunts. Sally learned to count perfectly up to 6 and less perfectly to 10. She could also distinguish from white from any color, but if other colors were presented her, she failed, apparently from color blindness. Of this ape, the late Dr. G.J. Romanes wrote with something more than the enthusiasm of a clever man pursuing a favorite theme. Her intelligence was conspicuously displayed by the remarkable degree in which she was able to understand the meaning of spoken language, a degree fully equal to that presented by an infant a few months before emerging from infancy, and therefore higher than that which is presented by any brute, so far at least I have evidence to show. Romanes here speaks only, to be it noticed, of ability to understand human speech, not to think and act. But this is in itself a great mark of intelligence on human lines. Having enlisted the cooperation of the keepers, I requested them to ask the ape repeatedly for 1 straw, 2 straws, 3 straws. These she was to pick up by hand, out from among the litter of her cage. No constant order was to be observed in making these requests, but whenever she handed a number not asked for, her offer was to be refused, while if she gave the proper number, her offer was to be accepted, and she was to receive a piece of fruit in payment. In this way, the ape had learnt to associate these 3 numbers with the names. As soon as the animal understood what was required, she never failed to give the number of straws asked for. Her education was then completed in similar manner from 3 to 4 and 4 to 5 straws. Sally rarely made mistakes up to that number, but above 5 and up to 10, to which one of the keepers endeavored to advance her education, the result is uncertain. It is evident that she understands the words 7, 8, 9, and 10 to be token numbers higher than those below them. When she was asked for any number above 6, she always gave some number over 6 and under 10. She sometimes doubled over a straw to make it present 2 ends, and was supposed thus to hasten the attainment of her task. By no means all chimpanzees are so patient as Sally. One kept in the zoological gardens for some time made an incessant noise by stamping on the back of the box in which it was confined. It struck this with the flat of its foot while hanging to the crossbar or perch, and made a prodigious din. This seems to bear out the stories of chimpanzees assembling and drumming on logs in the Central African forests. End of section 1. Recording by Jackie Graves, Noblesville, Indiana.
Section 2 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. Mammals by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The gorilla, the orangutan, and the gibbon. The gorilla. The name of this enormous ape has been known since 450 B.C. Hanno, the Carthaginian, when off Sierra Leone, met with wild men and women whom the interpreter called gorillas. The males escaped and flung stones from the rocks, but several females were captured. These animals could not have been gorillas, but were probably baboons. Andrew Battelle, already mentioned, described the gorilla under the name of Pongo. He says it is like a man, but without understanding even to put a log on a fire. It kills Negroes and drives off the elephant with clubs. It is never taken alive, but its young are killed with poisoned arrows. It covers its dead with boughs. Dr. Savage described it in 1847. Later, Dr. Chalou visited its haunts, and his well-known book relates how he met and killed several specimens. But Mr. Winwood Reade, who also went in quest of it, declared that de Chalou, like himself, never saw a live gorilla. Von Koppenfels, however, saw a family of 4 feeding besides shooting others. The late Miss Kingsley met several, one of which was killed by her elephant men. The gorilla has a limited range extending from 2 degrees north to 5 degrees south latitude in West Africa, a moist, overgrown region, including the mouth of the Gaboon River. How far east it is found is uncertain, but it is known in the Sierra del Cristal. In 1851 and 52, it was seen in considerable numbers on the coast. The gorilla is the largest, strongest, and most formidable of the primates. An adult male is from 5 feet 8 inches to 6 feet high, heavily built with arms and chest of extraordinary power. The arms reach to the middle of the legs. The hands are clumsy, the thumb short, and the fingers joined by a web. The neck scarcely exists. The leg has a slight calf. The toes are stumpy and thick. The great toe moves like a thumb. The head is large and receding with enormous ridges above the eyes, which give it a diabolical appearance. The canine teeth are developed into huge tusks. The nose has a long bridge, and the nostrils look downwards. The ear is small and manlike. In color, the gorilla varies from deep black to iron gray. With a reddish tinge on the head, old animals become grizzled. The outer hair is ringed gray and brown. Beneath it is a woolly growth. The female is smaller, not exceeding 4 feet 6 inches, and less hideous, as the canines are much smaller and the ridges above the eyes are not noticeable, a feature common also to the young. Timid, superstitious natives and credulous or untrustworthy travelers have left still wrapped in mystery many of the habits of this mighty ape, whose fever-stricken, forest-clad haunts render investigation always difficult, often impossible. Many tales of its ferocity and strength are obviously untrue, but we think that too much has been disbelieved. That a huge arm descends from a tree, draws up and chokes the wayfarer must be false, for intelligent natives had confessed to knowing no instance of the gorilla attacking man. That it vanquishes the leopard is probable. That it has driven the lion from its haunts requires proof. Nor can we accept tales of the carrying off of Negro women, and the defeat of the elephants, too, must be considered a fiction. But we must believe that this ape, if provoked or wounded, is a terrible foe, capable of ripping open a man with one stroke of its paw, or of cracking the skull of a hunter as easily as a squirrel cracks a nut. There is a tale of a tribe that kept an enormous gorilla as executioner, which tore its victims to pieces until an Englishman, doomed to meet it, noticed a large swelling near its ribs, killed it with a heavy blow or two on the weak spot. Gorillas live mainly in the trees on whose fruit they subsist. They construct a shelter in the lower boughs for the family, and as a lying-in place for the female. The male is said to sleep below with his back against the tree, a favorite attitude with both sexes to keep off leopards. On the ground, it moves on all fours with a curious swinging action caused by putting its hands with fingers extended on the ground and bringing its body forward by a half jump. Having a heel, it can stand better than other apes, but this attitude is not common, and Du Chaillu appears to have been mistaken when he describes the gorilla as attacking upright. In captivity, only immature specimens have been seen, Barnum's great ape being one of the larger forms of chimpanzee. Accounts vary as to the temper of the gorilla, some describing it as untamable, while others say it is docile and playful when young. There is an American tale that a gorilla over 6 feet high was captured near Tanganyika, but nothing more has reached us about it. When enraged, a gorilla beats its breast, as the writer was informed by a keeper, who thus confirmed Du Chaillu's account. Its usual voice is a grunt, which, when the animal is excited, becomes a roar. The Orang-utang. This great red ape was mentioned by Linnaeus in 1766, and at the beginning of the last century a specimen living in the Prince of Orange's collection was described by Vosmer. There are 3 varieties of the orang, called by the Dyaks Mias Papin, Mias Rombi, and Mias Casu, the third of which is smaller, has no cheek excrescences, and very large teeth. Some naturalists recognize a pale and a dark race. Most of our information is due to Raha Brooke and Dr. Wallace. The species is confined to Borneo and Sumatra, but fossils have been found in India of this genus, as well as of the chimpanzee. The orang is less man-like than the chimpanzee and gorilla. In height, the male varies from 3 feet 10 inches to 4 feet 6 inches, the female being a few inches shorter. It is a heavy creature with a large head, often a foot in breadth, thick neck, powerful arms which reach nearly to the ankles, and protuberant abdomen. Its legs are short and bowed. The forehead is high, the nose fairly large, the ears very human. The throat is ornamented with large pouches, and there are often callosities on the cheeks. The fingers are webbed, the thumb small, the foot long and narrow, the great toe small and often without a nail. The brain is man-like, and the ribs agree in number with those of man, but there are 9 bones in the wrist, whereas man, the gorilla, and the chimpanzee have but 8. The canine teeth are enormous in the male. The hair, a foot or more long on the shoulders and thighs, is yellowish red. There is a slight beard. The skin is gray or brown, and often in adults black. The orang is entirely a tree-living animal, and is only found in moist districts where there is much virgin forest. On the ground, it progresses clumsily on all fours, using its arms as crutches, and with the side only of its feet on the ground. In trees, it travels deliberately, but with perfect ease, swinging along underneath the branches, although it also walks along them semi-erect. It lives alone with mate and young, and builds a sleeping place sufficiently low to avoid the wind. Its food is leaves and fruit, especially the durian. Its feeding time, midday. No animal molests the mias, so say the Dyaks, the python and the crocodile, both of which it kills by tearing with its hands. It never attacks man, but has been known to bite savagely when brought to bay, and is very tenacious of life, one being found by Mr. Wallace still alive after a fall from a tree when both legs had been broken, its hip joint and the root of spine shattered, and 2 bullets flattened in neck and jaws. In captivity, young orangs are playful and docile, but passionate. Less intelligent than chimpanzees, they may be taught to eat and drink nicely and to obey simple commands. One in the zoo at present has acquired the rudiments of drill. They will eat meat and eggs and drink wine, beer, spirits, and tea. An orang described years ago by Dr. Clark Abel was allowed the run of the ship on the voyage to England and would play with the sailors in the rigging. When refused food, he pretended to commit suicide and rushed over the side, only to be found under the chains. The orang is the least interesting of the 3 great apes. He lacks the power and brutality of the gorilla and the intelligence of the chimpanzee. The orang, said its keeper to the writer, is a buffoon, the chimpanzee a gentleman. It is worth remark that although all these apes soon die in our menageries, in Calcutta, where they are kept in the open, orangs thrive well. The gibbons. Next after the great ape in man-like characters come a few long-armed, tailless apes known as the gibbons. Like the orang-utang, they live in the great tropical forests of Asia, especially the Indian archipelago. Like the latter, they are gentle, affectionate creatures, and they have a natural affection for man. But it is in mind and temperament rather than in skeleton that the links and differences between men and monkeys must be sought. It will be found that these forest apes differ from other animals and from the true monkeys mainly in this, that they are predisposed to be friendly to man and to obey him, and that they have no bias towards mischief or monkey tricks. They are thoughtful, well-behaved, and sedate. The simang, one of the largest of the long-armed, tailless gibbons, lives in the Malay archipelago. The arms of a specimen only 3 feet high measured 5 feet 6 inches across. This, like all gibbons, makes its way from tree to tree mainly by swinging itself by its arms, but the simang can walk upright and run. One kept on board ship would walk down the cabin breakfast table without upsetting the china. The white-handed gibbon is found in Tenasserim, southwest of Burma. This ape has a musical howl, which the whole flock utters in the early mornings in the treetops. In northern India, in the hills beyond the Brahmaputra, lives another gibbon, the hulak. One of these, kept in captivity, soon learnt to eat properly at meals and to drink out of a cup instead of dipping his fingers in the tea and milk and then sucking them. The silvery gibbon, kept at the zoological gardens, was a most amiable pet and had all the agility of the other gibbons. It is very seldom seen in this country, being a native of Java, where it is said to show the most astonishing activity among the tall cane groves. One of the first ever brought to England belonged to the great Lord Clive. The agile gibbon is another and darker ape of this group. The list of the man-like apes closes with this group. All the gibbons are highly specialized for tree climbing and an entirely arboreal life, but it is undeniable that apart from the modifications necessary for this, such as the abnormal length of the arms, the skeleton closely resembles that of a human being. In their habits when wild, none of these apes show any remarkable degree of intelligence, but their living is gained in so simple a way by plucking fruits and leaves that there is nothing in their surrounding to stimulate thought. They do not need even to think of a time of famine or winter, or to lay up a stock of food for such a season because they live in the forests under the equator. End of section 2. Recording by tommack.
Section 3 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fraser Prescott, Grand Rapids, Michigan. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The Dog-Shaped Monkeys. After the gibbons come a vast number of monkeys of every conceivable size, shape, and variety, which naturalists have arranged in consecutive order with fair success. Until we reach the baboons and go on to the South American monkeys and the lemurs, it is not easy to give any idea of what these monkeys do or look like merely by referring to their scientific groups. The usual order of natural histories will here be followed, and the descriptions will, so far as possible, present the habits and appearance of the monkeys specially noticed. This great family of true monkeys contains the sacred monkeys, or langurs, of India, the Guerezas and Guenons of Africa, the mangabeys, macaques, and baboons. Most of them have naked, hard patches of skin on the hindquarters, and the partition between the nostrils is narrow. Some have tails, some none, and they exhibit the most astonishing differences of size and shape. Perhaps the most grotesque and astonishing of them all is the proboscis monkey. It is allied to the langurs, and is a native of the island of Borneo, to which it is confined. Its home is on the west bank of the Sarawak River. It is an arboreal creature, living in small companies. Mr. Hose, who saw them in their native haunts, says that the proboscis monkeys kept in the trees overhanging the river, and were most difficult to shoot. I saw altogether about 150 of these monkeys, and without a single exception all were in trees over the water, either lake, river, or in submerged forest. As long as they are in sight, they are very conspicuous objects, choosing the most commanding positions on open treetops. Once I saw 13 in one tree, sitting lazily on the branches, as is their habit, sunning themselves and enjoying the scenery. They are very striking animals in color as well as in form. The face is cinnamon brown, the sides marked with reddish-brown and white, the belly white, the back red-brown and dark brown. Next to the orang-utang, these are the most striking monkeys in the Malay archipelago. The greater number of the species intermediate between the gibbons and the New World species are called dog-shaped monkeys. We wonder why. Only the baboon and a few others are in the least like dogs. The various sacred monkeys of India are often seen in this country, and are quite representative of the miscellaneous monkeys in general. Most of them have cheek pouches, a useful monkey pocket. They poke food into their pouches, which unfold to be filled or lie flat when not wanted, and with a pocket full of nuts or rice on either side of their faces, they can scream, eat, bite, or scold quite comfortably, which they could not do with their mouths full. The pouchless monkeys have only their big stomachs to rely on. The Entellus monkey is the most sacred of all in India. It is gray above and nutty brown below, long-legged and active, a thief and an impudent robber. In one of the Indian cities they became such a nuisance that the faithful determined to catch and send away some hundreds. This was done, and the holy monkeys were deported in covered carts, and released many miles off. But the monkeys were too clever. Having thoroughly enjoyed their ride, they all refused to part with the carts, and, hopping and grimacing, came leaping all the way back beside them to the city, grateful for their outing. One city obtained leave to kill the monkeys, but the next city then sued them for killing their deceased ancestors. In these monkey-infested cities, if one man wishes to spite another, he throws a few handfuls of rice onto the roof of his house about the rainy season. The monkeys come, find the rice, and quietly lift off many of the tiles and throw them away, seeking more rice in the interstices. This is not the monkey commonly seen in the hills and at Simla. The large, long-tailed monkey there is the Himalayan langur, one of the common animals of the hills. The langur, says Mr. Lockwood Kipling in his Beast and Man in India, is, in his way, a king of the jungle, nor is he often met with in captivity. In some parts of India, troops of langurs come bounding with a mighty air of interest and curiosity to look at passing trains, their long tails lifted like notes of interrogation. But frequently, when fairly perched on a wall or tree alongside, they seem to forget all about it, and avert their heads with an affectation of languid indifference. In India, no distinction is made between monkeys. It is an abominable act of sacrilege to kill one of any kind. In the streets, holy bulls, calves, parakeets, sparrows, and monkeys all rob the shops. One monkey-ridden municipality sent off its inconvenient but holy guests by rail, advising the station master to let them loose at the place to which they were consigned. The station, Saharanpur, was a kind of Indian crew, and the monkeys got into the engine sheds and workshops among the driving wheels and bands. One got in the double roof of an inspection car, and thence stole mutton, corkscrews, camp glasses, and dusters. Among many other interesting and correct monkey stories of Mr. Kipling's is the following. The chief confectioner of Simla had prepared a most splendid bride cake, which was safely put by in a locked room that, like most back rooms in Simla, looked out on the mountainside. It is little use locking the door when the window is left open. When they came to fetch the bride cake, the last piece of it was being handed out the window by a chain of monkeys, who whitened the hillside with its fragments. From India to Ceylon is no great way, yet in the latter island different monkeys are found. The two best known are the white-bearded wanderoo monkey and the great wanderoo. Both are grave, well-behaved monkeys. The former has white whiskers and a white beard, and looks so wise he is called in Latin Nestor, after the ancient counselor of the Greeks. Nice, clean little monkeys are these, and pretty pets. The great wanderoo is rarer. It lives in the hills. A flock of them, says Mr. Dallas, will take possession of a palm grove, and so well can they conceal themselves in the leaves that the whole party become invisible. The presence of a dog excites their irresistible curiosity, and in order to watch his movements they never fail to betray themselves. They may be seen congregated on the roof of a native hut. Some years ago, the child of a European clergyman, having been left on the ground by a nurse, was bitten and teased to death by them. These monkeys have only one wife. Near relatives of the langurs are the two species of snub-nosed monkeys, one of which inhabits eastern Tibet and northwestern China, and the other the valley of the Mekong. End of Section 3. Recording by Fraser Prescott, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Section 4 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fraser Prescott, Grand Rapids, Michigan. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. the Guerezas and the Guenons, the Macaques, the Baboons. Among the ordinary monkeys of the Old World are some with very striking hair and colors. The Guereza of Abyssinia has bright white and black fur, with long white fringes on the sides. This is the black and white skin fastened by the Abyssinians to their shields, and, if we're not wrong, by the Kaffirs also. Among the Guenons, a large tribe of monkeys living in the African forests, many of which find their way here as organ monkeys, is the Diana, a most beautiful creature living on the Guinea coast. It has a white crescent on its forehead, bluish-gray fur, a white beard, and a patch of brilliant chestnut on the back, the belly white and orange. A lady, Mrs. Bowditch, gives the following account of a Diana monkey on board ship. It jumped onto her shoulder, stared into her face, and then made friends, seated itself on her knees, and carefully examined her hands. He then tried to pull off my rings. When I gave him some biscuits, and making a bed for him with my handkerchief, he then settled himself comfortably to sleep. And from that moment we were sworn allies. When mischievous, he was often banished to a hen coop. Much more effect was produced by taking him in sight of the panther, who always seemed most willing to devour him. On these occasions, I held him by the tail before the cage, but long before I reached it, knowing where he was going, he pretended to be dead. His eyes were closed quite fast, and every limb was as stiff as though there were no life in him. When taken away, he would open one eye a little to see whereabouts he might be, but if he caught sight of the panther's cage, it was instantly closed, and he became as stiff as before. This monkey stole the men's knives, tools, and handkerchiefs, and even their caps, which he threw into the sea. He would carefully feed the parrots, chewing up biscuit and presenting them with the bits. And he caught another small monkey and painted it black. Altogether, he must have enlivened the voyage. The grivet monkey, the green monkey, the Mona monkey, and the mangabey are other commonly seen African species. The macaques, of which there are many kinds, from the Rock of Gibraltar to far Japan, occupy the catalogue between the Guenon and the baboon. The common macaque and many others have tails. Those of Japan and some of those of China, notably the Chelly monkey, kept outside the monkey house at the zoo, and the Japanese macaque, at the other entrance, are tailless and much more like anthropoid apes. The Chelly monkey is large and powerful, but other macaques are of all sizes down to little creatures no bigger than a kitten. Some live in the hottest plains, others in the mountains. The common macaque, found in the Malay archipelago, is a strong, medium-sized monkey. The Formosan macaque is a rock-living creature. Those of Japan inhabit the pine groves and are fond of pelting anyone who passes with stones and fir cones. The bonnet macaque is an amusing little beast, very fond of hugging and nursing others in captivity. The bandar, or rhesus monkey, a common species, also belongs to this group. But the most interesting to Europeans is the magot, or Barbary ape. It is the last monkey left in Europe. There it only lives on the Rock of Gibraltar. It was the monkey which Galen is said to have dissected because he was not permitted to dissect a human body. These monkeys are carefully preserved upon the rock. Formerly, when they were more common, they were very mischievous. The following story was told by Mr. Bidcup. The apes of the rock, led by one particular monkey, were always stealing from the kit of a certain regiment encamped there. At last the soldiers caught the leader, shaved his head and face, and turned him loose. His friends, who had been watching, received him with a shower of sticks and stones. In these desperate circumstances, the ape sneaked back to his old enemies, the soldiers, with whom he remained. Lord Heathfield, a former governor of the Rock, would never let them be hurt, and on one occasion, when the Spaniards were attempting a surprise, the noise made by the apes gave notice of their attempt. The baboons. Far the most interesting of the apes in the wild state are the baboons. Their dog-like heads, which in some are so large and hideous that they look like a cross between an ill-tempered dog and a pig, short bodies, enormously strong arms, and loud barking cry distinguish them from all other creatures. The greater number, for there are many kinds, live in the hot, dry, stony parts of Africa. They are familiar figures from the cliffs of Abyssinia to the Cape, where their bold and predatory bands still occupy Table Mountain. They are almost the only animals which the high contracting powers of Africa have resolved not to protect at any season, so mischievous are they to crops, and recently to the flocks. They kill the suckling lambs and tear them to pieces for the sake of the milk contained in their bodies. One of the best-known baboons is the chacma of South Africa. The old males grow to a great size and are most formidable creatures. Naturally, they are very seldom caught, but one very large one is in the Zoological Gardens, Regent's Park, at the time of writing. The keeper declares he would rather go into a lion's cage than into the den of this beast when angry. Its head is nearly 1/3 of its total length from nose to the root of the tail. Its jaw power is immense, and its forearm looks as strong as Sandow's. Like all monkeys, this creature has the power of springing instantaneously from a sitting position, and its bite would cripple anything from a man to a leopard. The chacmas live in companies in the kopjes, whence they descend to forage the mealie grounds, riverbeds, and bush. Thence they come down to steal fruit and pumpkins or corn, turn over the stones and catch beetles, or eat locusts. Their robbing expeditions are organized. Scouts keep a lookout, the females and young are put in the center, and the retreat is protected by the old males. Children in the Cape Colony are always warned not to go out when the baboons are near. When irritated, and they are very touchy in their tempers, the whole of the males will sometimes charge and attack. The possibility of this is very unpleasant and renders people cautious. Not many years ago, a well-known sportsman was shooting in Somaliland. On the other side of a rocky ravine was a troop of baboons of a species of which no examples were in the British Museum. Though he knew the danger, he was tempted to shoot and to secure a skin. At 200 yards he killed one dead, which the rest did not notice. Then he hit another and wounded it. The baboon screamed, and instantly the others sat up, saw the malefactor, and charged straight for him. Most fortunately, they had to scramble down the ravine and up again, by which time the sportsman and his servant had put such a distance between them, making very good time over the flat, that the baboons contented themselves by barking defiance at them when they reached the level ground. They are the only mammals which thoroughly understand combination for defense as well as attack. But Brehm, the German traveler, gives a charming story of genuine courage and self-sacrifice shown by one. His hunting dogs gave chase to a troop which was retreating to some cliffs and cut off a very young one, which ran up onto a rock only just out of the reach of the dogs. An old male baboon saw this and came alone to the rescue. Slowly and deliberately he descended, crossed the open space, and stamping his hands on the ground, showing his teeth, and backed by the furious barks of the rest of the baboons, he disconcerted and cowed these savage dogs, climbed onto the rock, picked up the baby, and carried him back safely. If the dogs had attacked the old patriarch, his tribe would probably have helped him. Burchell, the naturalist after whom Burchell's zebra is named, let his dogs chase a troop. The baboons turned on them, killed one on the spot by biting through the great blood vessels of the neck, and laid bare the ribs of another. The Cape Dutch in the Old Colony would rather let their dogs bait a lion than a troop of baboons. The rescue of the infant chacma which Brahms saw himself is a remarkable, and indeed the most incontestable, instance of the exhibition of courage and self-sacrifice by a male animal. If the baboons were not generally liable to become bad-tempered when they grow old, they could probably be trained to be among the most useful of animal helpers and servers. But they are so formidable and so uncertain in temper that they are almost too dangerous for attempts at semi-domestication. When experiments have been made, they have had remarkable results. Le Vaillant, one of the early explorers in South Africa, had a chacma baboon which was a better watch than any of his dogs. It gave warning of any creature approaching the camp at night long before the dogs could hear or smell it. He took it out with him when he was shooting and used to let it collect edible roots for him. The latest example of a trained baboon only died a few years ago. It belonged to a railway signalman at Uitenhage Station, about 200 miles up country from Port Elizabeth in Cape Colony. The man had the misfortune to undergo an operation in which both his feet were amputated after being crushed by the wheels of a train. Being an ingenious fellow, he taught his baboon, which was a full-grown one, to pull him along the line on a trolley to the distant signal. There, the baboon stopped at the word of command, and the man would work the lever himself. But in time, he taught the baboon to do it, while he sat on the trolley, ready to help if any mistake were made. The chacmas have for relations a number of other baboons in the rocky parts of the African continent, most of which almost the same habits, and are not very different in appearance. Among them is the Gelada baboon, a species very common in the rocky highlands of Abyssinia. Another is the Anubis baboon of the west coast of Africa. The latter is numerous round the Portuguese settlement of Angola. Whether the so-called common baboon of the menageries is a separate species or only the young of some one of the above-mentioned is not very clear. But about another variety there can be no doubt. It has been separated from the rest since the days of the pharaohs. It does not differ in habits from the other baboons, but inhabits the rocky parts of the Nile Valley. It appears in Egyptian mythology under the name of Thoth, and is constantly seen in the sculptures and hieroglyphs. Equally strong and far more repulsive are the two baboons of West Africa, the drill and the mandrill. As young specimens of these beasts are the only ones at all easily caught, and these nearly always die when cutting their second teeth when in captivity, large adult mandrills are seldom seen in Europe. They grow to a great size and are probably the most hideous of all beasts. The frightful nose, high cheekbones, and pig-like eyes are the basis of the horrible heads of devils and goblins which Albert Dürer and other German or Dutch medieval painters sometimes put on canvas. Add to the figure the misplaced bright colors, cobalt blue on the cheeks, which are scarred, as if by a rake, with scarlet furrows and scarlet on the buttocks, and it will be admitted that nature has invested this massive, powerful, and ferocious baboon with a repulsiveness equaling in completeness the extremes of grace and beauty manifested in the roe deer or the bird of paradise. The natives of Guinea and other parts of West Africa have consistent accounts that the mandrills have tried to carry off females and children. They live in troops like the chacmas, plunder the fields, and, like all baboons, spend much time on the ground walking on all fours. When doing this, they are quite unlike any other creatures. They walk slowly with the head bent downwards, like a person walking on hands and knees looking for a pin. With the right hand, usually, they turn over every stick and stone, looking for insects, scorpions, or snails, and these they seize and eat. The writer has seen baboons picking up sand and straining it through their fingers to see if there were ants in it. He has also seen one hold up sand in the palm of its hand and blow the dust away with its breath, and then look again to see if anything edible were left. Mandrills kept in captivity until adult become very savage. One in Wombwell's menagerie killed another monkey and a beagle. Mr. Cross owned one which would sit in an armchair, smoke, and drink porter, but these convivial accomplishments were accompanied by a most ferocious temper. One of the earliest accounts of the habits of the Abyssinian baboons was given by Ludolf in his History of Ethiopia. It was translated into quaint but excellent Old English. "Of apes," he says, "there are infinite flocks up and down in the mountains, 1,000 and more together, and they leave no stone unturned. If they meet one that 2 or 3 cannot lift, they call for more aid, and all for the sake of the worms that lie under, a sort of diet which they relish exceedingly. They are very greedy after emmets, so that having found an emmet hill, they presently surround it, and laying their 4 paws with the hollow downward upon the ant heap, as soon as the emmets creep into their treacherous palms, they lick 'em off with great comfort to their stomachs, and there they will lie till there is not an emmet left. They are also pernicious to fruits and apples, and will destroy whole fields and gardens unless they be looked after. For they are very cunning, and will never venture in till the return of their spies, which they send always before, who, giving all information that it is safe, in they rush with their whole body and make a quick dispatch. Therefore they go very quiet and silent to their prey, and if their young ones chance to make a noise, they chastise them with their fists. But if the coast is clear, then everyone has a different noise to express his joy." Ludolf clearly means the baboons by this description. A more ancient story deals with Alexander's campaigns. He encamped on a mountain on which were numerous bands of monkeys, probably baboons. On the following morning, the sentries saw what looked like troops coming to offer them battle. As they had just won a victory, they were at a loss to guess who these new foes might be. The alarm was given, and the Macedonian troops set out in battle array. Then through the morning mist they saw that the enemy was an immense troop of monkeys. Their prisoners, who knew what the alarm was caused by, made no small sport of the Macedonians. End of Section 4. Recording by Fraser Prescott, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Section 5 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Logan Lorenz. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. The Speech of Monkeys. Something should be said of the alleged speech of monkeys, which Professor Gardner believed himself to have discovered. He rightly excluded mere sounds showing joy, desire, or sorrow from the faculty of speech, but claimed to have detected special words, one meaning food, another drink, another give me that, another meaning monkey, or an identification of a second animal or monkey. He used a phonograph to keep permanent record of the sounds, and made an expedition to the West African forests in the hope that he might induce the large anthropoid apes to answer the sounds which are so often uttered by their kind in our menageries. The enterprise ended, as might have been expected, in failure, nor was it in the least necessary to go and sit in a cage in an African forest in the hope of striking up an acquaintance with the native chimpanzees. The little capuchin monkeys, whose voices and sounds he had ample opportunity of observing here, give sufficient material for trying experiments in the meaning of monkey sounds. The writer believes that it is highly probable that the cleverer monkeys have a great many notes or sounds which the others do understand, if only because they make the same under similar circumstances. Otherwise they would not utter them. They are like the sounds which an intelligent but nearly dumb person might make. Also, they have very sharp ears, and some of them can understand musical sounds, so far as to show a very marked attention to them. The following account of an experiment of this kind, when a violin was being played, is related in Life at the Zoo. The capuchin monkeys, the species selected by Professor Gardner for his experiments in monkey language, showed the strangest and most amusing excitement. These pretty little creatures have very expressive and intelligent faces, and the play and mobility of their faces and voices, while listening to the music, were extraordinarily rapid. The three in the first cage at once rushed up into their box, and then all peeped out, chattering and excited. One by one, they came down and listened to the music with intense curiosity, shrieking and making faces at a crescendo, shaking the wires angrily at a discord, and putting their heads almost upside down in efforts at acute criticism at low and musical passages. Every change of note was marked by some alteration of expression in the faces of the excited little monkeys, and a series of discordant notes roused them to a passion of rage. At the same time, a big baboon, chained up near, evidently disliked it. He walked off in the opposite direction to the farthest limits of his chain. The New World monkeys. Mention of the capuchins takes us to the whole group of the New World monkeys. Nearly all of these live in the tropical forests of Brazil, Guyana, Venezuela, and Mexico. They are all different from the Old World monkeys, and many are far more beautiful. The most attractive of the hardier kinds are the capuchins, but there are many kinds of rare and delicate little monkeys more beautiful than any squirrel, which would make the most delightful pets in the world if they were not so delicate. To try to describe the Old World monkeys in separate groups from end to end is rather a hopeless task, but the American monkeys are more manageable by the puzzled amateur. Most of them have a broad and marked division between the nostrils, which are not mere slits close together, but like the nostrils of men. They also have human-looking rounded heads. Their noses are of the cognitive order, instead of being snouts or snubs with narrow openings in them, and the whole face is in many ways human and intelligent. The howler monkeys, which utter the most hideous sounds ever heard in the forests, and the spider monkeys are the largest. The latter have the most wonderfully developed limbs and tails for catching and climbing of any living animals. As highly specialized creatures are always interesting, visitors to any zoological garden will find it worthwhile to watch a spider monkey climbing, just as it is always worthwhile to watch a great snake on the move. The tail is used as a fifth hand. The Indians of Brazil say they catch fish with it, which is not true. But if you watch a spider monkey moving from tree to tree, his limbs and tails move like the 5 fingers of a starfish. Each of the extremities is as sensitive as a hand, far longer in proportion than any ordinary man's arm, and apparently able to work independently of joints. The monkey can do so many things at once that no juggler can equal it. It will hold fruit in one hand, pick more with one foot, place food to the mouth with another hand, and walk and swing from branch to branch with the other foot and tail, all simultaneously. These monkeys have no visible thumb, though dissection shows that they have a rudimentary one, but the limbs are so flexible that they can put one arm round behind their heads over onto the opposite shoulder and brush the fur on their upper arm. The end of the tail seems always feeling the air or surroundings, and has hairs, thin and long, at the end, which aided in knowing when it is near a leaf or branch. It is almost like the tentacle of some sea zoophyte. Gentle creatures, all of them, are these spider monkeys. One of them, of the species called Hyæna, when kept in captivity, wore the fur off its forehead by rubbing its long gaunt arms continually over its brow whenever it was scolded. The spider monkeys differ only in the degree of spidery slenderness in their limbs. In disposition, they are always amiable, and in habits, tree climbers and fruit eaters. The capuchins are, in the writer's opinion, the nicest of all monkeys. Many species are known, but all have the same round, merry faces, bright eyes, pretty fur, and long tails. There is always a fair number at the zoological gardens. They are merry but full of fads. One hates children and loves ladies. Another adores one or two other monkeys and screams at the rest. All are fond of insects as well as of fruit. A friend of the writer kept one in a large house in Leicestershire. It was not very good-tempered, but most amusing, climbing up the blind cord first and catching and eating the flies on the window panes most dexterously, always avoiding the wasps. This monkey was taught to put out a lighted paper, a useful accomplishment, by dashing its hands onto the burning part, or, if the paper were twisted up, by taking the unlighted end and beating the burning part on the ground, and it was very fond of turning the leaves of any large book. This it did not only by vigorous use of both arms and hands, but by putting its head under too, and heaving the leaves over. In the private room behind the monkey house at the zoo, there are always a number of the rare and delicate monkeys from the New World, which cannot stand the draughts of the outer house like the capuchins and spider monkeys. The greater number of these come from tropical America. There, in the mighty forests, so lofty that no man can climb the trees, so dense that there is a kind of upper story on the interlaced treetops, where nearly all of the birds and many mammals live without descending to earth, forests in which there is neither summer nor winter, but only the changes from hour to hour of the equatorial day, the exquisite marmosets, whose fur looks like the plumage and whose twittering voices imitate the notes of birds, live and have their being. They are all much alike in shape, except that the lion marmoset's mane is like that of a little lion clad in floss silk, and they all have sharp little claws and feed on insects. The Pinche marmoset from the Guiana forests has a face like a black Indian chief, with white plumes over his head and neck, like those worn by a brave in full war paint. Merchants who do business with Brazil very frequently import marmosets and the closely allied tamarins as presents for friends in England. The Brazilians themselves like to have them as pets also, so there is to some extent a trade demand for them. Among the most delicate of American monkeys are the ocaris, which have somewhat human faces, exquisite soft fur, and are as gentle as most of these forest creatures. They seldom live long in captivity, a few months being as much as they will generally endure, even in Brazil. Perhaps the rarest of all is the white-haired, scarlet-faced ocari. This monkey has long white hair from neck to tail, sandy whiskers, and a bright scarlet face. It lives in a district of partly flooded forest, and is only obtained by the Indians using blowpipes and arrows dipped in very diluted arare poison. The white-headed saki is a rare and very pretty little monkey of Brazil, and there are a very large number of other species of this group whose names it would be mere weariness to mention. All these small monkeys are very quick and intelligent, while the rapidity of their movements, their ever-changing expression, and sharp, eager cries heighten the idea of cleverness given by their general appearance. Other little imps of these forests are the squirrel monkeys. In the common species, the face is like a little furry man's, its arms brilliant yellow, as if dipped in gamboge dye, the cheeks pink, and eyes black. In habits it is a quick-tempered, imperious little creature, carnivorous, and a great devourer of butterflies and beetles. The most beautiful and entertaining of all monkeys are these New World species. No person clever at interpreting the ways of animals would fail to consider them far more clever and sympathetic than the melancholy anthropoid apes, while for appearance they have no equals. Probably the most attractive monkey in Europe is a South American one now in the London Zoological Gardens. It was first mentioned to Europeans by Baron von Humboldt, who saw it in the cabin of an Indian on the Orinoco. These forest Indians of South America are gentle creatures themselves. Among other amiable qualities, they have a passion for keeping pets. One who worked for a friend of the writer, with others of his tribe, was asked what he would take in payment, which was given in kind. The others chose cloth, axes, etc. This Indian said that he did not care for any of these things. He said he wanted a pusa. No one knew what he meant. He signed that he wished to go to the house and would show them. Arrived there, he pointed to the cat. Pussy, to the Arawak Indian, was a pusa, and that was what he wanted as a month's wages. Humboldt's Indian had something better than a pusa. It was a monkey, as black as coal, with a round head, long thickly furred tail, and bright vivacious eyes. The explorer called it the Legothrix, which means hare-skin monkey. The fur is not the least like a hare's, but much resembles that of an opossum. The more suitable name is the woolly monkey. The one kept at the gardens is a most friendly and vivacious creature, ready to embrace, play, and make friends with any well-dressed person. It dislikes people in working clothes which are dirty or soiled, a not uncommon aversion of clever animals. In spite of all the varieties of temperament in the monkey tribe, from the genial little capuchins to the morose old baboon, they nearly all have one thing in common, that is, the monkey brain. The same curious restlessness, levity, and want of concentration mark them all, except the large anthropoid apes. Some of these have, without doubt, power of reflection and concentration which the other monkeys do not possess. But in all the rest, though the capacity for understanding exists, the wish to please as a dog does, and the desire to remember and to retain what it has learned, seem almost entirely wanting. Egoism, which is a sign of human dementia, is a very leading characteristic of all monkeys. There is no doubt that the baboons might be trained to be useful animals if they always served one master. Les Vivants and many other travelers have noted this. But they are too clever, and at the bottom, too ill-tempered, ever to be trustworthy, even regarded as watches, or to help in minor manual labor. Baboons would make an excellent substitute for dogs as used in Belgium for light draft, but no one could ever rely on their behaving themselves when their master's eye was elsewhere. Taken as a family, the monkeys are a feeble and by no means likable race. They are undeveloped as a class, full of promise, but with no performance. End of section 5.
Section number 6 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish. Editor, The Lemurs. The South American monkeys, with their squirrel-like forms and fur, are followed by a beautiful and interesting group of creatures called the lemurs, with their cousins the lorises, mahulis, and pottos. Their resemblance to monkeys is mainly in their hands and feet. These are real and very highly developed hands, with proper thumbs. The second toe on the hind foot nearly always terminates in a long sharp claw. Elia, the Indian naturalist who kept them as pets, noticed that they use this to scratch themselves with. Some of them have the fingertips expanded into a sensitive disc full of extra nerves. Lemur means ghost. Unlike the lively squirrels and monkeys, they do not leave their hiding places till the tropical darkness has fallen on the forest, when they seek their food not by descending to the ground, but by ascending to the upper surface of the ocean of trees, and again at the first approach of dawn, seek refuge from the light in the recesses of some dark and hollow trunk. The ring-tailed lemur is as lively by day as night, but most of the races are so entirely creatures of darkness that the light seems to stupefy them. When wakened, they turn over like sleeping children, with the same inarticulate cries and deep, uneasy sighs. But at night, most are astonishingly active. They fly from tree to tree, heard but invisible, so that the natives of Madagascar doubt whether they are not true lemurs, the unquiet ghosts of the departed dead. Though the lemurs are here treated apart from the other animals of Madagascar, it will be obvious that they are a curious and abnormal tribe. This is true of most of the animals of that great island, which has a fauna differing both from that of the adjacent coast of Africa and from that of India or Australia. In the fossa, a large representative of the civets, it possesses a species absolutely unlike any other. The ai is also an abnormal creature. Nor must it be forgotten that Madagascar was until recently the home of some of the gigantic ground-living birds. But after all, none of its inhabitants are more remarkable than its host of lemurs, some of which are to be met with in almost every coppice in the island. There are also many extinct kinds. Exquisite fur, soft and beautifully tinted eyes of extraordinary size and color, for the pupil shuts up to a mere black line by day, and the rest of the eye shows like a polished stone of rich brown or yellow or marble grey, are the marks of most of the lemurs. But there are other lemur-like creatures, or lemuroids, which, though endowed with the same lovely fur, like softest moss, have no tails. The strangest of all are two creatures called the slender loris and the slow loris. The slender loris, which has the ordinary furry coat of the lemurs and no tail, moves on the branches exactly as does a chameleon. Each hand or foot is slowly raised, brought forward, and set down again. The fingers then as slowly close on the branch till its grasp is secure. It is like a slow-working mechanical toy. Probably this is a habit, now instinctive, gained by ages of cautiously approaching insects. But the result is to give the impression that the creature is almost an automaton. Madagascar is the main home of the lemurs, though some of the related animals are also found in Africa and in the East Indies. But the dense forests of the great island are full of these curious nocturnal beasts, of which there are so many varieties presenting very slight differences of form and habit that naturalists have some difficulty in giving even a complete list of their species. Add to this that nearly all of them are intensely and entirely nocturnal, and the scarcity of data as to their habits is easily accounted for. When seen by us, their faces all lack expression, that is to say, the eyes, which mainly give expression, seem entirely vacant and meaningless. But this is due to their special adaptation to seeing in the dark tropical night. By day the pupil of the eye almost disappears. If only we could also see in the dark, the eyes of the lemur might have as much expression as those of a faithful dog. The change which night makes in their general demeanor is simply miraculous. By day, many of them are like hibernating animals, almost incapable of movement. When once the curtain of night has fallen, they are as active as squirrels and as full of play as a family of kittens. The ring-tailed lemur is often kept as a pet, both in Madagascar and in Mauritius. It is one of the very few which are diurnal in their habit. When in a hurry, it jumps along, standing on its hind feet like a little kangaroo, but holding its tail upright behind its back. It will follow people upstairs in this way, jumping from step to step, with its front paws outstretched, as if it were addressing an audience. The French call these lemurs Macaques. The ring-tailed lemur lives largely among rocks and precipices. Most of these creatures live upon fruit, the shoots and leaves of trees, and other vegetable food. But, like the squirrel, they have no objection to eggs and nestlings, and also kill and eat any small birds and insects. Some of the smaller kinds are almost entirely insect feeders. The largest kind of lemur belongs to the group known as indris. The black and white indri measures about 2 feet in length. It has only a rudimentary tail, large ears, and a sharp-pointed nose. The amount of white coloring varies much in different individuals. This variation in coloring, a very rare feature among wild mammalia, though one of the first changes shown when animals are domesticated, is also found in the next 3 species called sifakas. The diademid sifaka, the woolly indri, and the black indri all belong to this group. The sifakas, as some of these and the allied forms are called, are venerated by the Malagasys, who never kill one intentionally. Mr. Foster observes that they live in companies of 6 or 8 and are very gentle and inoffensive animals, wearing a very melancholy expression, and being as a rule morose, inactive, and more silent than the other lemurs. They rarely live long in captivity. In their native state, they are most alert in the morning and evening, as during the day they conceal themselves under the foliage of trees. When asleep or in repose, the head is dropped on the chest and buried between the arms, the tail rolled up on itself and disposed between the hind legs. The sifakas live exclusively on vegetable substances, fruits, leaves, and flowers, the diet not being varied, as in the other lemurs, by small birds, eggs, or insects. Their life is almost entirely arboreal, for which the muscles of their hands and feet, as well as the parachute-like folds between their arms and bodies, and their peculiar hooked fingers, are well fitted. The young one is carried by the mother on its back, its hands grasping her armpits tightly. This is not the universal way of carrying the young among lemurs. The crowned lemur, a beautiful grey and white species, often breeds at the zoo. The female carries its young one partly on its side. The infant clings tightly with arms and tail round the very slender waist of the lemur, and pushes out its sharp little face just above the thigh of the mother. The woolly indri has more woolly fur than the other of its tribe, a shorter nose and a longer tail. The true lemurs. Of these, there are several species, all confined to Madagascar and Comoro Islands. One of the best known is the ring-tailed lemur, mentioned above. It is called lemur katta, the cat lemur, from being so often kept in domestication. The weasel lemur, the grey lemur, the mouse lemur, the gentle lemur, the sportive lemur, the crown lemur, and Coquerel's lemur all represent various small, pretty, and interesting varieties of the group. The black and white lemur, one of the larger kinds, is capable of domestication. A specimen kept in a London house where the present writer saw it was always called Pussy by the children. The other small kinds are very like squirrels, mice, weasels, and other creatures, with which they have no connection. It seems as though the curiously limited and primitive fauna of the Madagascar try to make up for its want of variety by mimicking the forms of other animals, and something of the same kind is seen in Australia, where the marsupials take the place of all kinds of ordinary mammals. There are marsupial rats, marsupial wolves, marsupial squirrels, and even marsupial moles. The small squirrel and rat-like lemurs are called chirogales. Coquerel's lemur is really a chirogale. It is a quaint and by no means amiable little animal, sleeping obstinately all day and always ready to growl and bite if disturbed. Its color is brownish-grey and cream color. A pair of these, rolled up tightly into balls in a box of hay, will absolutely refuse to move, even when handled. They only feed by night. End of section number 6. Section number 7 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. The Galagos. An allied group confined to tropical Africa is that of the Galagos. They are most beautiful little creatures, whose nearest relatives are the Malagasy lemurs. Generally speaking, they have even more exquisite fur than the lemurs. It is almost as soft as floss silk, and so close that the hand sinks into it as into a bed of moss. The color of the fur is rich and pleasing, generally some shade of brown. The head is small, the nose pointed, and the ears thin, hairless, and capable of being folded up, like the wings of a beetle. But the most beautiful feature of the galagos is their eyes. These are of immense size compared with the head. The eyes of the richest and most beautiful brown, like a Cairngorm stone, but not glassy or clear. Though quite translucent, the eye is marked with minute dividing lines, like the grain in an agate, a truly exquisite object. When handled or taken in the arms, the little galago clasps the fingers or sleeve tightly, as if it thought it was holding a tree, and shows no disposition to escape. A family of 3 or 4 young ones, no larger than mice, with a large-eyed mother attending to them, forms an exquisitely dainty little group. The galagos vary from the size of a squirrel to that of a small cat. The kind most often seen in England is the Maholi galago from East Africa. Another species comes from Senegal, and others from Calabar and the forests of the Gold Coast. Garnet's galago, another species, is shown above. They may be regarded as nocturnal tropical lemurites, analogous to the chirogales of Madagascar. It has been suggested with great probability that the intensely drowsy sleep of many of the lemuroid animals corresponds to the hibernation of many northern mammals. Tropical animals often become torpid to avoid the famine caused by the hot season, just as creatures in cold countries hibernate to avoid the hunger which would otherwise come with winter. The slow lemurs or lorises and tarsiers. Another group of lemuroids is distinguished from the foregoing by having the second finger of the forepaws either very short or rudimentary. The thumb and great toe are also set very widely apart from the other fingers and toes. A far more striking distinction to the non-scientific eye is their astonishingly deliberate and slow movements. They have no tails, enormous eyes, and very long, slender legs. The slow loris is found in eastern India and the Malay countries, where it is fairly common in the forests. The Bengali natives call it Sharmindi Billi, or bashful cat, from its slow, solemn, hesitating movements when in pursuit of insects. Of a slow loris kept by him, Sir William Jones, in the Asiatic Researches, wrote, "At all times he seemed pleased at being stroked on the head and throat, and he frequently allowed me to touch his extremely sharp teeth. But his temper was always quick, and when he was unseasonably disturbed, he expressed a little resentment, by an obscure murmur like that of a squirrel. When a grasshopper or any other insect alighted within his reach, his eyes, as he fixed them on his prey, glowed with uncommon fire, and, having drawn himself back to spring on his prey with greater force, he seized it with both his forepaws and held it till he had devoured it. He never could have enough grasshoppers, and spent the whole night in prowling for them." The slender loris, an equally curious creature, is only found in southern India and Ceylon. Its food consists entirely of insects, which it captures by gradual, almost paralyzed approach. It has been described as a furry-coated chameleon. A group of slow lemurs living in western Africa are known as pottos. They're odd little quadrupeds, in which the forefinger never grows to be more than a stump. The tail is also either sharp or rudimentary. They are as slow as the lorises in their movements. In the Malay Islands, a distant relative, even more curiously formed, is found in the tarsier. It has the huge eyes, pointed ears, and beautiful fur of the galagos, but the tail is long, thin, and tufted. The fingers are flattened out into discs, like a tree frog's. These creatures hop from bough to bough in a frog-like manner in search of insects. They are not so large as a good-sized rat. Our photograph does not give an adequate idea of the size of the eyes. The eye. Last and most remarkable of all these weird lemuroids is the eye. It is placed in a group by itself and has teeth like those of the rodents, a large bushy tail, and most extraordinary long slender fingers, which it probably uses for picking caterpillars and grubs out of rotten wood. It is nearly as large as an Arctic fox, but its habits are those of a lemur. In Madagascar, it haunts the bamboo forests, feeding on the juice of sugarcane, grubs, and insects. The fingers of its hands are of different sizes and lengths, though all are abnormally long and slender. The second finger seems to have wasted, but is said to be of the utmost value to its owner in extracting grubs and insects from the burrows in which they dwell, or the crannies in which they may have taken refuge. Very seldom is this animal seen alive in captivity. Although commonly called ai in this country, it is doubtful if this is really its native name. The ai was long a puzzle to naturalists, but is now classed as a lemuroid. The living races of animals have thus far been reviewed along the completed list of the first great order, the primates. Even in that circumscribed group, how great is the tendency to depart from the main type, and how wonderful the adaptation to meet the various needs of the creature's environment. The skeletons, the frames on which these various beings are built up, remain the same in character, but the differences of proportion in the limbs, of the muscles with which they are equipped, and of the weight of the bodies to be moved are astonishing. Compare, for instance, the head of the male gorilla, with its great ridges of bone, to which are attached the muscles which enable it to devour hard tropical fruits and bite off young saplings and bamboos, with the rounded and delicate head of the insect-eating monkeys of South Africa, or set side by side the hand of the chimpanzee with that of the ai, with its delicate, slender fingers, like those of a skeleton hand. What could be more diverse than the movements of these creatures, whose structure is nevertheless so much alike? Some of the lemuroids are as active as squirrels, flying lightly from branch to branch. In others, as the slow lorises, the power of rapid movement has disappeared, and been replaced by a creeping gait which cannot be accelerated. Already, in a single order, we see the rich diversity of nature, and its steady tendency to make all existing things serviceable by adapting other parts of creation to their use or enjoyment. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. Chapter 2, The Cat Tribe. Though only one species is entirely domesticated, and none of the cats have flesh edible by man, except perhaps the puma, no group of animals has attracted more interest than this. Containing more than 40 species, ranging in size from the ox-devouring tiger or lion to the small wild cats, they are so alike in habit and structure that no one could possibly mistake the type or go far wrong in guessing at the habits of any one of them. They are all flesh-eaters and destroyers of living animals. All have rounded heads, and an extraordinary equipment of teeth and of claws, and of muscles to use them. The blow of the forearm of a lion or tiger is inconceivably powerful, in proportion to its size. A stroke from a tiger's paw has been known to strike off a native's arm from the shoulder, and leave it hanging by a piece of skin, and a similar blow from a lion to crush the skull of an ox. The true cats are known by the power to draw back, or retract their claws, into sheaths of horn, rendering their footsteps noiseless and keeping these weapons always sharp. The hunting leopard has only a partial capacity for doing this. The characteristics of the cats and their allies are too well known to need description. We will therefore only mention the chief types of the group, and proceed to give, in the fullest detail which space allows, authentic anecdotes of their life and habits. The tribe includes lions, tigers, leopards, pumas, jaguars, a large number of so-called tiger cats, spotted and striped, wild cats, domestic cats, and lynxes. The hunting leopard, or cheetah, stands in a subgroup by itself, as does the fossa, the only large carnivore of Madagascar. This closes the list of the most cat-like animals. The next links in the chain are formed by the civets and gannets, creatures with more or less retractable claws and long bushy tails. The still less cat-like binturong, a creature with a prehensile tail, and the mongooses and ichneumons, more and more nearly resembling the weasel tribe. Recent intrusions for railways, sport, discovery, and war into Central and East Africa have opened up new lion countries, and confirmed in the most striking manner the stories of the power, the prowess, and the dreadful destructiveness to man and beast of this king of the carnivora. At present it is found in Persia, on the same rivers where Nimrod and the Assyrian kings made its pursuit their royal sport, in Gujarat where it is nearly extinct, though in General Price's work on Indian game, written before the middle of the last century, it is stated that a cavalry officer killed 80 lions in 3 years, and in Africa, from Algeria to the Bechuana country. It is especially common in Somaliland, where the modern lion hunter mainly seeks his sport. On the Uganda Railway, from Mombasa to Lake Victoria, lions are very numerous and dangerous. In Rhodesia and the northern Transvaal they have killed hunters, railway officials, and even our soldiers near Komati Port. It has been found that whole tracts of country are still often deserted by their inhabitants from fear of lions, and that the accounts of their ravages contained in the Old Testament, telling how Samaria was almost deserted a second time from this cause, might be paralleled today. When, in the latter half of the 17th century, Europeans first settled at the Cape of Good Hope, the lion's roar was probably to be heard almost nightly on the slopes of Table Mountain, since a quaint entry in the Diary of Van Riebeck, the first Dutch governor of the Cape, runs thus: "This night the lions roared as if they would take the fort by storm," the said fort being situated on the site of the city now known as Cape Town. At that date there can be little doubt that, excepting in the waterless deserts and the dense equatorial forests, lions roamed over the whole of the vast continent of Africa, from Cape Agulhas to the very shore of the Mediterranean Sea. Nor was their range very seriously curtailed until the spread of European settlements in North and South Africa, and the acquisition of firearms by the aboriginal inhabitants of many parts of the country, during the latter half of the 19th century, steadily denuded large areas of all wild game. As the game vanished, the lions disappeared too, for although at first they preyed to a large extent on the domestic flocks and herds which gradually replaced the wild denizens of the once uninhabited plains, this practice brought them into conflict with the white colonists or native herdsmen armed with weapons of precision, before whom they rapidly succumbed. Today lions are still to be found wherever game exists in any quantity, and their numbers will be in proportion to those of the wild animals on which they prey. The indefinite increase of lions must be checked by some unknown law of nature, otherwise they would have become so numerous in the sparsely inhabited or altogether uninhabited parts of Africa, that they would have first exterminated all the game on which they had been wont to prey, and would then have had to starve or to have eaten one another. But such a state of things has never been known to occur, and whenever Europeans have entered a previously unexplored and uninhabited tract of country in Africa, and have found it teeming with buffaloes, zebras, and antelopes, they have always found lions in such districts very plentiful indeed, but never in such numbers as to seriously diminish the abundance of the game upon which they depended for food. It is easy to understand that the increase of a herd of herbivorous animals would be regulated by the amount of the food supply available, as well as constantly checked by the attacks of the large carnivora, such as lions, leopards, cheetahs, hyenas, and wild dogs. But I have never been able to comprehend what has kept within bounds the inordinate increase of lions and other carnivorous animals, in countries where for ages past they have had an abundant food supply, and at the same time, having been almost entirely unmolested by human beings, have had no enemies. Perhaps such a state of things does not exist at the present day, but there are many parts of Africa where such conditions have existed from time immemorial up to within quite recent years. Since lions were once to be found over the greater portion of the vast continent of Africa, it is self-evident that these animals were able to accommodate themselves to great variations of climate and surroundings. And I myself have met with them, close to the sea, in the hot and sultry coastlands of southeast Africa, On the high plateau of Mashonaland, where at an altitude of 6,000 feet above sea level the winter nights are cold and frosty, amongst the stony hills to the east of the Victoria Falls of the Zambesi, and in the swamps of the Chobe. In the great reed beds of the latter river, a certain number of lions appeared to live constantly, preying on buffaloes and lechwe antelopes. I often heard them roaring at nights in these swamps, and I once saw 2 big male lions wading slowly across an open space between 2 beds of reeds in water nearly a foot in depth. Although there are great individual differences in lions as regards size, general colour of coat, and more particularly in the length, colour and profuseness of the mane with which the males are adorned, yet as these differences occur in every part of Africa where lions are met with, and since constant varieties with one fixed type of mane living by themselves, and not interbreeding with other varieties do not exist anywhere, modern zoologists are, I think, now agreed that there is only one species of lion, since in any large series of wild lion skins, made in any particular district of Africa or Asia, every gradation will be found between the finest maned specimens and those which are destitute of any mane at all. Several local races have, however, been recently described by German writers. In the hot and steamy coastlands of tropical Africa, lions usually have short manes, and never, I believe, attain the long silky black manes sometimes met with on the high plateau of the interior. However, there is, I believe, no part of Africa where all or even the majority of male lions carry heavy manes, the long hair of which does not, as a rule, cover more than the neck and chest, with a tag of varying length and thickness extending from the back of the neck to between the shoulder blades. Lions with very full black manes, covering the whole shoulders, are rare anywhere, but more likely to be encountered on the high plateau, where the winter nights are extremely cold, than anywhere else. In such cases, in addition to the tufts of hair always found on the elbows, and in the armpits of lions with fair-sized manes, there will probably be large tufts of hair in each flank, just where the thighs join the belly, but I have never yet seen the skin of a lion shot within the last 30 years, with the whole belly covered with long thick hair, as may constantly be observed in lions kept in captivity in the menageries of Europe. There is, however, some evidence to show that, when lions existed on the high plains of the Cape Colony and the Orange River Colony, where the winter nights are much colder than in the countries farther north where lions may still be encountered, certain individuals of the species developed a growth of long hair all over the belly, as well as an extraordinary luxuriance of mane on the neck and shoulders. From the foregoing remarks it will be seen that wild lions, having as a rule much less luxuriant manes than many examples of their kind to be seen in European menageries, are ordinarily not so majestic and dignified in appearance as many of their caged relatives. On the other hand, the wild lion is a much more alert and active animal than a menagerie specimen, and when in good condition is far better built and more powerful looking, being free from all appearance of lankiness and weakness in the legs, and having strong, well-formed hindquarters. The eyes of the menagerie lion, too, look brown and usually sleepy, whilst those of the wild animal are yellow and extraordinarily luminous even after death. When wounded and standing at bay, with head held low between his shoulders, growling hoarsely, and with twitching tail, even if he is not near enough to be observed very closely, a lion looks a very savage and dangerous animal. But should he be wounded in such a way as to admit of a near approach, perhaps by a shot that has paralysed his hindquarters, his flaming eyes will seem to throw out sparks of living fire. Speaking generally, there is little or no danger in meeting a lion or lions in the daytime. Even in parts of the country where firearms are unknown, and where the natives seldom or never interfere with them, these animals seem to have an instinctive fear of man, and even when encountered at the carcass of an animal freshly killed, and at a time when they may be supposed to be hungry, they will almost invariably retreat before the unwelcome presence, sometimes slowly and sulkily, but in districts where much hunting with firearms has been going on at a very rapid pace. However, I have known of 2 cases of Europeans mounted on horseback having been attacked by lions in broad daylight, and Dr. Livingstone mentions a 3rd. In one of the instances which came into my own knowledge, a lion sprang at a boar hunter as he was riding slowly along, carrying an elephant gun in his right hand, and followed by a string of natives on foot. The lion attacked from the left side, and with its right paw seized my friend from behind by the right side of his face and neck, inflicting deep gashes with its sharp claws, one of which cut right through his cheek and tore out one of his teeth. My friend was pulled from the horse, but clutching the loosely girthed saddle tightly with his knees, it twisted round under the horse's belly before he fell to the ground. Instead of following up its success, the lion, probably scared by the shouting of the Kaffirs, trotted away for a short distance, and then turned and stood looking at the dismounted hunter, who, having never lost his presence of mind, immediately shot it dead with his heavy old muzzle-loading elephant gun. Besides these 3 instances of Europeans having been attacked in the daytime by lions, I have known of a certain number of natives having been killed in broad daylight. Such incidents are, however, by no means everyday occurrences, and speaking generally, it may be said that the risk of molestation by lions in Africa during daylight is very small. It is by night that lions roam abroad with stealthy step in search of prey, and at such times they are often, when hungry, incredibly bold and daring. I have known them upon several occasions to enter a hunter's camp, and regardless of fires to seize oxen and horses and human beings. During the year following the first occupation of Mashonaland in 1890, a great deal of damage was done by lions, which could not resist the attraction of the settlers' livestock. For the first few months I kept as accurate an account as I could of the number of horses, donkeys, oxen, sheep, goats, and pigs which were killed by lions, and it soon mounted up to over 200 head. During the same time several white men were also mauled by lions, and one unfortunate man named Teal was dragged from beneath the cart, where he was sleeping by the side of a native driver, and at once killed and eaten. Several of the horses were killed inside rough shelters serving as stables. In the following year, 1891, over 100 pigs were killed in one night by a single lioness. These pigs were in a series of pens, separated one from another, but all under one low thatched roof. The lioness forced her way in between 2 poles, and apparently was unable, having satisfied her hunger, to find her way out again, and becoming angry and frightened, wandered backwards and forwards through the pens, killing almost all the pigs, each one with a bite at the back of the head or neck. This lioness, which had only eaten portions of 2 young pigs, made her escape before daylight, but was killed with a set gun the next night by the owner of the pigs. When lions grow old, they are always liable to become man-eaters. Finding their strength failing them, and being no longer able to hunt and pull down large antelopes or zebras, they are driven by hunger to killing small animals, such as porcupines and even tortoises, or they may visit a native village and catch a goat, or kill a child or woman going for water. And finding a human being a very easy animal to catch and kill, an old lion which has once tasted human flesh will in all probability continue to be a man-eater until he is killed. On this subject, in his missionary travels, Dr. Livingstone says, "A man-eater is invariably an old lion, and when he overcomes his fear of man so far as to come to villages for goats, the people remark his teeth are worn, he will soon kill men. They at once acknowledge the necessity of instant action and turn out to kill him." It is the promptness with which measures are taken by the greater part of the natives of southern Africa to put an end to any lion which may take to eating men, that prevents these animals as a rule from becoming the formidable pests which man-eating tigers appear to be in parts of India. But man-eating lions in Africa are not invariably old animals. One which killed 37 human beings in 1887 on the Majili River to the northwest of the Victoria Falls of the Zambesi was, when at last he was killed, found to be an animal in the prime of life, whilst the celebrated man-eaters of the Tsavo River in East Africa were also apparently strong, healthy animals. These 2 man-eating lions caused such consternation amongst the Indian workmen on the Uganda Railway that the work of construction was considerably retarded, the helpless coolies refusing to remain any longer in a country where they were liable to be eaten on any night by a man-eating lion. Both these lions were at last shot by one of the engineers on the railway, Mr. J. H. Patterson, but not before they had killed and devoured 28 Indian coolies, and an unknown number of native Africans. End of Section 8. Recording by Julian Pratley.
Section 9 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The Tiger. Tigers are the type animal of Asia. They are found nowhere else. Lions were inhabitants, even in historic times, of Europe, and are still common on the Euphrates and in parts of Persia, just as they were when the Assyrian king shot them with arrows from their hunting chariots. They survived in Greece far later than the days when story says that Hercules slew the Nemean lion in the Peloponnesus, for the baggage animals of Xerxes' army of invasion were attacked by lions near Mount Athos. But the tiger never comes, and never did come in historic times, nearer to Europe than the Caucasian side of the Caspian Sea. On the other hand, they range very far north. All our tiger lore is Indian. There is scarcely a story of tigers to be found in English books of sport which deals with the animal north of the line of the Himalaya. These Chinese northern tigers and the Siberian tigers are far larger than those of India. They have long woolly coats in order to resist the cold. Their skins are brought to London in hundreds every year to the great fur sales, but the animals themselves we never see. The present writer was informed by a friend that in the Amur Valley he shot 3 of these tigers in a day, putting them up in thick bush scrub by the aid of dogs. The Royal Bengal tiger, so called, and very properly called in the old books of natural history, is a different and far more savage beast. It is almost invariably a ferocious savage, fierce by nature, never wishing to be otherwise than a destroyer, of beasts mainly, but often of men. Compared with a lion, it is far longer, but rather lighter, for the lion is more massive and compact. A well-grown tigress, says Sir Samuel Baker, may weigh on an average 240 pounds live weight. A very fine tiger may weigh 440 pounds, but if fat, the same tiger would weigh 500 pounds. There may be tigers which weigh 50 pounds more than this, but I speak according to my experience. I have found that a tiger of 9 feet 8 inches is about 2 inches above the average. The same skin may be stretched to measure 10 feet. A tiger in the zoological gardens is a long, lithe creature with little flesh. Such a specimen affords a poor example of this grand animal in its native jungles, with muscles in their full, ponderous development, from continual exertion in nightly travels over long distances, and in mortal struggles when wrestling with its prey. A well-fed tiger is by no means a slim figure. On the contrary, it is exceedingly bulky, broad in the shoulders, back, and loins, and with an extraordinary girth of limbs, especially in the forearms and wrists. This ponderous, active, and formidably armed creature is, as might be expected, able to hold its own wherever Europeans do not form part of the regular population. In India, the peasants are quite helpless, even against a cattle-killing tiger in a populous part of the country. In the large jungles and on the islands at the mouths of the great rivers, the tigers have things all their own way. Things are no better in the Far East. A large peninsula near Singapore is said to have been almost abandoned by its cultivators lately, owing to the loss of life caused by the tigers. In the populous parts of India, the tiger is far more stealthy than in the out-of-the-way districts. It only hunts by night, and after eating a part of the animal killed, moves off to a distance and does not return. Otherwise, the regular habit is to return to the kill just at or after dusk and finish the remainder. Its suspicions seem quite lulled to sleep after dark. Quite recently, a sportsman sat up to watch for a tiger at a waterhole. It was in the height of the Indian hot season, when very little water was left. All the creatures of that particular neighborhood were in the habit of coming to drink at one good pool still left in the rocky bed of the river. There the tigers came too. The first night they did not come until all the other creatures, hog, deer, peacocks, and monkeys, had been down to drink. They then came so softly over the sand that the gunner-in-waiting did not hear them pass. His first knowledge that they were there was due to the splashing they made as they entered the water. It was quite dark, and he felt not a little nervous, for the bush on which he was seated on a small platform was only some 10 feet high. He heard the 2 tigers pass him, not by their footsteps, but by the dripping of the water as it ran off their bodies onto the sand. Next night they came again. This time, though it was dark, he shot one in a very ingenious manner. The two tigers walked into the river, and apparently lay down or sat down in it with their heads out. They only moved occasionally, lapping the water, but did not greatly disturb the surface. On this was reflected a bright star from the sky above. The sportsman put the sight of the rifle on the star and kept it up to his shoulder. Something obliterated the star, and he instantly fired. The something was the tiger's head, which the bullet duly hit. The hill tigers of India are, or were, much more given to hunting by day than the jungle tigers. In the Nilgiri hills of southern India, the late General Douglas Hamilton said that before night the tigers were already about hunting, and that in the shade of evening it was dangerous to ride on a pony, not because the tigers wished to kill the rider, but because they might mistake the pony and its rider for a sambar deer. He was stalked like this more than once. Often, when stalking sambar deer and ibex by day, he saw the tigers doing the same, or after other prey. My brother Richard, he writes, was out after a tiger which the hillman reported had killed a buffalo about an hour before. He saw the tiger on first getting to the ground, and the tiger had seen him. It was lying out in the open, watching the buffalo, and shuffled into the wood and would not come out again. Next morning, when we got to the ground, the tiger was moving from rock to rock, and had dragged the body into a nullah. We were upon the point of starting home, when we observed a number of vultures coming down to the carcass. The vultures began to collect in large numbers on the opposite hill. I soon counted 50, but they would not go near the buffalo. Then some crows, bolder than the rest, flew down, and made a great row over their meal. All of a sudden they all flew up, and I made certain it was the tiger. Then my brother fired, and there he was, shot right through the brain, lying just above the buffalo. He had been brought down by the noise the crows were making. Upon driving the sholas, small woods on these hills, tigers were often put out. Sometimes they availed themselves of the drive to secure food for themselves. A wood was being driven when a tremendous grunting was heard, and out rushed an old boar, bristling and savage. B was about to raise his rifle, when a growl like thunder stopped him, and a great tiger with one spring cleared the nullah, and alighted on the back of the old boar. Such a battle then took place that, what with the growls of the tiger and the squeals of the boar, one might believe oneself in another world. I thought of nothing but of how to kill one or the other, or both. So, as they were rolling down over and over, about 50 yards from me on the open hillside, I let fly both barrels. For a second or two the noise went on. Then the tiger jumped off, and the boar struggled into the nullah close by. The tiger pulled up and coolly stared at us without moving, but his courage seemed to fail him, and he sprang into the nullah and disappeared. In most parts of India, tigers are now scarce and shy, except in the preserves of the great Rajas, and the dominions of some high and pious Hindu potentates, such as the Maharaja of Jaipur, who, being supposed to be descended from a Hindu god, allows no wild animals to be killed. There the deer and pig are so numerous that tigers are welcome to keep them down. But the Sundarbans, unwholesome islands at the Ganges mouth, still swarm with them. So does the Malay Peninsula. Mr. J.D. Cobbold shot a tiger in Central Asia in a swamp, so deep in snow and so deadly cold that he dared not stay for fear of being frozen to death. Tigers sometimes wander as far west as the Caucasus near the Caspian. The farther north, the larger your tiger, is the rule. The biggest ever seen in Europe was a Siberian tiger owned by Herr Karl Hagenbeck of Hamburg, and the largest known skin and skull is from the far north. The skin is 13 feet 6 inches from the nose to the end of the tail. The largest Indian tiger skin, from one killed by the Maharaja of Cooch Behar, measures 11 feet 7 inches. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor, The Leopards. Less in size, but even more ferocious, the leopard has a worse character than the tiger. Living mainly in trees and very nocturnal, this fierce and dangerous beast is less often seen than far rarer animals. It is widely spread over the world, from the Cape of Good Hope to the Atlas Mountains, and from southern China to the Black Sea, where it is sometimes met with in the Caucasus. There seems to be no legend of its presence in Greece, Italy or Spain, but it was quite common in Asia Minor, and Cicero, when governor of Cilicia, was plagued by an aristocratic young friend in Rome to send him leopards to exhibit in a fete he was giving. Anyone who has frequented the zoo for any time must have noticed the difference in size and color between leopards from different parts of the world. On some, the ground color is almost white. In others, a clear nut brown. Others are jet black. Wherever they live, they are cattle thieves, sheep thieves, and dog thieves. Though not formidable in appearance, they are immensely strong. Sometimes, one will turn man-eater. Both in India and lately in Africa, cases have been known where they have set up in this line as deliberately as any tiger. They have 4 or 5 young at a birth, which may often be kept tame for some time and are amusing pets. But the following plain story shows the danger of such experiments. At Hong Kong, an English merchant had a tame leopard, which was brought into the room by a coolie for the guests to see at a dinner party. Excited by the smell of food, it refused to go out when one of the ladies, who did not like its looks, wished for it to be removed. The man took hold of its collar and began to haul it out. It seized him by the neck, bit it through, and in a minute the coolie was dying, covered with blood, on the dining room floor. The Chinese leopard ranges as far north as the Siberian tiger and, like the latter, seems to grow larger the farther north it is found. The color of these northern leopards is very pale, the spots large, and the fur very long. At the March fur sales of the present year, held at the stores of Sir Charles Lamson, there were Siberian leopard skins as large as those of a small tiger. Leopards are essentially tree-living and nocturnal animals. Sleeping in trees or caves by day, they are seldom disturbed. They do an incredible amount of mischief among cattle, calves, sheep, and dogs, being especially fond of killing and eating the latter. They seize their prey by the throat and cling with their claws until they succeed in breaking the spine or in strangling the victim. The largest leopards are popularly called panthers. In India, they sometimes become man-eaters and are always very dangerous. They have a habit of feeding on putrid flesh. This makes wounds inflicted by their teeth or claws liable to blood poisoning. Nothing in the way of prey comes amiss to them, from a cow in the pasture to a fowl-up at roost. In every country, says Sir Samuel Baker, the natives are unanimous in saying that the leopard is more dangerous than the lion or tiger. Whenever I have been in Africa, the natives have declared that they had no fear of a lion, provided they were not hunting, for it would not attack unprovoked, but that a leopard was never to be trusted. I remember when a native boy, accompanied by his grown-up brother, was busily employed with others in firing the reeds on the opposite bank of a small stream. Being thirsty and hot, the boy stooped down to drink, when he was immediately seized by a leopard. His brother, with admirable aim, hurled his spear at the leopard while the boy was in his jaws. The point separated the vertebrae of the neck, and the leopard fell stone dead. The boy was carried to my hut, but there was no chance of recovery. The fangs had torn open the chest and injured the lungs. These were exposed to view through the cavity of the ribs. He died the same night. In the great mountain ranges of Central Asia, the beautiful snow leopard is found. It is a large creature with thick, woolly coat and a long tail like a fur boa. The color is white, clouded with beautiful grey like that of an Angora cat. The edges of the cloudings and spots are marked with black or darker grey. The eyes are very large, bluish grey or smoke-colored. It lives on the wild sheep, ibex, and other mountain animals. In captivity, it is far the tamest and gentlest of the large carnivora, not excepting the puma. Unlike the latter, It is a sleepy, quiet animal like a domestic cat. The specimen shown here belonged to a lady in India who kept it for some time as a pet. It was then brought to the zoological gardens, where it was more amiable and friendly than most cats. The writer has entered its cage with the keeper, stroked it and patted its head, without in the least ruffling its good temper. The heat of the lined house did not suit it, and it died of consumption. End of section number 10. Section 11 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor, The New World Cats. The cats, great and small, of the New World resemble those of the Old, though not quite so closely as the carabao, wapiti deer, and moose of the northern forests resemble the reindeer, red deer, and elk of Europe. They are like, but with a difference. The jaguar and the ocelot are respectively larger and far more beautiful than their counterparts, the leopard and several cats. But the puma, the one medium-sized feline animal which is unspotted, is something unique. The jaguar and puma are found very far south in South America, and though the jaguar is really a forest animal, it seems to have wandered out onto the pampas of Argentina, perhaps attracted by the immense numbers of cattle, sheep, and horses on these plains. The jaguar. The jaguar is as savage as it is formidable, but does not often attack men. Its headquarters are the immense forests running from Central America to southern Brazil, and as all great forests are little inhabited, the jaguar is seldom encountered by white men. By the banks of the great rivers, it is semi-aquatic. It swims and climbs with equal ease, and will attack animals on board boats anchored in the rivers. As there are few animals of great size in these forests, its great strength is not often seen exercised, as it is that of the lion, but it is the personification of concentrated force, and its appearance is well worth studying from that point of view. The spots are larger and squarer than in the leopard, the head ponderous, the forearms and feet one mass of muscle knotted under the velvet skin. On the Amazons, it draws its food alike from the highest treetops and the riverbed. In the former, it catches monkeys in the branches, fish in the shallows of the rivers, and scoops out turtles' eggs from the sandbanks. Humboldt, who visited these regions when the white population was scarce, declared that 4,000 jaguars were killed annually and 2,000 skins exported from Buenos Aires alone. It was clearly common on the pampas in his day and made as great havoc among the cattle and horses as it does today. The puma. The puma is a far more interesting creature. It is found from the mountains in Montana, next the Canadian boundary, to the south of Patagonia. Yankee stories of its ferocity may have some foundation, but the writer believes there is no recorded instance of the northern puma attacking man unprovoked, though in the few places where it now survives, it kills cattle, calves, and colts. It is relentlessly hunted with dogs, treed, and shot. As to the puma of the southern plains and central forests, the natives, whether Indians or Guachos, agree with the belief, steadily handed down from the days of the first Spanish conquest, that the puma is the one wild cat which is naturally friendly to man. The old Spaniards called it Amigo del Cristiano, the Christian's friend, and Mr. Hudson, in The Naturalist in La Plata, gives much evidence of this most curious and interesting tendency. It is notorious that where the puma is the only large beast of prey, it is perfectly safe for a small child to go out and sleep on the plain. The puma is always at heart a kitten, taking unmeasured delight in its frolics, and when, as often happens, one lives alone in the desert, it will amuse itself for hours fighting mock battles or playing hide-and-seek with imaginary companions, or lying in wait and putting all its wonderful strategy in practice to capture a passing butterfly. From Azara downwards, these stories have been told too often not to be largely true, and in old natural histories, whose writers believed the puma was a terrible man-eater, they also appear as wonderful escapees. One tells how a man put his poncho, or cloak, over his back when crawling up to get a shot at some duck and felt something heavy on the end of it. He crept from under it, and there was a puma sitting on it, which did not offer to hurt him. As space forbids further quotation from Mr. Hudson's experiences, which should be read, the writer will only add one anecdote which was told him by Mr. Everard in Thurn, C.B., formerly an official in British Guiana. He was going up one of the big rivers in his steam launch and gave a passage to an elderly and respectable Cornish miner who wanted to go up to a gold mine. The visitor had his meals on the boat, but at night went ashore with the men and slung his hammock between two trees, leaving the cabin to his host. One morning, two of the Indian crew brought the miner's hammock on board with a good deal of laughing and talking. The master asked what the joke was, whereupon, pointing to the trees whence they had unslung the hammock, one said, "Tiger sleeps with old man last night." They were quite in earnest, and pointed out a hollow and marks on the leaves, which showed that a puma had been lying just under the man's hammock. When asked if he had noticed anything in the night, he said, "Only the frogs croaking wakened me up." The croaking of the frogs was probably the hoarse purring of the friendly puma enjoying his proximity to a sleeping man. Mr. Hudson quotes a case in which 4 pumas played round and leapt over a person camping out on the pampas. He watched them for some time and then went to sleep. Many of those brought to this country come with their tempers ruined by ill treatment and hardship, but a large proportion are as tame as cats. Captain Marshall had one at Marlow which used to follow him on a chain and watch the boats full of pleasure seekers at the lock. The puma is always a beautiful creature, the fur cinnamon-colored, tinged with gold, the belly and chest white, the tail long, full, and round. Though friendly to man, it is a desperate cattle killer and particularly fond of horseflesh, so much so that it has been suggested that the indigenous wild horses of America were destroyed by the puma. There are 2 other cats of the pampas, the grass cat, not unlike our wild cat in appearance and habits, and the wood cat, or Geoffroy's cat. It is a tabby and a most elegant creature, of which there is a specimen at the time of writing in the London Zoo. The ocelot. In the forest region is also found the most beautiful of the medium-sized cats. This is the ocelot, which corresponds somewhat to the servals, but is not the least like a lynx, as the servals are. It is entirely a tree cat and lives on birds and monkeys. The following detailed description of its coloration appeared in the Life at the Zoo. Its coat, with the exception perhaps of that of the clouded leopard of Sumatra, marks the highest development of ornament among 4-footed animals. The Argus pheasant alone seems to offer a parallel to the beauties of the ocelot's fur, especially in the development of the wonderful ocelli, which, though never reaching in the beast the perfect cup and ball ornament seen on the wings of the bird, can be traced in all the early stages of spots and wavy lines, so far as the irregular shell-shaped rim and dot on the feet, sides, and back, just as in the subsidiary ornament of the Argus pheasant's feathers. Most of the ground tint of the fur is smoky pearl color, on which the spots develop from mere dots on the legs and speckles on the feet and toes to large egg-shaped ocelli on the flanks. There are also 2 beautiful pearl-colored spots on the back of each ear, like those which form the common ornaments of the wings of many moths. The nose is pink, the eye large, convex, and translucent. A tame ocelot described by Wilson, the American naturalist, was most playful and affectionate, but when fed with flesh was less tractable. it jumped onto the back of a horse in the stable and tried to curl up on its hindquarters. The horse threw the ocelot off and kicked it, curing it of any disposition to ride. On seeing a horse, the ocelot always ran off to its kennel afterwards. When sent to England, it caught hold of and threw down a child of 4 years old, whom it rolled about with its paws without hurting it. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Cantoni. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. Other Wildcats. A handsome, leopard-like animal is the clouded leopard. It is the size of a small common leopard, but far gentler in disposition. Its fur is not spotted, but marked with clouded patches, outlined in gray and olive brown. Its skin is among the most beautiful of the cats. It is found in the Malay Peninsula, Borneo, Sumatra, Formosa, and along the foot of the Himalaya, from Nepal to Assam. Writing of two which he kept, Sir Stamford Raffles said, "No kitten could be more good-tempered. They were always courting intercourse with persons passing by, and in the expression of their countenance showed the greatest delight when noticed, throwing themselves on their backs and delighting in being tickled and rubbed. On board ship there was a small dog, which used to play around the cage with the animal. It was amusing to watch the tenderness and playfulness with which the latter came in contact with its smaller-sized companion." Both specimens were procured from the banks of the Bencoolen River in Sumatra. They are generally found near villages and are not dreaded by the natives, except in so far that they destroy their poultry. The number of smaller leopard cats and tiger cats is very great. They fall, roughly, into 3 groups: those which are yellow and spotted, those which are gray and spotted, and those which are gray and striped, or whole-colored. There is no wholly gray wildcat, but several sandy-colored species. All live on birds and small mammals, and probably most share the tame cat's liking for fish. Among the gray and spotted cats are the mottled cat of the eastern Himalaya and Straits settlements and islands, the Tibetan tiger cat, the fishing cat of India and Ceylon, which is large enough to kill lambs, but lives much on fish and large marsh snails, Jeffrey's cat, an American species, the leopard cat of Java and Japan, which seems to have gray fur in Japan and a fulvous leopard-like skin in India, where it is also called the tiger cat, and the smallest of all wild cats, the little rusty spotted cat of India. This has rusty spots on a gray ground. "I had a kitten brought to me," says Dr. Jurden of the species, "when very young. It became quite tame, and was the delight and admiration of all who saw it. When it was about 8 months old, I introduced the fawn of a gazelle into the room where it was. The little creature flew at it the minute it saw it, seized it by the nape of the neck, and was with difficulty taken off." Of the whole-colored wildcats, which include the bay cat, the American pampas cat, Pallas's cat of Tibet and India, the most beautiful is the golden cat of Sumatra, one of which is now in the Zoological Gardens. It has a coat the color of gold stone. The nose is pink, the eyes large and topaz-colored, the cheeks striped with white, and the underparts and lower part of the tail pure white. 4 kinds of wildcats are known in South Africa, of which the largest is the serval, a short-tailed, spotted animal with rather more woolly fur than the leopards. The length is about 4 feet 2 inches, of which the tail is only 12 inches. It is found from Algeria to the Cape, but its favorite haunts, like those of all the wildcats of hot countries, are in the reeds by rivers. It kills hares, rats, birds, and small mammals generally. The black-footed wildcat is another African species. It is a beautiful spotted and lined tabby, the size of a small domestic cat, and as likely as any other to be the origin of our tabby variety, if tame cats came to Europe from Africa. At present it is only found south in the Kalahari Desert and Bechuanaland. The Kaffir cat is the common wildcat of the Cape Colony and a very interesting animal. It is a whole-colored, tawny, upstanding animal, with all the indifference to man and generally independent character of the domestic tomcat. It is, however, much stronger than the tame cats, with which it interbreeds freely. In the colony it is often difficult to keep male tame cats, for the wild Kaffir cats come down and fight them in the breeding season. The Egyptian cat is really the same animal, slightly modified by climate. A very distinct species is the jungle cat, ranging from India through Baluchistan, Syria, and East Africa, and called in Hindustani the chouse. The European striped wildcat extends to the Himalaya, where the range of the lion-colored, yellow-eyed chouse begins. The chouse has a few black bars inside the legs, which vary in different regions. The Indian chouse has only one distinctly marked. The Kaffir cat has 4 or 5. The Egyptian fettered cat has been said to be the origin of the domestic and sacred cats of Egypt. A male chouse is most formidable when cornered. General Hamilton chased one, which had prowled into the cantonments on the lookout for fowls, into a fence. After a long time I spied the cat squatting in a hedge, he writes, and called for the dogs. When they came, I knelt down and began clapping my hands and cheering them on. The cat suddenly made a clean spring at my face. I had just time to catch it, as one would a cricket ball, and, giving its ribs a strong squeeze, threw it to the dogs, but not before it had made its teeth meet in my arm just above the wrist. For some weeks I had to carry my arm in a sling, and I shall carry the marks of the bite to my grave. The chouse, as will be seen from the above, wanders boldly down into the outskirts of large towns, cantonments, and bungalows, on the lookout for chickens and pigeons. Its favorite plan is to lie up at dawn in some piece of thick cover near to where the poultry wander out to scratch, feed, and bask. It then pounces on the nearest unhappy hen and rushes off with it into cover. An acquaintance of the writer once had a number of fine Indian game fowl, of which he was not a little proud. He noticed that one was missing every morning for 3 days, and, not being able to discover the robber, shut them up in a hen-house. Next morning he heard a great commotion outside, and one of his bearers came running in to say that a leopard was in the hen-house. As this was only built of bamboo or some such light material, it did not seem probable that a leopard would stay there. Getting his rifle, he went out into the compound, and cautiously approached the hen-house, in which the fowls were still making loud protests and cries of alarm. The door was shut, but some creature, certainly not a leopard, might have squeezed in through the small entrance used by the hens. He opened the door and saw at the back of the hen-house a chouse sitting, with all its fur on end, looking almost as large as a small leopard. On the floor was one dead fowl. The impudent jungle cat rushed for the door, but had the coolness to seize the hen as it passed, and with this in its mouth rushed past the owner of the hens, his servants and retainers, and reached a piece of thick scrub near with its prize. As the chouse is common both in India and Africa, a comparison of its habits in both continents is somewhat interesting. Jurden, the Indian naturalist, writes, "It is the common wild cat from the Himalaya to Cape Comorin, and from the level of the sea to 7,000 or 8,000 feet elevation. It frequents alike the jungles and the open country, and is very partial to long reeds and grass, sugar-cane fields, and cornfields. It does much damage to all game, especially to hares and partridges. Quite recently I shot a peafowl at the edge of a sugar-cane field. One of these cats sprang out, seized the peafowl, and after a short struggle, for the bird was not quite dead, carried it off before my astonished eyes, and, in spite of my running up, made his escape with his booty. It must have been stalking these very birds, so closely did its spring follow my shot. It is said to breed twice a year, and to have 3 or 4 young at a birth. I have very often had the young brought to me, but always failed in rearing them, and they always showed a savage and untamable disposition. I have seen numbers of cats about villages in various parts of the country that must have been hybrids between this cat and the tame ones. The late Sir Oliver St. John was more fortunate with his jungle cat kittens. He obtained 3 in Persia. These he reared till they were 3 months old, by which time they became so tame that they would climb onto his knees at breakfast time and behave like ordinary kittens. One was killed by a greyhound, and another by a scorpion, a curious fate for a kitten to meet. The survivor then became morose and ill-tempered, but grew to be a large and strong animal. 2 English bull-terriers of mine, which would make short work of the largest domestic cat, could do nothing against my wild cat, says the same writer. In their almost daily battles, the dogs always got the worst of it. In Africa, the chouse haunts the thick cover bordering the rivers. There it catches not only waterfowl, but also fish. According to Messrs. Nichols and Eglinton, its spoor may constantly be seen imprinted on the mud surrounding such pools in the periodical watercourses as are constantly being dried up, and in which fish may probably be imprisoned without chance of escape. The chouse has for neighbor in Africa the beautiful serval, a larger wild cat. This species is reddish in color, spotted on the body, and striped on the legs. The ears are long, but not tufted like those of the lynx. The serval is more common in North and Central Africa than in the South. But it is also found south of the Tropic of Capricorn. Messrs. Nichols and Eglinton say of it, northward through south-central Africa it is fairly common. It frequents the thick bush in the vicinity of rivers. The karosses, or mantles, made from its skins, are only worn by the chiefs and very high dignitaries amongst the native tribes, and are in consequence eagerly sought after, on which account the species runs a risk of rapid extermination. Its usual prey consists of the young of the smaller antelopes, francolins, and wild guinea fowls, to the latter of which it is a most destructive enemy in the breeding season. When obtained young, the serval can be tamed with little trouble, but it is difficult to rear, and always shows a singular and almost unaccountable aversion to black men. Its otherwise even temper is always aroused at the sight of a native. When in anger, it is by no means a despicable antagonist, and very few dogs would like to engage in a combat with one single-handed. End of section 12. Recording by Linda Cantoni. Section 13 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Cantoni. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. The Common Wildcat. The wildcat was once fairly common all over England. A curious story, obviously exaggerated, shows that traditions of its ferocity were common at a very early date. The tale is told of the church of Barnborough, in Yorkshire, between Doncaster and Barnsley. It is said that a man and a wild cat met in a wood near and began to fight. That the cat drove the man out of the wood as far as the church, where he took refuge in the porch, and that both the man and cat were so injured that they died. According to Dr. Pierce, the event was formerly commemorated by a rude painting in the church. Mr. Charles St. John had an experience with a Scotch wildcat very like that which General Douglas Hamilton tells of the jungle cat. He heard many stories of their attacking and wounding men when trapped or when their escape was cut off, and before long found out that these were true. "I was fishing in a river in Sutherland," he wrote, "and in passing from one pool to another had to climb over some rocky ground. In doing so, I sank almost up to my knees in some rotten heather and moss, almost upon a wild cat which was concealed under it. I was quite as much startled as the cat itself could be, when I saw the wild-looking beast rush so unexpectedly from between my feet, with every hair on her body on end, making her look twice as large as she really was. I had 3 small Skye terriers with me, which immediately gave chase, and pursued her till she took refuge in a corner of the rocks, where, perched in a kind of recess out of reach of her enemies, she stood with her hair bristled out, spitting and growling like a common cat. Having no weapon with me, I laid down my rod, cut a good-sized stick, and proceeded to dislodge her. As soon as I was within 6 or 7 feet of the place, she sprang straight at my face over the dogs' heads. Had I not struck her in mid-air as she leaped at me, I should probably have received a severe wound. As it was, she fell with her back half broken among the dogs, who with my assistance dispatched her. I never saw an animal fight so desperately, or one which was so difficult to kill. If a tame cat has 9 lives, a wild cat must have a dozen. Sometimes one of these animals will take up its residence at no great distance from a house, and, entering the hen roosts and outbuildings, will carry off fowls in the most audacious manner, or even lambs. Like other vermin, the wild cat haunts the shores of lakes and rivers, and it is therefore easy to know where to set a trap for them. Having caught and killed one of the colony, the rest of them are sure to be taken if the body of their slain relative is left in the same place, not far from their usual hunting ground, and surrounded with traps, as every wild cat passing that way will to a certainty come to it. The wild cat ranges from the far north of Scotland, across Europe and northern Asia, to the northern slopes of the Himalaya. It has always been known as one of the fiercest and wildest of the cats, large or small. The continual ill temper of these creatures is remarkable. In the experience of the keepers of menageries, there is no other so intractably savage. One presented to the Zoological Gardens by Lord Lilford some 8 years ago still snarls and spits at anyone who comes near it, even the keeper. The food of the wild cat is grouse, mountain hares, rabbits, small birds, and probably fish, caught in the shallow waters when chance offers. It is wholly nocturnal, consequently no one ever sees it hunting for prey. Though it has long been confined to the north and northwest of Scotland, it is by no means on the verge of extinction. The deer forests are saving it to some extent, as they did the golden eagle. Grouse and hares are rather in the way when deer are being stalked, consequently the wild cat and the eagle are not trapped or shot. The limits of its present fastnesses were recently fixed by careful Scotch naturalists at the line of the Caledonian Canal. Mr. Harvey Brown, in 1880, said that it only survived in Scotland north of a line running from Oban to the junction of the 3 counties of Perth, Forfar, and Aberdeen, and thence through Banffshire to Inverness. But the conclusion of a writer in the Edinburgh Review of July 1898, in a very interesting article on the survival of British mammals, has been happily contradicted. He believed that it only survived in the deer forests of Inverness and Sutherlandshire. The wildcats shown in the illustrations of these pages were caught a year later as far south as Argyllshire. The father and 2 kittens were all secured, practically unhurt, and purchased by Mr. Percy Leigh Pemberton for his collection of British mammals at Ashford in Kent. This gentleman has had great success in preserving his wild cats. They, as well as others, martens, polecats, and other small carnivora, are fed on fresh wild rabbits killed in a warren near. Consequently, they are in splendid condition. The old Tom wildcat, snarling with characteristic ill humor, was well supported by the wild and savage little kittens, which exhibited all the family temper. Shortly before the capture of these wildcats, another family were trapped in Aberdeenshire and brought to the Zoological Gardens. 4 kittens, beautiful little savages, with bright green eyes, and uninjured, were safely taken to Regent's Park. But the quarters given them were very small and cold, and they all died. 2 other full-grown wildcats, brought there a few years earlier, were so dreadfully injured by the abominable steel traps in which they were caught that they both died of blood poisoning. The real wildcats differ in their markings on the body, some being more clearly striped, while others are only brindled. But they are all alike in the squareness and thickness of head and body, and in the short tail, ringed with black, and growing larger at the tip, which ends off like a shaving brush. It may well be asked, which of the many species of wildcats mentioned above is the ancestor of our domestic cats? Probably different species in different countries. The African Kaffir cat, the Indian leopard cat, the rusty spotted cat of India, and the European wildcat all breed with tame cats. It is therefore probable that the spotted, striped, and brindled varieties of tame cats are descended from wild species which had those markings. The so-called red tame cats are doubtless descended from the tiger-colored wildcats. But it is a curious fact that although the spotted gray tabby wild varieties are the least common, that color is most frequent in the tame species. End of section 13. Recording by Linda Cantoni.
Section 14 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. The lynxes. In the lynxes, we seem to have a less specially cat-like form. They are short-tailed, high in leg, and broad-faced. Less active than the leopards and tiger cats, and able to live either in very hot or very cold countries. They are found from the Persian deserts to the far north of Siberia and Canada. The caracal is a southern hot country lynx. It has a longer tail than the others, but the same tufted ears. It seems a link between the lynxes and the jungle cats. It is found in India, Palestine, Persia, and Mesopotamia. In India, it was trained, like the cheetah, to catch birds, gazelles, and hares. The common lynx is probably the same animal, whether found in Norway, Russia, the Carpathians, Turkestan, China, or Tibet. The Canadian lynx is also very probably the same, with local differences of color. The northern lynx is the largest feline animal left in Europe, and kills sheep and goats equally with hares and squirrels. The beautiful fur of pale cinnamon and light gray is much admired. In some southern districts of America, we have the red lynx, or so-called wildcat, which is distinct from the lynx of Canada. The Mediterranean or Spanish lynx seems likewise entitled to rank as a distinct species. Of the lynxes, the caracals are perhaps the most interesting from their capacity for domestication. They are found in Africa in the open desert country, whereas the serval is found in the thick bush. In Africa, it is believed to be the most savage and untamable of the cats. That is probably because the Negro and the Kaffir never possessed the art of training animals, from the elephant downwards. In India, the caracal's natural prey are the fawns of deer and antelope, peafowl, hares, and florikins. The caracal is the quickest with its feet of any of the cats. One of its best-known feats is to spring up and catch birds passing over on the wing at a height of 6 or 8 feet from the ground. A writer in the Naturalist's Library notes that, besides being tamed to catch deer, peafowl, and cranes, the caracal was used in pigeon matches. 2 caracals were backed one against the other to kill pigeons. The birds were fed on the ground, and the caracals suddenly let loose among them to strike down as many as each could before the birds escaped. Each would sometimes strike down with its forepaws 10 or a dozen pigeons. Caracal means in Turkish black ear, in allusion to the color of the animal's organ of hearing. The common lynx is a thick-set animal, high in the leg, with a square head and very strong paws and forearms. It is found across the whole northern region of Europe and Asia. Although never known in Britain in historic times, it is still occasionally seen in parts of the Alps and in the Carpathians. It is also common in the Caucasus. It is mainly a forest animal, and very largely nocturnal, therefore it is seldom seen, and not often hunted. If an enemy approaches, the lynx lies perfectly still on some branch or rock, and generally succeeds in avoiding notice. The lynx is extremely active. It can leap great distances, and makes its attack usually in that way. When traveling, it trots or gallops in a very dog-like fashion. Where sheep graze at large on mountains, as in the Balkans and in Greece, the lynx is a great enemy of the flocks. In Norway, where the animal is now very rare, there is a tradition that it is more mischievous than the wolf, and a high price is set on its head. In Siberia and North Russia, most of the lynx skins taken are sold to the Chinese. The lynx skins brought to London are mainly those of the Canadian species. The fur is dyed and used for the busbies of the officers in our hussar regiments. These skins vary much in color, and in length and quality of fur. The price varies correspondingly. The Canadian lynx lives mainly on the wood hares and on the wood grouse of the North American forests. The flesh of the lynx is said to be good and tender. Brehm says of the Siberian lynx, "It is a forest animal in the strictest sense of the word. But in Siberia it occurs only singly, and is rarely captured. Its true home is the thickest parts in the interior of the woods. In these it probably never leaves, except when scarcity of food or the calls of love tempt it to wander to the outskirts. Both immigrants and natives hold the hunting of the lynx in high esteem. This proud cat's activity, caution, and agility, and powers of defense arouse the enthusiasm of every sportsman, and both skin and flesh are valued. The latter not only by the Mongolian tribes, but also by the Russian hunters. The lynx is seldom captured in fall traps. He often renders them useless by walking along the beam and stepping on the lever, and he usually leaps over the spring traps in his path. So only the rifle and dogs are left. The red lynx is a small American variety, the coat of which turns tawny in summer, when it resembles a large cat. It is called in some parts of the United States the mountain cat. This lynx is 30 inches long in the body, with a tail 6 inches long. It is found on the eastern or Atlantic side of the continent, and by no means shuns the neighborhood of settlements. The cheetah, the non-retractile clawed cat. The cheetah, or hunting leopard, is the only example of this particular group, though there was an extinct form, whose remains are found in the Sawalak Hills in the north of India. It is a very widely dispersed animal, found in Persia, Turkestan, and the countries east of the Caspian, and in India so far as the lower part of the center of the peninsula. It is also common in Africa, where until recent years it was found in Cape Colony and Natal. Now it is banished to the Kalahari Desert, the northern Transvaal, and Bechuanaland. The cheetah is more dog-like than any other cat. It stands high on the leg and has a short, rounded head. Its fur is short and rather woolly, its feet rounded, and its claws, instead of slipping back into sheaths like a lion's, are only partly retractile. Mr. Lockwood Kipling gives the following account of the cheetah and its keepers. The only point where real skill comes into play in dealing with the hunting leopard is in catching the adult animal when it has already learnt the swift bounding onset, its one accomplishment. The young cheetah is not worth catching, for it has not yet learnt its trade, nor can it be taught in captivity. There are certain trees where these great dog cats, for they have some oddly canine characteristics, come to play and whet their claws. The hunters find such a tree and arrange nooses of deer sinew around it and wait the event. The animal comes and is caught by the leg, and it is at this point that the trouble begins. It is no small achievement for 2 or 3 naked, ill-fed men to secure so fierce a capture and carry it home tied on a cart. Then his training begins. He is tied in all directions, principally from a thick rope round his loins, while a hood fitted over his head effectually blinds him. He is fastened on a strong cot bedstead, and the keepers and their wives and families reduce him to submission by starving him and keeping him awake. His head is made to face the village street, and for an hour at a time, several times a day, his keepers make pretended rushes at him and wave cloths, staves, and other articles in his face. He is talked to continually, and the women's tongues are believed to be the most effective of things to keep him awake. No created being could withstand the effects of hunger, want of sleep, and feminine scolding, and the poor cheetah becomes piteously, abjectly tame. He is taken out for a walk occasionally, if a slow crawl between 4 attendants, all holding hard, can be called a walk, and his promenades are always through the crowded streets and bazaars, where the keeper's friends are to be found. But the people are rather pleased than otherwise to see the Rajah's cheetahs amongst them. Later, when the creature is tamed, the cheetah's bedstead is like that of the keeper, and leopard and man are often curled up under the same blanket. When his bedfellow is restless, the keeper lazily stretches out an arm from his end of the cot and dangles a tassel over the animal's head, which seems to soothe him. In the early morning I have seen a cheetah sitting up on his couch, a red blanket half covering him, and his tasseled red hood awry, looking exactly like an elderly gentleman in a nightcap, as he yawns with the irresolute air of one who is in doubt whether to rise or to turn in for another nap. This charming and accurate description shows the cheetah at home. In the field he is quite another creature. He is driven as near as possible to the game, and then unhooded and given a sight of them. Sir Samuel Baker thus describes a hunt in which a cheetah was used. The chase began after the right-hand buck, which had a start of about 110 yards. It was a magnificent sight to see the extraordinary speed of pursuer and pursued. The buck flew over the level surface, followed by the cheetah, which was laying out at full stretch, with its long, thick tail brandishing in the air. They had run 200 yards when the keeper gave the word, and away we went as fast as our horses could carry us. The horses could go over this clear ground, where no danger of a fall seemed possible. I never saw anything to equal the speed of the buck and the cheetah. We were literally nowhere, although we were going as hard as horse flesh could carry us. But we had a glorious view. The cheetah was gaining in the course, while the buck was exerting every muscle for life or death in its last race. Presently, after a course of about 1/4 of a mile, the buck doubled like a hare, and the cheetah lost ground as it shot ahead, instead of turning quickly, being only about 30 yards in rear of the buck. Recovering itself, it turned on extra steam, and the race appeared to recommence at increased speed. The cheetah was determined to win, and at this moment the buck made another double in the hope of shaking off its terrible pursuer. But this time the cheetah ran cunning, and was aware of the former game. It turned as sharply as the buck. Gathering itself together for a final effort, it shot forward like an arrow, picked up the distance which remained between them, and in a cloud of dust we could for one moment distinguish 2 forms. The next instant the buck was on its back, and the cheetah's fangs were fixed like an iron vice in its throat. The course run was about 600 yards, and it was worth a special voyage to India to see that hunt. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The Domestic Cat, by Lewis Wayne. Of the domestication of the cat we know very little, but it is recorded that a tribe of cats was trained to retrieve, that is, to fetch and carry game. In our own time I have seen many cats fetch and carry corks and newspapers, and on one occasion pounce upon a small roach at the end of a line, and place it at its owner's feet. Gamekeepers whom I have known agree that for cunning, craftiness, and tenacity in attaining an object, the semi-wild cat of the woods shows far superior intelligence to the rest of the woodland denizens. It is quite a usual thing to hear of farm cats entering upon a snake-hunting expedition with the greatest glee, and showing remarkable readiness in pitching upon their quarry and pinning it down until secured. These farm cats are quite a race by themselves. Of decided sporting proclivities, they roam the countryside with considerable fierceness, and yet revert to the domesticity of the farmhouse fireside as though innocent of roving instincts. They are spasmodic to a degree in their mode of life, and apparently work out one mood before entering upon another. It will be remembered that this spasmodic tendency, the true feline independence by the by, is and has been characteristic of the cat throughout its history, and anyone who has tried to overcome it has met with failure. Watch your own cat, and you will see that he will change his sleeping quarters periodically, and if he can find a newspaper conveniently placed, he will prefer it to lie upon, before anything else perhaps, except a cane-bottomed chair, to which all cats are very partial. If you keep a number of cats, as I do, you will find that they are very imitative, and what one gets in the habit of doing, they will all do in time. For instance, one of my cats took to sitting with his front paws inside my tall hat and his body outside, and this has become a catty fashion in the family, whether the object be a hat, cap, bonnet, small basket, box, or tin. If by chance one of the cats is attacked by a dog, a peculiar cry from the aggrieved animal will immediately awaken the others out of their lethargy or sleep, and bring them fiercely to the rescue. They are, too, particularly kind and nice to the old cat, and are tolerant only of strange baby kittens and very old cats in the garden, as long as they do not interfere with the catty subject. The same quality obtains in Spain or Portugal, where a race of scavenging cats exists, which go about in droves or families, and are equal to climbing straight walls, big trees, chimneys, and mountain-sides. Long, lanky, and thin, they are built more on the lines of a greyhound than the ordinary cat, and are more easily trained in tricks than home cats. The tortoiseshell has long been looked upon as the national cat of Spain, and in fact that country is overrun with the breed, ranging from a dense black and brown to lighter shades of orange-brown and white. The pure tortoiseshell might be called a black and tan with no white, streaked like a tortoiseshell comb if possible, and with wonderful amber eyes. It is characteristic of their intelligence that they will invariably find their way home, and will even bring that mysterious instinct to bear which guides them back long distances to the place of their birth. And with regard to this cat, the stories of almost impossible journeys made are not one bit exaggerated. The tomcats of this breed are very rare in England. I myself have only known of the existence of 6 in 15 years, and of these but 3 are recorded in the catalogues of our cat shows. The black cat has many of the characteristics of the tortoiseshell, but is essentially a town cat, and is wont to dream his life away in shady corners, in underground cellars, in theatres, and in all places where he can, in fact, retire to monastic quiet. The black cat of St. Clement Danes Church was one of the remarkable cats of London. It was his wont to climb on to the top of the organ pipes and enjoy an occasional musical concert alone. A christening or a wedding was his pride, and many people can vouch for a lucky wedding who had the good fortune to be patronized by the black cat of St. Clement Danes, which walked solemnly down the aisle of the church in front of the happy couples. My old pet Peter was a black and white cat, and like most of his kind, was one of the most remarkable cats for intelligence I have ever known. A recital of his accomplishments would, however, have very few believers, a fact I find existing in regard to all really intelligent cats. There are so many cats of an opposite character, and people will rarely take more than a momentary trouble to win the finer nature of an animal into existence. Suffice it to say that Peter would lie and die, sit up with spectacles on his nose and with a postcard between his paws, a trick I have taught many people's cats to do. He would also mew silent meows when bid, and wait at the door for my homecoming. For a long time, too, it was customary to hear weird footfalls at night outside the bedroom doors, and visitors to the house were a little more superstitious as to their cause than we were ourselves. We set a watch upon the supposed ghost, but sudden opening of the doors discovered only the mystic form of Peter, sitting purring on the stairs. He was, however, ultimately caught in the act of lifting the corner of the door rug and letting it fall back in its place, and he had grown quite expert in his method of raising and dropping it at regular intervals until he heard that his signals had produced the required effect, and the door was opened to admit him. White cats I might call musical cats, for it is quite characteristic of the albinos that noises rarely startle them out of their simpering, loving moods. The scraping of a violin, which will scare an ordinary cat out of its senses, or the thumping of a piano, which would terrorize even strong-nerved cats, would only incite a white cat to a happier mood. Certainly all white cats are somewhat deaf, or lack acute quality of senses, but this failing rather softens the feline nature than becomes dominant as a weakness. The nearest to perfection, perhaps, and yet at the same time extremely soft and finely made, is the blue cat, rare in England as an English cat, but common in most other countries, and called in America the Maltese cat, for fashion's sake probably, since it is too widely distributed there to be localized as of foreign origin. It is out in the mining districts and agricultural quarters, right away from the beaten tracks of humanity, where the most wonderful breeds of cats develop in America. And caravan showmen have told me that at one time it was quite a business for them to carry cats into these wildernesses, and sell them to rough, hardy miners, who dealt out death to each other without hesitation in a quarrel, but who softened the appeal of an animal which reminded them of homelier times. One man told me that upon one occasion he sold 8 cats at an isolated mining township in Colorado, and some 6 days' journey farther on he was caught up by a man on horseback from the township, who had ridden hard to overtake the menagerie caravan, with the news that one of the cats had climbed a monster pine tree, and that all the other cats had followed in his wake. Food and drink had been placed in plenty at the foot of the tree, but that the cats had been starving, frightened out of their senses for 3 days, and despite all attempts to reach them, they had only climbed higher and higher out of reach into the uppermost and most dangerous branches of the pine. The showman hastened with his guide across country to the township, only to find that in the interval one bright specimen of a man belonging to the village had suggested felling the tree, and so rescuing the cats from the pangs of absolute starvation, should they survive the ordeal. A dynamite cartridge had been used to blast the roots of the pine, and a rope attached to its trunk had done the rest and brought the monster tree to earth, only, however, at the expense of all the cats, for not one survived the tremendous fall and shaking. A sad and tearful procession followed the remains of the cats to their hastily dug grave, and thereafter a bull-mastiff took the place of the cats in the township, an animal more in character with the lives of its inhabitants. Analogous to this case of the travelling menageries, we have the great variety of blues, silvers, and whites which are characteristic of Russia. There is a vast tableland of many thousands of miles in extent, intersected by caravan routes to all the old countries of the ancients, and it is not astonishing to hear of attempts being made to steal the wonderful cats of Persia, China, and northern India, as well as those of the many dependent and independent tribes which bound the Russian kingdom. But it is a remarkable fact that none but the blues can live in the attenuated atmosphere of the higher mountainous districts, through which they are taken before arriving in Russian territory. It is no uncommon thing to find a wonderful complexity of blue cats shading to silver and white in most Russian villages, or blue cats of remarkable beauty, but with a dash of tabby marking running through their coats. Their life, too, is lived at the 2 extremes. In the short Russian summer, they roam the woodlands, pestered by 100 poisonous insects. In the winter, they are imprisoned within the 4 walls of a snow-covered cottage, and are bound down prisoners to domesticity till the thaw sets in again. Many of the beautiful furs which come to us from Russia are really the skins of these cats, the preparation of which for market has grown into a large and thriving industry. The country about Kronstadt, in the southern Carpathian mountains of Austria, is famous for its finely developed animals, and here too has grown up a colony of sable-colored cats, said to be of Turkish origin, where the pariahs take the place of cats. The tabby is remarkable to us in that it is characteristic of our own country, and no other color seems to have been popular until our own times. If you ask anyone which breed of cat is the real domestic cat, you will be told the tabby, probably because it is so well known to all. The complexity of the tabby is really remarkable, and for shape and variety of coloring it has no equal in any other tribe of cats. It has comprised in its nature all the really great qualities of the feline, and all its worst attributes. You can truthfully say of one of its specimens that it attaches itself to the individual, while of another in the same litter you will get an element of wildness. A third of the same parents will sober down to the house, but take only a passing notice of people. You can teach it anything if it is tractable, make it follow like a dog, come to whistle, but it will have its independence. The sand-colored cat, with a whole-colored coat like the rabbit, which we know as the Abyssinian or bunny cat, is a strong African type. On the Gold Coast, it comes down from the inland country with its ears all bitten and torn away in its fights with rivals. It has been acclimatized in England, and Devonshire and Cornwall have both established a new and distinct tribe out of its parentage. The Manx cat is nearly allied to it, and 100 years ago the tailless cat was called the Cornwall cat, not the Manx. Siam sends us a regal animal in the Siamese royal cat. It has a brown face, legs, and tail, a cream-colored body, and mauve or blue eyes. The Siamese take great care of their cats, for it is believed that the souls of the departed are transmitted into the bodies of animals, and the cat is a favorite of their breed. Consequently, the cats are highly cultivated and intelligent, and can think out ways and means to attain an end. I have tried for years to trace the origin of the long-haired or Persian cats, but I cannot find that they were known to antiquity, and even the records of later times only mention the short-haired. European literature does not give us an insight into the subject, and unless Chinese history holds some hidden lights in its records, we are thrown back upon the myths of Persia to account for the wonderful modern distribution of the long-haired cat, which is gradually breeding out into as many varieties as the short-haired, with this difference, that greater care and trouble are taken over the long-haired, and they will, as a breed, probably soon surpass the short-haired for intelligence and culture. One variety is quite new and distinctive, the smoke long-haired, whose dark brown or black surface coat, blown aside, shows an undercoat of blue and silver, with a light brown frill round its neck. All the other long-haired cats can pair with the short-haired for coloring and marking, but I have not yet seen a bunny long-haired. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. The Fossa, Civets, and Ichneumons. The Fossa. In the Fossa, Madagascar possesses an altogether peculiar animal. It is a very slender, active creature, with all its proportions much elongated. It is of a bright bay, uniform colour, with thick fur, and has sharp retractile claws. It has been described as the natural connecting link between the civets and the cats, anatomically speaking. Thus it has retractile claws, but does not walk on its toes like cats, but on the soles of its feet, the hind pair of which is quite naked, like a civet. Very few have been brought to England. Indeed, the first time that one was exhibited in our zoological gardens was only 10 years ago. Formerly stories were told of its ferocity, which was compared to that of the tiger. These tails were naturally the subject of ridicule. The fossa usually attains a length of about 5 feet from snout to tail, and is the largest of the Carnivora of Madagascar. A fine young specimen, lately brought to London and in the Zoological Gardens at the time of writing, is now probably full grown. It is about the same length and height as a large ocelot, but with a far longer tail, and is more slenderly built. The extreme activity of the fossa no doubt renders it a very formidable foe to other and weaker creatures. It has been described by a recent writer as being entirely nocturnal, and preying mainly on the lemurs and birds which haunt the forests of Madagascar. The animal kept at the Zoological Gardens has become fairly tame. It is fed mainly on chickens' heads and other refuse from poulterers' shops. Apparently it has no voice of any kind. It neither growls, roars, nor mews, though when irritated or frightened it gives a kind of hiss like a cat. The civets and genets. The civets are the first marked deviation from the cat family. Their bodies are elongated, their legs short, their claws only partially retractile. Some of them have glands holding a strong scent, much esteemed in old days in Europe, when the civet cat was a common inn sign, even in England. The civets are generally beautifully marked, with black stripes and bands on grey, but none of them grow to any large size, and the family has never had the importance of those which contain the large carnivora, like the true cats or bears. Many of the tribe and its connections are domesticated. Some scholars have maintained that the cat of the ancient Greeks was one of them, the common genet. The fact is that both this and the domestic cat were kept by the ancients, and the genet is still used as a cat by the peasants of Greece and southern Italy. The African civet and Indian civet are large species. The former is common almost throughout Africa. Neither of them seems to climb trees, but they find abundance of food by catching small ground-dwelling animals and birds. They are good swimmers. The Indian civet has a handsome skin of a beautiful grey ground colour, with black collar and markings. It is from these civets that the civet scent is obtained. They are kept in cages for this purpose, and the secretion is scooped from the glands with a wooden spoon. They produce 3 or 4 kittens in May or June. Several other species, very little differing from these, are known as the Malabar, Javan, and Burmese civets. The wrasse is smaller, has no erectile crest, and its geographical distribution extends from Africa to the Far East. It is commonly kept as a domestic pet. Like all the civets, it will eat fruit and vegetables. The genets, though resembling the civets, have no scent pouch. They are African creatures, but are found in Italy, Spain and Greece, and in Palestine, and even in the south of France. Beautifully spotted or striped, they are even longer and lower than the civet cats, and steal through the grass like weasels. The common genet is black and grey, the latter being the ground colour. The tail is very long, the length being about 15 inches, while that of the body and head is only 19 inches. Small rodents, snakes, eggs, and birds are its principal food. It is kept in southern Europe for killing rats. Several other very similar forms are found in Africa. The presence of such a very oriental looking animal in Europe is something of a surprise. though many persons forget that our southern European animals are very like those of Africa and the East. The porcupine, which is common in Italy and Spain, and the lynx and Barbary ape are instances. A tame genet, kept by an acquaintance of the writer in Italy, was absolutely domesticated, like a tame mongoose. It had very pretty fur, grey, marbled, and spotted with black, and no disagreeable odour except a scent of musk. It was a most active little creature, full of curiosity, and always anxious to explore not only every room, but every cupboard and drawer in the house. Perhaps this was due to its keenness in hunting mice, a sport of which it never tired. It did not play with the mice when caught, as a cat does, but ate them at once. The linsangs, an allied group, are met with in the East, from India to Borneo and Java. They are more slender than the genets, and more arboreal. Of the Nepalese linsang, Hodgson writes, "This animal is equally at home on trees and on the ground. It breeds and dwells in the hollows of decaying trees. It is not gregarious, and preys mainly on living animals." A tame female owned by him is stated to have been wonderfully docile and tractable, very sensitive to cold, and very fond of being petted. There is an allied West African species. The palm civets and hemigales still further increase this numerous tribe. Slight differences of skull, of the markings on the tail, which may only have rings on the base, and of the foot and tail, are the naturalist's guide to their separation from the other civets. Hardwick's hemigale has more zebra-like markings. Borneo, Africa, India, and the Himalaya all produce these active little carnivora, but the typical palm civets are oriental. They are sometimes known as toddy cats, because they drink the toddy from the jars fastened to catch the juice. The groves of cocoanut palm are their favourite haunts, but they will make a home in holes in the thatched roofs of houses, and even in the midst of cities. There are many species in the group. The binturong is another omnivorous tree-haunting animal, allied to the civets, but it has a prehensile tail, which few other mammals of the Old World possess. It is a blunt-nosed, heavy animal, sometimes called the bear-cat. Very little is known of its habits. It is found from the eastern Himalaya to Java. The last of the civet family is Bennett's civet, the only instance of a cat-like animal with partly webbed feet. Found in the Malay Peninsula and in Sumatra and Borneo, it is very rare, but is known to feed on fish and crustacea, and to be semi-aquatic. The author of the chapter on the civets, in the Naturalist's Library, says it may be likened to a climbing otter. The mongoose and ichneumon family. These are a numerous and useful race of small mammals, feeding mainly on the creatures most annoying to man within tropical countries: snakes, the eggs of the crocodile, large lizards, rats, mice, and other creatures, known generally as vermin, are their favourite food. It must be added that though they are most useful in destroying these, they also kill all kinds of birds, and that their introduction into some of the West India Islands for the purpose of killing rats has been fatal to the indigenous bird life. The Indian mongoose. This universal favourite is one of the largest, the head and body being from 15 to 18 inches long, and the tail 14 inches. The fur is loose and long, and capable of being erected. As in all the tribe, the tint is a pepper and salt, the pepper colour being sometimes blackish and sometimes red, but a speckled appearance characterizes the whole group. This is the animal supposed to be immune from snake bite. It is possibly so to some extent, for it kills and eats the poisonous snakes, and it is now known that the eating of snake poison tends to give the same protection as inoculation does against certain diseases. But it is certain that in most cases the mongoose, by its activity, and by setting up the hair on its body which makes the snake strike short, saves itself from being bitten. Many descriptions of the encounters between these brave little animals and the cobra have been written. Here is one of the less known. One of our officers had a tame mongoose, a charming little pet. Whenever we could procure a cobra, and we had many opportunities, we used to turn it out in an empty storeroom, which had a window at some height from the ground, so that it was perfectly safe to stand there and look on. The cobra, when dropped from the bag or basket, would wriggle into one of the corners of the room, and there coil himself up. The mongoose showed the greatest excitement on being brought to the window, and the moment he was let loose would eagerly jump down into the room, when his behaviour became very curious and interesting. He would instantly see where the snake was, and rounding his back and making every hair on his body stand out at right angles, which made his body appear twice as large as it really was, he would approach the cobra on tiptoe, making a peculiar humming noise. The snake in the meantime would show signs of great anxiety, and I fancy of fear, erecting his head and hood ready to strike when his enemy came near enough. The mongoose kept running backwards and forwards in front of the snake, gradually getting to within what appeared to us to be striking distance. The snake would strike at him repeatedly, and appeared to hit him, but the mongoose continued his comic dance, apparently unconcerned. Suddenly, and with a movement so rapid that the eye could not follow it, he would pin the cobra by the back of the head. One could hear the sharp teeth crunch into the skull, and when all was over, see the mongoose eating the snake's head and part of his body with great gusto. Our little favourite killed a great many cobras, and so far as I could see, never was bitten. The Egyptian mongoose, or ichneumon, has an equally great reputation for eating the eggs of the crocodile, and the African mongoose, a rather larger South African species, is kept as a domestic animal to kill rats, mice, and snakes, of which, like the Indian kind, it is a deadly foe. There are more than 20 other species, most of much the same appearance and habits. The smooth-nosed mongoose tribe are closely allied creatures in South Africa, mainly burrowing animals, feeding both on flesh and fruit. The Kuzimancers of Abyssinia and West Africa are also allied to them. Their habits are identical with the above. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. The Meerkats or Surrogates. Most people who have read Frank Buckland's life will remember the suricate, which was his chief pet in Albany Street. The suricates, or meerkats, burrow all over the South African veldt, especially in the sandy parts where they set up outside their holes like prairie dogs and are seen by day. They are sociable animals and make most amusing pets. A full-grown one is not much larger than a hedgehog, but more slender. It barks like a prairie dog and has many other noises of pleasure or anger. A lady, the owner of one, writes in Country Life, "It gets on well with the dogs and cats, especially the latter, as they are more friendly to her and allow her to sleep by their side and on the top of them. One old cat brings small birds to her. Her favorite is a sparrow and makes her usual cry, and Janet runs to her and carries off the bird, which she eats, feathers and all, in a very few minutes if she is hungry." When near a farm, the meerkats will devour eggs and young chickens. They are also said to eat the eggs of the large leopard tortoise. The commonest is the slender-tailed meerkat. It is found all over South Africa and is very common in the Karoo. It eats insects and grubs as well as small animals and is commonly kept as a pet throughout the colony. We have now traced the long line of the carnivora from the lordly lion, the slayer of man and his flocks and herds, and the tiger, equally formidable and no less specially developed for a life of rapine on a great scale, to creatures as small and insignificant as the meerkat, which is at least as much an insect feeder as a devourer of flesh, and the ichneumons and civets. The highest form of specialization in the group is the delicate mechanism by which the chief weapons of offense, the claws, are enabled to keep their razor edge by being drawn up into sheaths when the animal walks, but can be instantly thrust out at pleasure, rigid and sharp as sword blades. The gradual process by which this equipment deteriorates in the civets and disappears in the mongoose should be noted. There are many other carnivora, but none so formidable as those possessing the retractile claws. Thus, the bears, though often larger in bulk than the lion, are far inferior in the power of inflicting violent injury. At the same time, such delicate mechanisms is clearly not necessary for the well-being of a species. The members of the weasel tribe are quite as well able to take care of themselves as the small cats, though they have non-retractile and not very formidable claws. Such a very abnormal animal as the binturong, of which we are able to give an excellent photograph, is doubtless rightly assigned to the place in which modern science has placed it. But it will be found that there are several very anomalous forms quite as detached from any general type as is the binturong. Nature does not make species on any strictly graduated scale. Many of these nondescript animals are so unlike any other group or family that they seem almost freaks of nature. The binturong is certainly one of these. The next group with which we deal is that of the hyenas. In these, the equipment for catching living prey is very weak. Speed and pursuit are not their métier, but the eating of dead and decaying animals matter, and the consumption of bones. Hence, the jaws and teeth are highly developed, while the rest of the body is degenerate. The question of the comparative intelligence of the apes and monkeys and the carnivorous animals subsequently described in these pages is an interesting one. It would seem at first as if the cat tribe and their relations, which have to obtain their prey by constant hunting and often to make use of considerable reflection and thought to bring these enterprises against other animals to a successful issue, would be more likely to develop intelligence and to improve in brain power than the great apes, which find an easy living in the tropical forests and only seek fruits and vegetables for their food. Yet, it is quite certain that this is not the case. The cat tribe, with the exception of the domesticated cats, does not show high intelligence. Even the latter are seldom trained to obey man, though they learn to accommodate themselves to his ways of life. There is no evidence that cats have any sense of number, or that any of them in a wild state make any effort to provide shelter for themselves or construct a refuge from their enemies, though the leopard will make use of a cave as a lair. In matters requiring intelligence and cooperation, such rodents as the beaver or even the squirrel are far beyond the feline carnivora in sagacity and acquired or inherited ingenuity. Except the stoat, which sometimes hunts in packs, no species of the carnivora yet dealt with in this work combines to hunt its prey or for defense against enemies. Each for itself is the rule, and even among the less specialized flesh-eating animals of the other groups, it is only the dog tribe which seems to understand the principles of association for a common object. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor, The Hyænas and Aard-Wolf. If every animal has its place in nature, we must suppose that the hyena's business is to clear up the bones and such parts of the animal dead as the vultures and other natural undertakers cannot devour. Hyenas have very strong jaws, capable of crushing almost any bone. In prehistoric times, they were common in England and lived in the caves of Derbyshire and Devon. In these caves, many bones were found quite smashed up, as if by some very large wild animal. It was supposed that this was done by bears. Dean Buckland said, by hyenas. He procured a hyena, kept it at his house, and fed it on bones. The smashed fragments he laid on the table at a scientific lecture beside the fragments from the caverns. The resemblance was identical, and the dean triumphed. The hyenas are carnivorous animals, with the front limbs longer than the hind. The tail is short, the color spotted or brindled, the teeth and jaws are of great strength. The brown hyena or strand wolf is an African species with very long, coarse hair reaching a length of 10 inches on the back. It is not found north of the Zambesi, and it is nocturnal and fond of wandering along the shore where it picks up crabs and dead fish. Young cattle, sheep, and lambs are also killed by it, and offal of all kinds devoured. The spotted hyena is a large and massive animal, the headed body being 4 feet 6 inches long without the tail. It is found all over Africa from Abyssinia and Senegal southwards. A few are left in Nettle. It is believed to be the same as the cave hyena of Europe. By day it lives much in the holes of the aardvark, ant bear. By night it goes out sometimes in small bands to seek food. It has a loud and mournful howl, beginning low and ending high. It also utters a horrible maniacal laugh when excited, which gives it the name of laughing hyena. Its appetite, says Mr. W. L. Sclater in his South African Mammals, is boundless. It is entirely carnivorous, but seems to prefer putrid and decaying matter, and never kills an animal unless driven to do so by hunger. Sheep and donkeys are generally attacked at the belly, and the bowels torn out by its sharp teeth. Horses are also frequent objects of attack, but in this case shackling is useful, as the horse, unable to escape, faces the hyena, which instantly bolts. It is an excellent scavenger, and it has been known to kill and carry off young children, though the least attempt at pursuit will cause it to drop them. Many stories are told too of its attacking sleeping natives. In this case, it invariably goes for the man's face. Drummond states that he has seen many men who had been thus mutilated, wanting noses, or with the whole mouth and lips torn away. This is confirmed by other authors. Drummond gives an instance of 7 cows being mortally injured in a single night by 2 hyenas, which attacked them and bit off the udders. Poisoned meat is the only means to get rid of this abominable animal. Sir Samuel Baker says, I can safely assert that the bone-cracking power of this animal is extraordinary. I cannot say that it exceeds the lion or tiger in the strength of its jaws, but they will leave bones unbroken which a hyena will crack in halves. Its powers of digestion are unlimited, It will swallow and digest a knuckle bone without giving it a crunch, and will crack the thigh bone of a buffalo to obtain the marrow and swallow either end immediately after. I remember that once a hyena came into our tent at night, but this was merely a friendly reconnaissance to see if any delicacy such as our shoes or a saddle or anything that smelt of leather were lying about. It was bright moonlight and the air was calm. There was nothing to disturb the stillness. I was awakened from sleep by a light touch on my sleeves, and my attention was directed by my wife to some object that had just quitted our tent. I took my rifle from beneath the mat on which I lay, and, after waiting for a few minutes, sitting up in bed, saw a large form standing in the doorway preparatory to entering. Presently it walked in cautiously and immediately fell dead, with a bullet between its eyes. It proved to be a very large hyena, an old and experienced depredator, as it bore countless scars of encounters with other strong biters of its race. The striped hyena is found in India as well as in Africa. In portions of Abyssinia, these animals are so numerous that on the Nile tributaries, Sir Samuel Baker used to hear them cracking their bones after supper every night, just as they had been thrown by the Arabs within a few feet of the deserted table. In this way, they are useful scavengers. The Aard-Wolf. This small African hyena-like creature stands in a family by itself. The animal is like a small striped hyena with a pointed muzzle, longer ears, and a kind of mane. It is common all through South and East Africa, where it lives on carrion, white ants, and lambs and kids. It has not the strong jaws and teeth of the dog or hyena family. The colonists commonly hunt and kill it with fox terriers. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mayer. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The Dog Family, the Wolf. Chapter 5. The Dog Family. The tribe now treated is called the Dog Family, and rightly so, for our domestic dogs are included in the group, which comprises the wolves, dogs, jackals, wild dogs, and foxes. Their general characters are too familiar to need description, but it should be noted that the foxes differ from the dogs in having contracting pupils to the eye, which in bright sun closes like a cat's to a mere slit, and some power of climbing. The origin of the domestic dog is unsettled. The wolf. This great enemy of man and his dependents, the creature against the ravages of which almost all the early races of Europe had to combine, either in tribes, villages, or principalities, to protect their children, themselves, and their cattle, was formerly found all over the northern hemisphere, both in the Old and New Worlds. In India it is rather smaller, but equally fierce and cunning, though as there are no long winters, it does not gather in packs. It is still so common in parts of the Rocky Mountains that the cattle and sheep of the ranch holders and wild game of the National Yellowstone Park suffer severely. In Switzerland, the ancient organizations of wolf clubs in the cantons are still maintained. In Brittany, the Grand Louvetier is a government official. Every very hard winter, wolves from the Carpathians and Russia move across the frozen rivers of Europe, even to the forests of the Ardennes and the Fontainebleau. In Norway, they ravage the reindeer herds of the Lapps. Only a few years ago, an artist, his wife, and servant were all attacked on their way to Budapest in Hungary, and the man and his wife killed. The last British wolf was killed in 1680 by Cameron of Lochiel. Wolves are common in Palestine, Persia, and India. Without going back over the well-known history of the species, we will give some anecdotes of the less commonly known exploits of these fierce and dangerous brutes. Mr. Kipling's Jungle Book has given us an heroic picture of the life of the Indian wolves. There's a great deal of truth in it. Even the child stealing by wolves is very probably a fact, for native opinion is unanimous in crediting it. Babies laid down by their mothers when working in the fields are constantly carried off and devoured by them, and stories of their being spared and suckled by the she-wolves are very numerous. Indian wolves hunt in combination without assembling in large packs. The following is a remarkable instance recorded by General Douglas Hamilton. When returning with a friend from a trip to the mountain caves of Elora, we saw a herd of antelope near a range of low rocky hills, and as there was a dry nullah or watercourse, we decided on having a stalk. While creeping up the nullah, we noticed 2 animals coming across the plain on our left. We took them at first for leopards, but then saw that they were wolves. When they were about 500 yards from the antelope, they lay down quietly. After about 10 minutes or so, the smaller of the 2 got up and trotted off to the rocky hills, and suddenly appeared on the ridge, running backwards and forwards like a Scotch collie dog. The larger wolf, as soon as he saw that the antelope were fully occupied in watching his companion, got up and came as hard as he could gallop to the nullah. Unfortunately, he saw us and bolted, and his companion, seeing there was something wrong, did the same. Now it is evident that these wolves had regularly planned this attack. One was to occupy the attention of the antelope, the other to steal up the watercourse and dash into the midst of them. At another time, a brother officer of mine was stalking a herd of antelope which were feeding down a grassy valley, when suddenly a wolf got up before him, and then another, until 14 wolves rose out of the grass. They were extended right across the valley in the shape of a fishing net or jelly bag, so that as soon as the herd had got well into the jelly bag, they would have rushed on the antelope, and some must have fallen victims to their attack. They have been known to join in the chase of antelopes by dogs. Captain Jackson, of the Nizam's service, let his dogs course an antelope fawn. A wolf jumped up, joined the dogs, and all 3 seized the fawn together. He then came up, whipped off the dogs and the wolf, and secured the fawn, which did not seem hurt. The wolf immediately sat down and began to howl at the loss of his prey, and in a few moments made a dash at the officer, but when within a few yards thought better of it, and recommenced howling. This brought another wolf to his assistance. Both howled, and looked very savage, and seemed inclined to make another dash at the antelope, but the horse-keepers came up, and the wolves retired. The Indian wolf, if a male, stands about 26 inches high at the shoulder. The length of head and body is 37 inches, tail 17 inches. The same species practically haunts the whole of the world north of the Himalaya. It varies in color from almost black to nearly pure white. In the Hudson Bay, fur sails, a very variety of color between these may be seen, but most are of a tawny brindle. The male grows to a very great size. One of the largest ever seen in Europe was 4 years at the London Zoo. It stood 6 feet high when on its hind legs, and its immense head and jaws seemed to occupy 1/3 of the space from nose to tail. Horses are the main prey of the northern wolf. It will kill any living creature, but horse flesh is irresistible. It either attacks by seizing the flank and throwing the animal, or bites the hocks. The biting power is immense. It will tear a solid mass of flesh at one grip from the buttock of a cow or horse. In the early days of the United States, when Audubon was making his first trip up the headwaters of the Missouri, flesh of all kinds was astonishingly abundant on the prairies. Buffalo swarmed, and the Indians had any quantity of buffalo meat for the killing. Wolves of very large size used to haunt the forts and villages, and were almost tame, being well fed and comfortable. Far different was the case even near St. Petersburg at the same period. A traveler in 1840 was chased by a pack of wolves so closely that when the sledge horses reached the post house and rushed into the stable, the doors of which were open, 7 of the wolves rushed in after them. The driver and traveler leaped from the sledge just as it reached the building, and horses and wolves rushed past them into it. The men then ran up and closed the doors. Having obtained guns, they opened the roof, expecting to see that the horses had been killed. Instead, all 7 wolves were slinking about beside the terrified horses. All were killed without resistance. In Siberia and Russia, the wolves in winter are literally starving. Gathering in packs, they haunt the roads and chase the sledges with their unfaltering gallop. Seldom in these days does a human life fall victim, but in very hard winters sledge horses are often killed, and now and then a peasant. Rabies is very common among wolves. They then enter the villages biting and snapping at everyone. Numbers of patients are sent yearly from Russia and Hungary to the Pasteur Institutes after being bitten by rabid wolves. In Livonia, in 1823, it was stated that the following animals had been killed by wolves: 15,182 sheep, 1,807 oxen, 1,841 horses, 3,270 goats, 4,190 pigs, 703 dogs, and numbers of geese and fowls. They followed the Grand Army from Russia to Germany in 1812 and restocked the forests of Europe with particularly savage wolves. It is said that in the retreat from Moscow, 24 French soldiers, with their arms in their hands, were attacked, killed, and eaten by a pack of wolves. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. The Coyote or Prairie Wolf. Besides the large gray wolf, a smaller and less formidable animal is common on the prairies and mountains of the northern half of the continent of America. This is the coyote. It takes the place of the hyena as a scavenger, but has some of the habits of the fox. It catches birds and buck rabbits and feeds on insects as well as small rodents like prairie dogs and mice. Its melancholy howls make night hideous on the northern prairies, and it is the steady foe of all young creatures, such as the fawns of pronghorned antelope and deer. Its skin, like that of most northern carnivora, is thick and valuable for fur wraps. The coyotes assemble in packs like jackals. In the national park in the Yellowstone Valley, gray wolves and coyotes are the only animals which it is absolutely necessary to destroy. As the deer and antelope and other game increased under state protection, the wolves and coyotes drew towards a quarter where there were no hunters and a good supply of food. It was soon found that the increase of the game was checked. The coyotes used to watch the hinds when about to drop their calves, and usually succeeded in killing them. The large gray wolves killed the hinds themselves, and generally made life most unpleasant for the dwellers in this paradise. Orders were issued to kill off all the wolves by any means. Poison was found to be the best remedy, but in the winter, when all the game descended into the valleys, the wolves found so much fresh food in the carcasses of the animals they killed for themselves that they would not eat very eagerly of the poisoned baits. The coyotes were killed off fairly closely, as they were less able to obtain living prey, but the gray wolves are constantly reinforced from the mountains and are a permanent enemy to be coped with. A curious instance of change of habit in wolves on the American prairies was recently noted in The Spectator. Formerly they followed the caravans, now they come down to the great transcontinental railways and haunt the line to obtain food. Each train which crosses the prairie is, like a ship, full of provisions. 3 meals a day take place regularly, and these are not stinted. The black cooks throw all the waste portions, beef bones, other bones, stale bread, and trimmings, overboard. The wolves have learnt that the passing of a train means food, and when they hear one, they gallop down to the line, and wait like expectant dogs in the hope of picking up a trifle. The coyotes come close to the metals and sit like terriers with their sharp noses pricked up. The big gray wolves also appear in the early morning, standing on the snow, over which the chill wind of winter blows, gaunt and hungry images of winter and famine. Some years ago, experiments were made at the Regent's Park Zoological Gardens to ascertain if there were any foundation for the old legends that wolves feared the sound of stringed instruments such as the violin. Everyone will remember the story of the fiddler pursued by wolves. It is said that as the pack overtook him, he broke a string of his instrument, and that the sudden noise of the parting cord caused the pack to stand still for a minute, and so enabled him to reach a tree, which he climbed. Further, that when he improved on the hint so given, and played his fiddle, the wolves all sat still. When he left off, they leapt up and tried to reach him. Experiments with the zoo wolves showed that there was no doubt whatever that the low minor chords played on a violin caused the greatest fear and agitation in wolves, both European and Indian. The instrument was first played behind the den of an Indian wolf, and out of sight. At the first sound the wolf began to tremble, erected its fur, dropped its tail between its legs, and crept uneasily across its den. As the sounds grew louder and more intense, the wolf trembled so violently and showed such physical evidence of being dominated by excessive fright that the keeper begged that the experiment might be discontinued, or the creature would have a fit. A large European wolf is described in Life at the Zoo as having exhibited its dislike of the music in a different way. It set up all its fur till it looked much larger than its ordinary size, and drew back its lips until all the white teeth protruding from the red gums were shown. It kept silent till the violin player approached it. Then it flew at him with a ferocious growl and tried to seize him. There are instances of wolves having been quite successfully tamed, and developing great affection for their owners. They are certainly more dog-like than any fox, yet even the fox has been tamed so far as to become a domesticated animal for the lifetime of one particular individual. An extraordinary instance of this was lately given in Country Life, with a photograph of the fox. It was taken when a cub, and brought up at a large country house with a number of dogs. Among these were 3 terriers, with which it made friends. There were plenty of wild foxes near, some of which occasionally laid up in the laurels in a shrubbery not far from the house. These laurels were, in fact, a fairly safe find for a fox. It was the particular sport of the terriers to be taken to draw this bit of cover and to chase out any fox in it. On these expeditions the tame fox invariably accompanied them and took an active part in the chase, pursuing the wild fox as far as the terriers were able to maintain the hunt. In Central Asia, the wolves lie out singly on the steppes in the summer and feed on the young antelopes and the lambs and kids of the Tartars' flocks. The Kyrgyz organize wolf-killing parties, to which as many mounted men and dogs come as can be brought together. In order to aid the dogs, the Tartars often employ eagles trained to act like falcons, which sit on the arm of the owner. As the eagle is too heavy to be carried for any time in this way, a crutch is fastened to the left side of the saddle, on which the bearer of the falcon rests his arm. When a wolf is sighted, the eagle is loosed, and at once flies after the wolf and overtakes it in a short time, striking at its head and eyes with its talons and buffeting it with its wings. This attack so disconcerts the wolf that it gives time for the dogs to come up and seize it. The habits of the Siberian wolf are rather different from those in West Russia, and the settlers and nomad Tartars of Siberia are far more adventurous and energetic in defending themselves against its ravages than the peasants of European Russia. Being mounted, they also have a great advantage in the pursuit. The result is that Siberian wolves seldom appear in large packs, and very rarely venture to attack man. Yet the damage they do to the flocks and herds, which constitute almost the only property of the nomad tribes, is very severe. Both the Russians and Siberians believe that when a she-wolf is suckling her young, she carefully avoids attacking flocks in the neighborhood of the place where the cubs lie, but that if she be robbed of her whelps, she revenges herself by attacking the nearest flock. On this account, the Siberian peasants rarely destroy a litter, but hamstring the young wolves and then catch them when partly grown and kill them for the sake of their fur. Among the ingenious methods used for shooting wolves in Siberia is that of killing them from sledges. A steady horse is harnessed to a sledge, and the driver takes his seat in front as usual. Behind sit 2 men armed with guns, and provided with a small pig, which is induced to squeak often and loudly. In the rear of the sledge, a bag of hay is trailed on a long rope. Any wolf in the forest near which hears the pig concludes that it is a young wild one separated from its mother. Seeing the hay bag trailing behind the sledge in the dusk, it leaps out to seize it and is shot by the passengers sitting on the back seat of the sledge. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Vandervis. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The jackal, the maned wolf, the wild dog of Africa, the Indian wild dog, the dingo. The jackal. Of the wild canine family, the jackal is the next in numbers and importance to the wolves. Probably in the East, it is the most numerous of any. In India, Egypt, and Syria, it regularly haunts the outskirts of cities and lives on refuse. In the Indian plains, wounded animals are also killed by the jackals. At night, the creatures assemble in packs and scour the outskirts of the cities. Horrible are the howlings and the weird cries of these hungry packs. In Ceylon, they live in the hills and open country like foxes and kill the hares. When taken young, jackals can be tamed and have all the manners of a dog. They wag their tails, fawn on their master, roll over and stick up their paws, and could probably be domesticated in a few generations were it worth the while. They eat fruits and vegetables such as melons and pumpkins eagerly. In Africa, 2 species are found, the black-backed jackal and the striped jackal. The former is the size of a large English fox. The young jackals are born in holes or earths. 6 seems to be the usual number of puppies. They have nearly always a back door by which they can escape. This is just large enough for the puppies to squeeze through, whatever their size. When fox terriers are put into the earth, the jackal puppies fly out of their back doors, through which, as a rule, the terriers are unable to follow them. Should there be no one outside, the puppies race out onto the veldt as hard as they can go. This jackal is terribly destructive to sheep and lambs in the colony. A reward of 7s, 6d per tail is paid to the Kaffirs for killing them. The side-striped jackal is a Central African species said to hunt in packs, to interbreed with domestic dogs, and to be the most easily tamed. Both in India and South Africa, the jackal has been found to be of some service to the white man by providing him with a substitute for the fox to hunt. It has quite as remarkable powers of endurance as the fox, though it does not fight in the same determined way when the hounds overtake it. But it is not easy to estimate the courage of a fox when in difficulties. The writer has known one, when coursed by 2 large greyhounds, to disable both almost instantaneously. One was bitten across the muzzle, the other through the foot. The fox escaped without a bite from either. In India, the hounds used are drafts from English packs. The hot weather does not suit them, and they are seldom long-lived. But while they are in health, they will run a jackal across the Indian plains as gaily as they would a fox over the Hampshire Downs. The meet is very early in the morning, as the scent then lies, and riding is not too great an exertion. The ground drawn is not the familiar English covert, but fields, watercourses, and old buildings. A strong dog jackal goes away at a great pace, and as the ground is open, the animal is often in view for the greater part of the run, but it keeps well ahead of the hounds, often for 3 or 4 miles, and if it does not escape into a hole or ruin, it is usually pulled down by them. Major General R.S.S. Baden-Powell has written and illustrated an amusing account of his days with the foxhounds of South Africa hunting jackals. The local Boer farmers, rough, unkempt, and in ragged trousers, used to turn up smoking their pipes to enjoy the sport with the smartly got-up English officers. When once the game was found, they were just as excited as the Englishmen, and on their Boer ponies rode just as hard and with perhaps more judgment. Jackals are said to be much increasing in South Africa since the outbreak of the war. The fighting has so far arrested farming operations that the war usually maintained on all beasts which destroy cattle or sheep has been allowed to drop. In parts of the more hilly districts, both the jackal and the leopard are reappearing where they have not been common for years, and it will take some time before these enemies of the farmer are destroyed. The maned wolf. This is by far the largest of several peculiar South American species of the dog family, which we have not room to mention. It occurs in Paraguay and adjoining regions, and is easily distinguishable by its long limbs and large ears. It is a chestnut red in color, with the lower part of the legs black, and is solitary in its habits. The wild dog of Africa, or Cape hunting dog. This is a most interesting creature, differing from the true dogs in having only 4 toes on both fore and hind feet, and in being spotted like a hyena. These dogs are the scourge of African game hunting in packs. Long of limb and swift of foot, incessantly restless, with an overpowering desire to snap and bite from mere animal spirits, the Cape wild dog, even when in captivity and attached to its master, is an intractable beast. In its native state, it kills the farmer's cattle and sheep and the largest antelopes. A pack has been seen to kill and devour to the last morsel a large buck in 15 minutes. Drummond says, "It is a marvelous sight to see a pack of them hunting, drawing cover after cover, their sharp bell-like note ringing through the air, while a few of the fastest of their number take up their places along the expected line of the run, the wind, the nature of the ground, and the habits of the game being all taken into consideration with wonderful skill." The same writer says that he has seen them dash into a herd of cattle feeding not 100 yards from the house, drive out a beast, disappear over a rising ground, kill it, and pick its bones before a horse could be saddled and ridden to the place. The Indian wild dogs. Mr. Rudyard Kipling's stories of the dhole, the red dog of the Indian jungle, have made the world familiar with these ferocious and wonderfully bold wild dogs. There is very little doubt they were found in historic times in Asia Minor. Possibly the surviving stories of the Gabriel hounds and other ghostly packs driving deer alone in the German and Russian forests, tales which remain even in remote parts of England, are a survival of the days when the wild dogs lived in Europe. At present, there is only one species of long-haired wild dog in west-central Siberia. These dogs killed nearly all the deer in the large forests near Omsk some years ago. Across the Himalaya, there are several species. One of them as far east as Burma. But the most famous are the red dogs of the Deccan. They frequent both the jungles and the hills, but their favorite haunt is the uplands of the Indian Ghats. They are larger than a jackal, much stronger, and hunt in packs. They have only 10 teeth on each side instead of 11, as in other dogs and foxes. There is no doubt that these fierce hunting dogs actually take prey from the tiger's jaws, and probably attack the tiger itself. They will beset a tiger at any time, and the latter seems to have learnt from them an instinctive fear of dogs. Not so the leopard, which, being able to climb, has nothing to fear even from the dhole. A coffee planter, inspecting his grounds, heard a curious noise in the forest bordering his estate. On going around the corner of a thick bush, he almost trod on the tail of a tiger standing with his back towards him. He silently retreated, but as he did so, he saw that there was a pack of wild dogs a few paces in front of the tiger, yelping at him and making the peculiar noise which had previously attracted his attention. Having procured a rifle, he returned with some of his men to the spot. The tiger was gone, but they disturbed a large pack of wild dogs feeding on the body of a stag. This, on examination, proved to have been killed by the tiger, for there were the marks of the teeth in its neck. The dogs had clearly driven the tiger from his prey and appropriated it. The dread of the tiger for these wild dogs was discovered by the sportsmen of the Nilgiri Hills and put to good use. They used to collect scratch packs and hunt up tigers in the woods. The tiger, thinking they were the dreaded wild pack, would either leave altogether or scramble into a tree. As tigers never do this ordinarily, it shows how wild dogs get on their nerves. Several South American wild dogs and foxes are included in the series with the wolves and the jackals. Among these are the Azara's dog and the raccoon dog. These are commonly called foxes, although they have wolf-like skulls. The dingo. The only non-marsupial animal of Australia when the continent was discovered was the wild dog or dingo. Its origin is not known, but as soon as the settlers' flocks and herds began to increase, its ravages were most serious, though doubtless some of the havoc with which it is accredited was due in great measure to runaways from domestication. Anyhow, in the dingo, the settlers found the most formidable enemy with which they had to contend, and vigorous measures were taken to reduce their numbers and minimize their ravages, so that by now they are nearly exterminated in Van Diemen's Land and rare on the mainland of Australia. It is a fine, bold dog of considerable size, generally long-coated, of a light tan color with pricked-up ears. It is easily tamed, and some of those kept in this country have made affectionate pets. Puppies are regularly bred and sold at the zoological gardens. The animal has an elongated, flat head, which is carried high, the fur is soft, and the tail bushy. In the wild state, it is very muscular and fierce. End of section 21. Recording by Diana Vandervis, Winnipeg, Canada.
Section 22 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The Foxes. Foxes form a very well-marked group. They have very pointed muzzles, strong, though slightly built bodies, very fine, thick fur, often beautifully colored and very valuable, bushy tails, pricked-up ears, and eyes with pupils which contract by day into a mere slit. They are quite distinct from dogs, although wolves are not, and will not interbreed, though stories are told to the contrary. The smell of a fox is disgusting to a dog, and quite sufficient to distinguish it. If the present writer takes a simpler view of the kinds and species of foxes than that adopted by many naturalists, he must plead to a study of the subject on slightly different lines than those usually followed. The skins of all foxes are valuable, some more than others, but they are sent in hundreds of thousands, and from all parts of the northern hemisphere, to London to the great fur sales. There these differences can be studied as they can be studied nowhere else. As the habits and structure of foxes are much alike, allowing for differences of climate and the discrepancies in size, not more than can be accounted for by abundance or scarcity of food, it seems pretty certain that these animals are some of the few, almost alone among mammals, showing almost every variety of coloring from black to white, from splendid chameleon red to salmon pink, and many exquisite shades of brown, grey, and silver. At the Hudson Bay Company's sales you may see them all, and trace the differences and gradations over whole continents. The most important are those of North America. There the red Canadian fox, of a ruddier hue than brown, shades off into the yellow and grey cross fox of farther north, but of these there are many varieties. Then farther north still comes an area where red foxes, cross foxes, and black foxes are found. The black fox, when the fur is slightly sprinkled with white, is the famous silver fox. This and the black fox are also found in North Siberia and Manchuria. Farthest north we find the little stunted Arctic foxes. In the Caucasus and Central Asia large yellowish red foxes live, and in Japan and China a very bright red variety. A small grey fox lives in Virginia, and is hunted with hounds descended from packs taken out before the American Revolution. India has its small desert foxes, the little foxes that eat the grapes, and the Bengal fox. The value of the foxes as fur-bearing animals is immense. Only white, blue, and black skins seem to be appreciated in England. The black fox has been known to fetch 150 guineas a skin, but in the East, from Asia Minor to China, red, grey, and yellow foxskins are the lining of every rich man's winter wraps. Splendid mixed robes are made by the Chinese by inserting portions of cross foxskins into coats of cut sable, giving the idea that it is the fur of a new animal. The common fox, the foundation or type of all the above, is the best known carnivorous animal in this country. Abroad its habits do not greatly differ, except that, not being hunted much with hounds, it is less completely nocturnal. It drops its young in an earth early in April. Thither the vixen carries food till late in June, when the cubs come out and often move to a wood or a cornfield. There they are still fed, but learn to do a little on their own account by catching mice and moles. By late September the hounds come cub hunting, partly to kill off superfluous foxes, partly to educate the young hounds, and to teach the foxes to fear them and to make them leave cover easily. 4 or 5 cubs in a litter are commonly seen. The distance which a fox will run is extraordinary. The following is a true account of one of the most remarkable runs ever known. The hounds were those of Mr. Tom Smith, master of the Hambledon Hunt. He was the man of whom another famous sportsman said that if he were a fox he should prefer to be hunted by a pack of hounds rather than by Tom Smith with a stick in his hand. The fox was found in a cover called Mark Wells, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in December, near Petersfield. It crossed into Sussex and ran into an earth in Grapham Hill, a little before dark. The fox had gone 27 miles. The hounds had 40 miles to go back to kennel that night, and 3 only found their way home 4 days afterwards. Dog foxes assemble in considerable numbers when a vixen is about in spring, and at all times common foxes are sociable creatures, though not actually living in societies. Sometimes as many as 5 or 6 are found in a single earth. 2 years ago 5 foxes and a badger were found in one near Romford. They eat mice, beetles, rats, birds, game, poultry, and frogs. Their favorite food is rabbits. If there are plenty of these, they will not touch other game. They hunt along the railway lines for dead birds killed by the telegraph wires. In the New Forest they also go down to the shore and pick up dead fish. One in the writer's possession was shot when carrying away a lamb from a sheepfold near the cliffs of Sidmouth in Devon. The shepherd thought it was a marauding dog, and lay in wait with a gun. The Arctic Fox. The Arctic fox is somewhat different in habits from others. It is also much smaller than the red foxes. Its fur is almost as soft as eiderdown, and so thick that the cold does not penetrate. In winter the whole coat changes color, not gradually but in patches. At the same time a dense growth of underfur comes up on the body. In summer this is shed in patches, almost like loose felt. The foxes live in colonies, but are so hard put to it for food in the winter that they desert their homes to gather round whaling ships or encampments. There they steal everything edible, from snowshoe thongs to seal flesh. Blue foxes are bred and kept for the sake of their fur on some of the islands in Bering Sea. They are fed on the flesh of the seals killed on the neighboring islands, and are, like them, killed when their coat is in condition. The Fennecs. Africa has a group of small foxes of its own. They have very large ears and dark eyes. Some of them remind us of the Maholis and other large-eyed Lemuroids. Several are not more than 9 or 10 inches long. They are a whitish khaki color, but the eyes are very dark and brilliant. The common fennec is found over the whole of Africa. Its favorite food is dates and any sweet fruit, but it is also fond of eggs, and will eat mice and insects. It is probably the original hero of the story of the fox and the grapes. The large-eared fennec, which is sometimes called the silver fox, is found from the Cape to as far north as Abyssinia. It is 23 inches long and lives mainly on insects and fruit. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Winterburn. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. Domestic Dogs, by C.H. Lane. The dog, almost without exception, shows a marked liking for the society of human beings, and adapts itself to their ways more than any other animal. Fox, stag, and harehounds, the latter better known as harriers and beagles, have many points in common, much beauty of shape and color, and great suitability for their work, though differing in some other particulars. Another group, greyhounds, whippets, Irish wolfhounds, Scottish deerhounds, all of which come under the category of gaze hounds, or those which hunt by sight, are built for great speed, to enable them to cope with the fleet game they pursue. In the same group should be included the borzoi, or Russian wolfhound, now very popular in this country, with something of the appearance of the Scottish deerhound about it as to shape, but with a finer, longer head, deeper body, more muscular limbs, and shaggier in the hair on body and tail. The otter hound is one of the most picturesque of all the hound tribe. This variety somewhat reminds one of a large and leggy Dandy Dinmont terrier, with a touch of the bloodhound, and is thought to have been originally produced from a cross between these or similar varieties. The bloodhound is another, with much style and beauty of shape, color, and character about it, which cannot fail to favorably impress any beholder. The matches or trials which have of late years been held in different localities have been most interesting in proving its ability for tracking footsteps for long distances, merely following them by scent, some time after the person hunted started on the trail. By the kindness of my friend Mr. E. Bruff, I am able to give as an illustration a portrait of what he considers the best bloodhound ever bred. Much valued by sportsmen with the gun are pointers, so called from their habit of remaining in a fixed position when their quarry is discovered, eagerly pointing in its direction until the arrival of the guns. They are most often white with liver, lemon, or black markings, but occasionally self-colors, such as liver or black, are met with. They have been largely bred in the west of England. I have been fortunate in obtaining one of Mr. E. C. Norrish's celebrated strain as a typical specimen for illustration. The setter group, which comprises 3 varieties, are all useful and beautiful in their way. The English are usually white, with markings or tickings of blue, lemon, or black. They are rather long and narrow in the head, with bodies and sterns well feathered, and are graceful and active movers. Gordon setters, which are always black and tan in color, and preferred without any white, are generally larger and stronger in build than the last named. Irish setters are more on the lines of the English, being a rich tawny red in color, rather higher on the leg, with narrow skulls, glossy coats, feathered legs and stern, ears set low and lying back, and lustrous, expressive eyes. Retrievers may be divided into flat-coated and curly-coated. Both are usually black, but other colors are occasionally seen. The coats of the first named are full, but without curl in them, while the latter have their bodies, heads, legs, thighs, and even tails covered with small, close curls. The eyes of both should be dark, and the ears carried closely to the sides of the head. In an article dealing with retrievers, which appeared in the Cornhill magazine under the title of Dogs Which Earn Their Living, the author writes, "There is not the slightest doubt that in the modern retriever's acquired habits, certainly one acquired habit, that of fetching dead and wounded game, are transmitted directly. The puppies sometimes retrieve without being taught, though with this they also combine a greatly improved capacity for further teaching. Recently, a retriever was sent after a winged partridge which had run into a ditch. The dog followed it some way down the ditch, and presently came out with an old rusty tea kettle held in its mouth by the handle. The kettle was taken from the dog, amid much laughter. Then it was found that inside the kettle was the partridge. The explanation was that the bird, when wounded, ran into the ditch, which was narrow. In the ditch was the old kettle with no lid on. Into this the bird crept. And as the dog could not get the bird out, it very properly brought out the kettle with the bird in it. Among dogs which earn their living, these good retrievers deserve a place in the front rank. The illustration shows a good flat-coated retriever at work. The Spaniel group is rather large, including the English and Irish Water Spaniels, the former an old-fashioned useful sort, often liver or roan, with some white or other markings and a good deal of curl in the coat and on the ears. His Irish brother is always some shade of liver in color, larger in the body and higher on the leg, covered with a curly coat, except on the tail, which is nearly bare of hair, with a profusion of hair on the top of the head, often hanging down over the eyes, giving a comical appearance, and increasing his Hibernian expression. They make lively, affectionate companions and grand assistants at waterfowl shooting. Clumber Spaniels are always a creamy white, with lemon or light tan markings, and are rather slow and deliberate in their movements, but have a stylish, high-class look about them. Sussex Spaniels are also rather heavy in build and of muscular frame, but can do a day's work with most others. They are a rich copper red in color, with low, short bodies, long feathered ears, full eyes of deep color, and are very handsome. Black Spaniels should be glossy raven black in color, with strong muscular bodies on strong short legs, long pendulous ears, and expressive eyes. Good specimens are in high favor and command long prices. I regret I cannot find room for an illustration of this breed so deservedly popular. Cockers, which are shorter in the back, higher on the leg, and lighter in weight, being usually under 25 pounds, are very popular, full of life, and very attractive in appearance. Basset hounds, both rough and smooth-coated, are probably the most muscular dogs in existence of their height, with much dignity about them. In the sporting teams at the Royal Agricultural Hall, there were some 13 or 15 teams of all kinds of sporting dogs, and of these a team each of rough and smooth Bassets was in the first 4. Dachshunds are often erroneously treated as sporting dogs. There are certainly not so many supporters of the breed as formerly. Their lean heads, with long hanging ears, long low bodies, and crooked forelegs give them a quaint appearance. The colors are usually shades of chestnut red or black and tan, but some are seen chocolate and dappled, which is one shade of reddish brown, with spots and blotches of a darker shade all over it. Great Danes, though mostly classed amongst non-sporting dogs, have much of the hound in their bearing and appearance. The whole-colored are not so popular as the various shades of brindle and harlequin, but I have seen many beautiful fawns, blues, and other whole colors. They are being bred with small natural drooping ears. One of the first I remember seeing exhibited was a large harlequin belonging to the late Mr. Frank Adcock, with the appropriate name of Satan, as, although always shown muzzled, he required the attentions of 3 or 4 keepers to deal with him. And at one show I attended, he overpowered his keepers, got one of them on the ground, tore his jacket off, and gave him a rough handling. Non-sporting varieties. St. Bernards, although sometimes exceeding 3 feet at the shoulder, are as a rule very docile and good-tempered, and many are owned by ladies. The coat may be rough or smooth, according to taste, but either are splendid animals. They are sometimes seen self-colored, but those with markings, shades of rich red with white and black for preference, are the handsomest. They are still used as first aids in the snow on the Swiss mountains. So far as I remember, this is the only breed of dog used for stud and exhibition for which as much as £1,500 has been paid. And this has occurred on more than one occasion. Newfoundlands have regained their place in popularity, and many good blacks and black and whites can now be seen. Numerous cases are on record of their rendering aid to persons in danger of drowning and establishing communication with wrecked vessels on the shore. Mastiffs are looked on as one of the national breeds. Their commanding presence and stately manner make them highly suitable as guards, and they are credited with much attachment and devotion to their owners. The colors are mostly shades of fawn with black muzzle or shades of brindle. I am able to give the portrait of one of the best specimens living, belonging to Mr. R. Ledbetter. Bulldogs are also regarded as a national breed. They are at present in high favor. The sizes and colors are so various that all tastes can be satisfied. Recently, there has been a fancy for toy bulldogs, limited to 22 pounds in weight, mostly with upright ears of tulip shape. In spite of the many aspersions on their character, bulldogs are usually easygoing and good-tempered, and are often very fastidious feeders, what fanciers call bad doers. Rough collies are very graceful, interesting creatures, and stand first in intelligence amongst canines. They are highly popular. Several have been sold for over £1,000, and the amounts in prize money and fees obtained by some of the cracks would surprise persons not in the fancy. A high-bred specimen in coat is most beautiful. The colors most favored are sables with white markings, but black, white, and tans, known as tricolors, are pleasing and effective. I quite hoped to give a portrait of one of the most perfect of present-day champions, belonging to Her Highness the Princess de Montglion, but could not find room. Smooth collies are a handsome breed, full of grace, beauty, and intelligence, and very active and lively. A favorite color is merle, a sort of lavender, with black markings and tan and white in parts, usually associated with one or both eyes china-colored. Specimens often win in sheepdog trials. A bitch of mine won many such, and was more intelligent in other ways than many human beings. Old English sheepdogs are a most fascinating breed, remarkably active, possessed of much endurance and resource, and very faithful and affectionate. I have often made long journeys through cross-country roads accompanied by one or more of them, and never knew them miss me, even on the darkest night or in the crowded streets of a large town. The favorite color is pigeon blue, with white collar and markings. The coat should be straight and hard in texture. The illustration is from a portrait of one of the best bitches ever shown, belonging to Sir H. de Trafford. Dalmatians are always white, with black liver or lemon spots the size of a shilling or less, evenly distributed over the body, head, ears, and even tail, and pure, without mixture of white. There is much of the pointer about this variety, which has long been used for sporting purposes on the continent of Europe. I can testify to their many good qualities as companions and house dogs. To quote again from the article above mentioned, "It is commonly believed that the spotted carriage dogs once so frequently kept in England were about the most useless creatures of the dog kind, maintained only for show and fashion. This is a mistake. They were used at a time when a traveling carriage carried, besides its owners, a large amount of valuable property, and the dog watched the carriage at night when the owners were sleeping at country inns. We feel we owe an apology to the race of carriage dogs. While this dog is becoming extinct in spite of his useful qualities, other breeds are invading spheres of work in which they had formerly no part. There is only one point in which I differ from the above, and that is contained in the last sentence. There are a number of enthusiastic breeders very keen on reviving interest in this variety, and I have, during the last few years, had large entries to judge, so that we shall probably see more of them in the future. Poodles are of many sizes and colors. They are very intelligent, easily taught tricks, and much used as performing dogs. They have various kinds of coats: corded, in which the hair hangs in long strands or ringlets; curly, with a profusion of short curls all over them, something like retrievers; and fluffy, when the hair is combed out to give much the appearance of fleecy wool. A part of the body, legs, head, and tail is usually shorn. Bull terriers are now bred with small natural drooping ears and should have long wedge-shaped heads, fine coats, and long tails. There is also a toy variety, which hitherto has suffered from round skulls and tulip ears, but is rapidly improving. I have bred many as small as 3 pounds in weight. In each variety, the color preferred is pure white, without any markings, and with fine tapering tails. Irish Terriers are very popular, and should be nearly wholly red in color, with long lean heads, small drooping ears, hard coats, not too much leg, and without coarseness. They make good comrades. Bedlington Terriers have long been popular in the extreme north of England, and are another fighting breed. It is indeed often difficult to avoid a difference of opinion between show competitors. Their lean, long heads, rather domed skulls with top knot of lighter hair, long pointed ears, and small dark eyes give them a peculiar appearance. The coats, which are linty in texture, should be shades of blue or liver. 3 breeds, all more or less hard in coat texture, and grizzled in color on heads and bodies, while tanned on other parts, are Airedale, Old English, and Welsh Terriers, which may be divided into large, medium, and small. The first named make very good all-round dogs. The Old English, less in number, make useful dogs, and are hardy and companionable, while Welsh Terriers are much the size of a small wire-haired fox terrier, but usually shorter and somewhat thicker in the head. I intended one of Mr. W. S. Glynn's best dogs to illustrate the last named. Fox Terriers are both smooth and wire-haired. Their convenient size and lively temperament make them very popular as pets and companions for both sexes and all ages. The color is invariably white, with or without markings on head or body, or both. Black and Tan and White English Terriers are built upon the same lines, differing chiefly in color, the former being raven black with tan markings on face, legs, and some lower parts of the body, and the latter pure white all over. Both should have small natural drooping ears, fine glossy coats, and tapering sterns. The toy variety of the former should be a miniature of the larger, and is very difficult to produce of first-class quality. Scottish Terriers are very interesting, often with much character about them. The usual colors are black, shades of gray, or brindle, but some are seen fawn, stone color, and white. The ears should be carried bolt upright, the coat as hard as a badger's, teeth even, small dark expressive eyes, forelegs straight, the back short. One I brought from Skye many years since I took with me when driving some miles into the country. Coming back by a different route, he missed me, but on nearing my starting point I found him posted at a juncture of 4 roads, by one of which I must return. He could not have selected a better position. The illustration is that of a first-rate specimen of the variety, Champion Balmacron Thistle. Dandy Dinmont Terriers have many quaint and charming ways. They are very strongly built, being among the most muscular of the terriers, of high courage, devotedly attached to their owners, and admirably adapted for companions, being suitable for indoors or out, and at home anywhere. The colors are pepper, a sort of darkish iron gray, and mustard, a yellowish red fawn, both with white silky hair on head, called the top knot, and lustrous dark eyes, very gypsy-like and independent in expression. Skyes, both prick and drop-eared, are another Scottish breed which well deserve their popularity, as they are thorough sporting animals. The colors are chiefly shades of dark or light gray, but sometimes fawn with dark points and whites are seen. The texture of coat should be hard and weather-resisting, the eyes dark and keen in expression, bodies long, low, and well-knit, legs straight in front, even mouths, tails carried gaily but not curled over the back. Schipperkes are of Belgian origin. To those who do not know them, they are something like medium-sized Pomeranians, short of coat but without tails. They are nearly always pure black in color, with coats of hardish texture, fullest round the neck and shoulders, the ears standing straight up like darts, short cobby bodies, and straight legs. They make smart guards and companions. Chows originally came from China, but are now largely bred here. They are square-built, sturdy dogs, with dense coats, tails carried over the side, blunt pointed ears, and rather short, thick heads. They have a little of a large, coarse Pomeranian, with something of an Eskimo about them, but are different from either, with a type of their own. The color is usually some shade of red or black, often with a bluish tinge in it. One marked peculiarity is that the tongues of chows are blue-black in color. Pomeranians can be procured of any weight from 3 to 30 pounds, and of almost every shade of color. At present, brown of various shades is much in favor, but there are many beautiful whites, blacks, blues, sables, and others. They are very sharp and lively, and make charming pets and companions. Really good specimens command high prices. The illustration is of one of the best of his color ever seen, Champion Pippin. Pugs, both fawn and black, are old-fashioned favorites, very quaint and peculiar in appearance. They should have square heads and muzzles, with small ears, large protruding eyes, short thick bodies, and tails tightly curled over the back. The illustration, Duchess of Connaught, is of a well-known winner. Maltese Terriers are very beautiful when pure-bred. They have a long, straight coat of silky white hair nearly reaching the ground, black nose and eyes, and the tail curled over the back of their short cobby body. Their beauty well repays the trouble of keeping them in good condition. The illustration, from a photograph taken for this article, is that of the high-class dog, Santa Claus. Yorkshire Toy Terriers, with their steel-blue bodies and golden-tanned faces, legs, and lower parts, and long, straight coats, require skillful attention to keep in order, but are very attractive as pets. Toy Spaniels are very old members of the toy division, dating from or before the time of His Majesty King Charles. King Charles Spaniels being black and tan, Prince Charles Spaniels black, white, and tan. Another strain, the Blenheim, white with shades of reddish-tan markings on the head and body, and a spot of same color on forehead, and the Ruby, a rich coppery red all over. They should be small and stout in size and shape, without coarseness, long in the ear, with large, full, protruding eyes of dark color, a short face, a straight coat, and not leggy. Japanese Spaniels carry heavy coats, usually black or yellow and white in color, shorter in the ears, which are carried more forward than in the last named, broader in the muzzle, with nearly flat faces, dark eyes, and bushy tails carried over the back. They have very short legs, and their hair nearly reaches the ground as they walk. When I kept them, they were much larger in size, but they are often now produced under 6 pounds in weight. Pekin Spaniels, the last of the toy spaniels I need mention, come from China. They should have soft, fluffy coats, tails inclined to turn over the back, short faces, broad muzzles, large lustrous eyes, and a grave, dignified expression. The color is usually some shade of tawny fawn or drab, but I have seen them black and dark brown. Whatever color, it should be without white. The illustration, Mrs. Lindsay's tartan plaid, was one of the early importations. Italian Greyhounds, another old-fashioned variety of toy dog, should not exceed 12 pounds in weight, but in my opinion are better if they are some pounds less. Much like miniature greyhounds in shape and build, they are elegant, graceful little creatures, very sensitive to cold. Shades of fawn, cream, or French grey are most common, but some are slate blue, chestnut red, and other tints. Of late years, the breed has met with more encouragement, and there is less fear of its being allowed to die out. Griffons bruxellois have been greatly taken up the last few years. They are something like Yorkshire Toy Terriers in size and shape, but with a shortish, harsh coat, generally of some shade of reddish-brown, very short face, small shining dark eyes, heavy underjaw, short thick body, and an altogether comical appearance. Imported specimens, particularly before reaching maturity, are often difficult to rear. The African sand dog, occasionally seen in this country, mostly at shows, is remarkable for being entirely hairless except a few hairs of a bristly character on the top of the head and a slight tuft at the end of the tail. It is chiefly blue-black or mottled in color, something in shape and size like a coarse black and tan terrier, and very susceptible to cold. Having been supplied with an illustration of pariah puppies, I will say a few words about this variety, which is seen in large numbers at Constantinople and other eastern cities, where they roam about unclaimed and act as amateur scavengers. They are said to divide the places they inhabit into districts or beats, each with its own leader, and resent any interference with their authority. I have known cases where they have made a determined attack on travelers out late at night, but they are rather a cowardly race and easily repulsed with a little firmness on the part of the attacked. Probably these are the descendants of the dogs so often mentioned in Scripture with opprobrium. And, among Eastern peoples, to call a man a dog is even now the most insulting epithet that can be used. By the Jews in ancient times, the dog never seems to have been used, as with us, in hunting and pursuing game and wild animals, but merely as a guardian of their flocks, herds, and sometimes dwellings. End of section 23. Recording by Stephen Winterburn.
Section 24 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals by Charles Lewis Cornish. Editor, The Bears. Except the great cats, no creature have longer held a place in human interest than the bears. Their size and formidable equipment of claws and teeth give the touch of fear which goes with admiration. On the other hand, they do not, as a rule, molest human beings who see them employing their great strength on apparently insignificant objects with some amusement. Except one species, most bears are largely fruit and vegetable feeders. The sloth-bear of India sucks up ants and grubs with its funnel-like lips. The Malayan bear is a honey-eater by profession, scarcely touching other food when it can get the beast's store, and only the great polar bear is entirely carnivorous. The grizzly bear of the northern Rocky Mountains is largely a flesh-eater, consuming great quantities of putrid salmon in the Columbian rivers. But the ice bear is ever on the quest for living or dead flesh. It catches seals, devours young seafowls and eggs, and can actually kill and eat the gigantic walrus. Everyone will have noticed the deliberate flat-footed walk of the bears. This is due partly to the formation of the feet themselves. The whole sole is set flat upon the ground, and the impressions in a bear's track are not unlike those of a man's footsteps. The claws are not capable of being retracted like those of the cats. Consequently, they are worn at the tips where the curve brings them in contact with the ground. Yet, it is surprising that wounds these blunt but hard weapons will inflict on man, wounds resembling what might be caused by the use of a very large garden rake. Against other animals protected by hair bears, claws are of little use. Dogs would never attack them so readily as they do were they armed with the talons of a leopard or tiger. The flesh teeth in both jaws of the bear are unlike those of other carnivora. The teeth generally show that bears have a mixed diet. Bears appear to have descended from some dog-like ancestor, but to have been much modified. Except the ice bear, all the species are short and very bulky. It is said that a polar bear has been killed which weighed 1,000 pounds. it is far the largest and most formidable in some respects of all the carnivora. The claws of the grizzly bear are sometimes 5 inches long over the outer curve. All bears can sit upright on their hams and stand upright against a support like a tree. Some can stand upright with no aid at all. Except the grizzly bear, they can all climb, many of them very well. In the winter, if it be cold, they hibernate. In the spring, when the shoots of the early plants come up, they emerge, hungry and thin, to seek their food. Bears were formerly common in Britain and were exported for the Roman amphitheatres. The prehistoric cave bears were very large. Their remains have been found in Devon, Derbyshire, and other counties. The species inhabiting Britain during the Roman period was the common brown bear of Europe. The common brown bear. Only one species of bear is found in Europe south of the ice line, though above it the white ice bear inhabits Spitzbergen and the islands of the White Sea. This is the brown bear, the emblem of Russia in all European caricature and the hero of innumerable fragments of folklore and fables, from the tents of the Lapps to the nurseries of English children. Except the ice bear, it is far the largest of European carnivora, but varies much in size. Russia is the main home of the brown bear, but it is found in Sweden and Norway and right across northern Asia. It is also common in the Carpathian Mountains, in the Caucasus, and in Mount Pindus in Greece. In the south, it is found in Spain and Pyrenees, and a few are left in the Alps. The dancing bears commonly brought to England are caught in the Pyrenees. The Queen's bear, so called because its owner was allowed to exhibit it at Windsor, was one of these. But lately, dancing bears from Servia and Wallachia have also been seen about our roads and streets. In Russia, the bear grows to a great size. Some have been killed of 800 pounds in weight. The fur is magnificent in winter, and in great demand for rich Russian sledge rugs. The finest bear skins of all are brought for the caps of our own Grenadier and Coldstream Guards. In the Alps, the bears occasionally visit a cowshed in winter and kill a cow, but as a rule, the only damage done by those in Europe is to the sheep on the hills in the far north of Norway. Tame brown bears are amusing creatures, but should never be trusted. They are always liable to turn savage, and the bite is almost as severe as that of a tiger. Men have had their heads completely crushed in by the bite of one of these animals. In Russia, bears are shot in the following manner. When the snow falls, the bears retire into the densest thickets, and there make a half hut, half burrow in the most tangled part to hibernate in. The bear is tracked, and then a ring made round the cover by beaters and peasants. The shooters follow the track and rouse the bear, which often charges them, and is forthwith shot. If it escapes, it is driven in by the beaters outside. High fees are paid to peasants who send information that a bear is harbored in this way. Sportsmen in St. Petersburg will go 300 or 400 miles to shoot one on receipt of a telegram. The brown bear, like the reindeer and red deer, is found very little modified all across northern Asia and again in the forests of North America. There, however, it undergoes a change. Just as the red deer is found represented by a much larger creature, the wapiti, so the brown bear is found exaggerated into the great bear of Alaska. The species attains its largest possibly in Kamchatka on the Asiatic side of Bering Sea, but the Alaskan bear has the credit with sportsmen of being the largest. A skin of one of the former, brought to the sale room of Sir Charles Lamson and Company, needed 2 men to carry it. Last spring, in the sale rooms of the same great firm, some persons present measured the skin of an Alaskan bear, which was 9 feet across the shoulders from paw to paw. The grizzly bears. This is a very distinct race of brown bear. It has a flat profile like the polar bear. In addition, it grows to a great size, is barely able to climb trees, and has the largest claw of any. They have been known to measure 5 inches along the curve. The true grizzly, which used to be found as far north as 61° latitude and south as far as Mexico, is a rare animal now. Its turn for cattle killing made the ranchmen poison it and rendered the task an easy one. It is now only found in the northern Rocky Mountains and perhaps in North California and Nevada. Formerly encounters with Old Ephraim, as the trappers called this bear, were numerous and deadly. It attacked men if attacked by them, and often without provocation. The horse, perhaps more than its rider, was the object of the bear. Lewis and Clark measured a grizzly which was 9 feet long from nose to tail. The weight sometimes reaches 800 pounds. Measurements of much larger grizzly bears have been recorded, but it is difficult to credit them. On a ranch near the upper waters of the Colorado River, several colts were taken by grizzly bears. One of them was found buried according to the custom of this bear, and the owner sat up to shoot the animal. Having only the old-fashioned small-bored rifle of the day, excellent for shooting deers or Indians, but useless against so massive a beast as this bear, unless hit in the head or heart, he only wounded it. The bear rushed in, struck him a blow with its paw. The paw measures a foot across, smashed the rifle which he held up as a protection, and struck the barrel onto his head. The men fell insensible, when the bear, having satisfied himself that he was dead, picked him up, carried him off, and buried him in another hole which it scratched near the dead colt. It then dug up the colt and ate part of it, and went off. Some time later the man came to his senses, and awoke to find himself dead and buried. As the earth was only roughly thrown over him, he scrambled out, and saw close by the half-eaten remains of the colt. Thinking that it might be about the bear's dinner time, and remembering that he was probably put by in the larder for the next meal, he hurried home at once, and did not trouble the bear again. Not so a Siberian peasant, who had much the same adventure. He had been laughed at for wishing to shoot a bear, and went out into the woods to do so. The bear had the best of it, knocked him down, and so frightfully mangled his arms that he fainted. Bruin then buried him in orthodox bear fashion, and the man, when he came to, which he fortunately did before the bear came back, got up and made his way to the village. There he was for a long time ill, and all through his sickness and delirium talked of nothing but shooting the bear. When he got well, he disappeared into the forest with his gun, and after a short absence returned with the bear's skin. The American brown bear. The brown bear of America is closely allied to that of Europe. It was first described by Sir John Richardson, who called it the Barren Lands bear, and noted, quite rightly, that it differed from the grizzly in the smallness of its claws. The difference in the profile is very marked, the brown bear having a profile like that of the European bear, while that of the grizzly is flat. The brown bear of North America lives largely on the fruits and berries of the northern plants, on dead deer, and on putrid fish, of which quantities are left on the banks of the northern rivers. Whether the large brown bear of the Rocky Mountains is always a grizzly or often this less formidable race is doubtful. The writer inclines to think that it is only the counterpart of the northern European and the North Asiatic brown bear. The following is Sir Samuel Baker's account of these bears. He says, "When I was in California, experienced informants told me that no true grizzly bear was to be found east of the Pacific slope, and that Lord Coke was the only Britisher who had ever killed a real grizzly in California. There are numerous bears of 3, if not 4 kinds in the Rocky Mountains. These are frequently termed grizzlies, but it is a misnomer. The true grizzly is far superior in size, but of similar habits, and its weight is from 1,200 pounds to 1,400 pounds. After giving various reasons for believing this to be a fair weight, Sir Samuel Baker adds that this weight is equivalent to that of an English cart horse. There are certainly 3 Rocky Mountain bears, the grizzly, the brown, and the small black bear. There is probably also another, a cross between the black and the brown. It is ridiculous to say that the brown bears which come to eat the refuse on the dust heaps of the hotels in the Yellowstone Park and let ladies photograph them are savage grizzly bears." The Syrian bear. This bear, which figures in the story of Elisha, is a variety of the brown bear. It is found from the Caucasus to the mountains of Palestine and is a smaller animal than the true brown bear, weighing about 300 pounds. The fur in summer is of a mixed rusty color, with a whitish collar on the chest. It steals the grapes on Mount Horeb and feeds upon ripe fruits, apples, chestnuts, corn, and the like. It is then ready to face the long winter sleep. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish. Editor, The Bears. The American Black Bear. This is the smallest North American species and perhaps the most harmless. It seldom weighs more than 400 pounds. Its coat is short and glossy, and its flesh, especially in autumn, is esteemed for food. The early backwoodsmen found it a troublesome neighbor. The bears likened Indian corn and were not averse to a young pig. Like the deer, says Audubon, it changes its haunts with the seasons, and for the same reason, viz., the desire of obtaining food. During the spring months, it searches for food in the low alluvial lands that border the rivers or by the margins of the inland lakes. There, it procures abundance of succulent roots and of the tender, juicy stems of plants upon which it chiefly feeds at that season. During the summer heat, it enters the gloomy swamps and passes much of its time in wallowing in the mud like a hog, and contents itself with crayfish, roots, and nettles. Now and then, when hard pressed by hunger, it seizes a young pig or perhaps a sow or calf. As soon as the different kinds of berries ripen, the bear betake themselves to the high grounds, followed by their cubs. In much retired parts of the country, where there are no hilly grounds, it pays visits to the maize fields, which it ravages for a while. After this, the various kinds of nuts and grapes, acorns, and other forest fruits attract its attention. The black bear is then seen wandering through the woods to gather this harvest, not forgetting to rob every tree which it comes across. The Indian Sloth-bear. Few people would believe that this awkward and ugly beast is so formidable as it is. It is the commonest Indian species, seldom eats flesh, prefers sucking up the contents of a white ant's nest to any other meal, and is not very large. From 200 pounds to 300 pounds is the weight of a male. But the skull and jaws are very strong, and the claws long and curved, as they are used almost like a pickaxe when the bear wishes to dig in the hardest soil. Their effect upon the human body can be imagined. Sir Samuel Baker says that there are more accidents to natives of India and Ceylon from this species than from any other animal. Mr. Watts Jones writes an interesting account of his sensations while being bitten by one of these bears. I was following up a bear which I had wounded and rashly went to the mouth of a cave to which it had got. It charged. I shot, but failed to stop it. I do not know exactly what happened next, neither does my hunter who was with me, but I believe, from the marks in the snow, that in his rush the bear knocked me over backwards, in fact, knocked me 3 or 4 feet away. When next I remember anything, the bear's weight was on me, and he was biting my leg. He bit 2 or 3 times. I felt the flesh crush, but I felt no pain at all. It was rather like having a tooth out with gas. I felt no particular terror, though I thought the bear had got me, but in a hazy sort of way I wondered when he would kill me, and thought what a fool I was to get killed by a stupid beast like a bear. The shikari then very pluckily came up and fired a shot into the bear, and he left me. I felt the weight lift off me and got up. I did not think I was much hurt. The main wound was a flap of flesh torn out of the inside of my left thigh and left hanging. It was fairly deep, and I could see all the muscles working underneath when I lifted it up to clean the wound. This anecdote was sent to Mr. J. Crowther Hurst to illustrate a theory of his, that the killing of wild animals by other animals is not a painful one. Rustam Pasha, once Turkish ambassador in England, had an accident when brown bear shooting in Russia and writes of it in the same sense. When I met the accident alluded to, the bear injured both my hands, but did not tear off part of the arm or shoulder. In the moment of desperate struggle, the intense excitement and anger did, in fact, render me insensible to the feeling of actual pain as the bear gnawed my left hand, which was badly torn and perforated with holes, most of the bones being broken. There is a good reason to believe that when large carnivora, or beasts large in proportion to the size of the victims, strike and kill them with a great previous shock, the sense of pain is deadened. Not so if the person or animal is seized quietly. Then the pain is intense, though sometimes only momentary. A tigress seized Mr. J. Hansard, a forest officer in Ceylon, by the neck. In describing his sensations afterwards, he said, "The agony I felt was something frightful. My whole skull seemed as if it were being crushed to atoms in the jaws of the great brute. I certainly felt the most awful pain as she was biting my neck, but not afterwards, if I can remember." Sir Samuel Baker says he has twice seen the Sloth-bear attack a howdah elephant. Lord Edward St. Maur, son of the Duke of Somerset, was killed by one. Mr. Sanderson, the head of the government elephant catching department, used to hunt bears in the jungle with bull terriers. Against these, the bear was unable to make a good fight. They seized it by the nose, and, as its claws were not sharp like those of the leopard, the bear could not get them off. This bear seldom produces more than 2 or 3 young at a birth. The young cub is very ugly, but very strong, especially in the claws and legs. A 6 weeks old cub has been turned upside down in a basket, which was shaken violently, without dislodging the little animal clinging inside. The Isabellan bear and Himalayan black bear. The former animal is a medium-sized variety of the brown bear. The coat in winter is of a beautiful silver-tipped cinnamon color. The Himalayan black bear has a half-moon of white on its throat. The habits of both do not differ markedly from those of the brown bear of Europe. Recently, black bears have been most troublesome in Kashmir, attacking and killing and wounding the woodcutters with no provocation. Dr. E. T. Vere, writing from Srinagar, says, "Every year we have about half a dozen patients who have been mauled by bears. Most of our people who are hurt are villagers or shepherds. Bears have been so shot at in Kashmir that, although not naturally very fierce, they have become truculent. When they attack men, they usually sit up and knock the victim over with a paw. They then make 1 or 2 bites at the arm or leg, and often finish up with a snap at the head. This is the most dangerous part of the attack. One of our fatal cases this year was a boy, the vault of whose skull was torn off and lacerated. Another man received a compound fracture of the cranium. A third had the bones of his face smashed and lacerated. He had an axe, but said, 'When the bear sat up, my courage failed me.' The Malayan sun bear. These small, smooth-coated bears have a yellow throat patch like a mustard plaster and are altogether the most amusing and comical of all the tribe. They are almost as smooth as a pointer dog and are devoted to all sweet substances which can be a substitute for honey, their main delicacy when wild. There are always a number of these bears at the zoo incessantly begging for food. When one gets a piece of sugar, he cracks it into small pieces, sticks them on the back of his paw, and licks the mess until the paw is covered with sticky syrup, which he eats with great gusto. This bear is found in the Malay Peninsula, Borneo, Sumatra, and Java. It is only 4 feet high, or sometimes half a foot taller. It is more in the habit of walking upright than any other species. The polar bear. Ice bear is the better name for this, the most interesting in its habits of all the bears. It is an inhabitant of the lands of polar darkness and intense cold, and one of the very few land animals which never try to avoid the terrible ordeal of the long Arctic night, which rolls on from month to month. It can swim and dive nearly as well as a seal, climbs the icebergs, and goes voyages on the drifting ice, floating hundreds of miles on the polar currents, and feeding on the seals which surround it. Of the limits of size of the ice bear, it is impossible to speak with certainty. From the skins brought to this country, the size of some of them must be enormous. One which lived for more than 30 years at a zoo was of immense length and bulk. When the first discoverers went to the Arctic seas, dressed in thick clothes and skins, the polar bears took them for seals. On Bear Island, below Spitzbergen, a Dutch sailor sat down on the snow to rest. A bear walked up behind him and seized and crushed his head, evidently not in the least aware of what kind of animal it had got hold of. When the Jackson-Harmsworth expedition was wintering in Franz Joseph Land, the bears were a positive nuisance. They were not afraid of man, and used to come round the huts at all hours. The men shot so many that they formed a valuable article of food for the dogs. The flesh is said to be unwholesome for men. The power of these bears in the water is wonderful. Though so bulky, they are as light as a cork when swimming, and their strong, broad feet are first-class paddles. Whenever a dead whale is found near the shore, the polar bears assemble to feed upon it. In the various searches for the Franklin expedition, they pulled to pieces nearly all the cabins erected to hold provisions for the sledge parties. In one case it was found that the bears had amused themselves by mounting the roof of a half-buried hut and sliding down the snowy frozen slope. Cubs are often brought home in whaling and sealing ships, after the mothers have been shot. There is a ready sale of them for continental menageries. Herr Hagenbeck of Hamburg, by purchasing them quite young, has induced bears to live on good terms with tigers, boarhounds, and leopards. The maneuvers of an ice bear in the water are marvelous to watch. Though so bulky a beast, it swims, dives, rolls over and over, catches seal or fish, or plays both on and under the water with an ease and evident enjoyment which show that it is in its favorite element. One favorite game of the ice bear is to lie on its back in the water, and then to catch hold of its hind toes with its 4 feet, when it resembles a half-rolled hedgehog of gigantic size. It then rolls over and over in the water like a revolving cask. Its footsteps are absolutely noiseless, as the claws are shorter than in the land bears and more muffled in fur. This noiseless power of approach is very necessary when it has to catch such wary creatures as basking seals. A very large proportion of the food formerly eaten by ice bears in summer was probably putrid, as they were always supplied with a quantity of the refuse carcasses of whales and seals left by the whaling ships. This may account for the bad results to the sailors who ate the bear's flesh. Now, the whaling industry is so little pursued that the bears have to catch their dinners for themselves and eat fresh food. The Arctic explorer Nordenskjöld saw much of the ice bears on his voyages and left us what is perhaps the best description of their attempts to stalk men, mistaking them for other animals. When the polar bear observes a man, he writes in his Voyage of the Vega, he commonly approaches him as a possible prey with supple movements and 100 zigzag bends in order to conceal the direction he means to take, and to prevent the man feeling frightened. During his approach, he often climbs up onto blocks of ice or raises himself on his hind legs in order to get a more extensive view. If he thinks he has to do with a seal, he creeps or trails himself forward on the ice and is then said to conceal with his 4 paws the only part of his body that contrasts with the white color of the snow, his large black nose. If the man keeps quite still, the bear comes in this way so near that it can be shot at the distance of 2 gun lengths or killed with a lance, which the hunters consider safer. When a vessel lies at anchor, a polar bear sometimes swims out to it to inspect the visiting ship. It also has a special fancy for breaking open and searching stores of provisions, boats abandoned and covered over, and cabins of wrecked ships. One bear, which had looted a provision depot, was found to have swallowed a quantity of sticking plaster. The ice bear has been met swimming at a distance of 80 miles from land and with no ice in sight. This shows how thoroughly aquatic its habits and powers are. Polar bears do not hug their victims, like the brown bear, but bite and use their immense feet and sharp claws. It has been said that when one catches a seal on the ice, it will play with it as a cat does with a mouse. The size of these bears vary very much. 7 or 8 feet from the tip of the nose to the tail is the usual length, yet they have been known to exceed even 13 feet in length. This would correspond to an immense difference in bulk and weight. An ice bear was once found feeding on the body of a white whale 15 feet in length and weighing 3 or 4 tons. The whale could not have got on to the ice by itself, and it is difficult to imagine that any other creature except the bear could have dragged it there from the sea, where it was found floating. When hunting seals, polar bears will chase them in the water as an otter does a fish, but with what result is not known. Besides stalking them in the manner described above, they will mark the place at which seals are basking on the rim of an ice floe and then dive and come up just at the spot where the seal would naturally drop into the water. Those shot for the sake of their skins are nearly all killed when swimming in the sea. The hunters mark a bear on an ice floe and approach it. The bear always tries to escape by swimming and is pursued and shot through the head from the boat. When the females have a cub or cubs with them, they will often attack persons or boats which molest them. Otherwise, they do not willingly interfere with man, except, as has been said above, when they mistake men for seals or other natural prey. The instances recorded of the affection shown by these animals for their young are somewhat pathetic. When the Carcase frigate, which was engaged on a voyage of Arctic discovery, was locked in the ice, a she-bear and 2 cubs made their way to the ship, attracted by the scent of the blubber of a walrus which the crew had killed a few days before. They ran to the fire and pulled off some of the walrus flesh which remained unconsumed. The crew then threw them large lumps of the flesh which were lying on the ice, which the old bear fetched away singly and laid before her cubs as she brought it, dividing it and giving each a share and reserving but a small portion for herself. As she was fetching away the last piece, the sailors shot both the cubs dead and wounded the dam. Although she could only just crawl to the place where the cubs lay, she carried the lump of flesh which she had last fetched away and laid it before them, and when she saw that they refused to eat, laid her paws on them and tried to raise them up, moaning pitifully. When she found she could not stir them, she went to some distance and looked back, and then returned, pawing them all over and moaning. Finding at last that they were lifeless, she raised her head towards the ship and uttered a growl, when the sailors killed her with a volley of musket balls. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jude Summers. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. Section 26. The Raccoon Family. The raccoon, the coatis, the pandas and kinkajou, the sea-otter, the skunks, the badgers, the rottels. Chapter 7. The Smaller Carnivora. The Raccoon Family. A link between the bears and the weasel tribe is made by the raccoons and their allies. They are bear-like in having a short, thick body and in their flat-footed manner of walking. Also in their habit of sitting up on end and using their paws as hands, to some extent, in aiding them to climb. But they are also much more like the civets, and the pretty little caxomixel, or ring-tailed cat of Mexico, was formerly classed with the civets. They are all very active, enterprising, and quick-witted creatures of no great size, very different in temperament from the bears. The type of the family is the American raccoon itself. Its scientific name of letor, the washer, was given to it from an odd habit these creatures have of wetting and washing their food in any water which is near. One kept at the zoo washed her kittens so much when they were born that they all died. The coon inhabits America from Canada to the south as far down as Paraguay. In size, it is equal to a common fox, but is short and stout. Restless, inquisitive, and prying, it is a most mischievous beast where farmyards and poultry are within reach. It kills the fowls, eats the eggs, samples the fruit, and if caught, shams dead with all the doggedness of a possum. It is very fond of fish and shellfish. Oysters are a special dainty, as are mussels and clams. A gentleman who kept one says, "It opens oysters with wonderful skill. It is sufficient for it to break the hinge with its teeth. Its paws complete the work of getting out the oyster. It must have a delicate sense of touch. In this operation it rarely avails itself of sight or smell. It passes the oyster under its hind paws, then, without looking, it seeks with its hands the weakest place. It there digs in its claws, forces asunder the valves, and tears out the flesh in fragments, leaving nothing behind. Its favorite haunt is in the cane brakes of the south. There the planters follow it by night with dogs, and shoot it in the trees in which it takes refuge. The skins, with handsome alternations of yellow and brown, make fine carriage rugs. The coatis. The coatis are small arboreal creatures with the habits of a raccoon and squirrel fairly proportioned. They are flesh-eaters, but active and playful. Their long pig-like snouts give them an unpleasant appearance. They inhabit Mexico and Central and South America as far as Paraguay. Several specimens are generally to be seen at the zoological gardens. Their habits are much the same as those of the small tree-climbing cats, but with some of the badger added. Insects and worms, as well as birds and small animals, form their food. The pandas and kinkajou. Among the small carnivorous mammals, the bear-cat, or panda, is a very interesting creature. Its color is striking, a beautiful red chestnut above, the lower surface jet black, the tail long and ringed. The quality of the fur is fine also. It is found in the eastern Himalaya and is as large as a badger. The great panda, from eastern Tibet, is a much larger, short-tailed, black and white animal, once thought to be a bear. The kinkajou has a prehensile tail and uses its paws as hands so readily that it was formerly placed among the lemurs. It is a native of southern and intertropical America. Nocturnal and living in the great forests, it is seldom seen by man. Its head is round and cat-like. Its feet are the same, but with non-retractable claws, and it has a long, full tail. It has a long tongue, with which it can lick out insects from the crevices and holes of trees. Baron von Humboldt says that it attacks the nests of wild bees. It uses its tongue to draw objects of food towards it, even if they are not living. A pleasant description of this animal appeared in Charles Knight's Museum of Animated Nature, published many years ago. In its aspect there is something of gentleness and good nature. In captivity it is extremely playful, familiar, and fond of being noticed. One lived in the gardens of the Zoological Society for 7 years. During the greater part of the morning it was asleep, rolled up in a ball in its cage. In the afternoon it would come out, traverse its cage, take food, and play with those to whom it was accustomed. Clinging to the top wires of its cage with its tail and hind paws, it would thus swing itself backwards and forwards. When thus hanging, it would bring its forepaws to the bars, as well as the hind pair, and in this manner would travel up and down its cage with the utmost address, every now and then thrusting out its long tongue between the wires, as if in quest of food, which, when offered to it, it would endeavor to draw in between the wires with this organ. It was very fond of being gently stroked and scratched, and when at play with anyone it knew, it would pretend to bite, seizing the hand or fingers with its teeth, as a dog will do when playing with its master. As the evening came on, it was full of animation, and exhibited in every movement the most surprising energy. The otters. As the badgers and rattles seem specially adapted to an underground and cave-making existence, so the otters all conform in structure to an aquatic life. Yet, except the webbing of the space between the toes and the shortening and flattening of the head, there is very little obvious change in their structure to meet the very great difference in the conditions under which they live. The short-toed otter is a small Indian species. It has nails on its hands in place of claws. One kept at the zoo was a most amusing and friendly little pet, which let itself be nursed like a kitten. The North American otter has the same habits as the English kind, but is somewhat larger and has a far finer coat. It is trapped in thousands, and the fur sent over to this country to the Hudson Bay Company's and Sir Charles Lampson's fur sales. These otters, like all their family, are very fond of playing. One of their regular games is to make a snow slide or an ice slide down a frozen waterfall. The alighting place from this chute is, if possible, in the water. There the trapper sets his traps, and the poor otters are caught. The common otter is far the most attractive of the British carnivora. It is still fairly common all over Britain where fish exist. It is found on the Norfolk Broads and rivers, all up the Thames, in Scotland, Devonshire, Wales, Cumberland, and North Cumberland. It travels considerable distances from river to river, and sometimes gets into a preserved trout pool or breeding pond, and does much mischief. The beautiful young otters here figured are in Mr. Percy Lee Pemberton's collection of British mammals at Ashford, Kent. Their owner made a large brick tank for them, where they were allowed to catch live fish. Once one of them seized a 4-pound pike by the tail. The pike wriggled round and seized the otter's paw, but was soon placed hors de combat. The largest otter which the writer has seen was bolted by a ferret from a rabbit warren on the edge of the Norfolk fen at Hawkwold, and shot by the keeper, who was rabbiting. English dog otters sometimes weigh as much as 26 pounds. They regularly hunt down the rivers by night, returning before morning to their holt, where they sleep by day. No fish stands a chance with them. They swim after the fish in the open river, chase it under the bank, and then corner it or seize it with a rush, just as the penguins catch gudgeon at the zoo. Captain Salvin owned a famous tame otter which used to go for walks with him and amuse itself by catching fish in the roadside ponds. Common otters killed on the coast are often confounded with the sea otter. This is a great mistake. The sea otter is as much a marine animal as the seal or the sea lion. It swims out in the open ocean, and is even more of a pelagic creature than the seal, for it either produces its young when in the water, or at any rate carries and suckles them on the open sea. The sea otter is much larger than the common otter. Unfortunately, the fish and other marine creatures which form the food of the sea otters are found mainly near the coast. Following them, the otters came near the Aleutian Islands, where the hunters are ever on the watch for them. If a single otter is seen, 5 or 6 boats, with a rifleman in each, at once put out, and the otter stands little chance of escape. It never was a common animal, and the prices given for the fur, up to 200 pounds for a first-class skin, have caused its destruction. The skin, when stretched and cured, is sometimes 5 feet long, and is of an exquisite natural rich brown, like long plush sprinkled all over with whitish hairs like hoarfrost. The skunks. Of all the strange equipments given by nature to animals for their protection, that possessed by the various species of skunk is the most effective. These animals are able to emit a fluid so vile in odor that it seems equally hateful to all animals. Dogs, pumas, men alike shun them, and the animals seem to know this and to presume on their immunity. An ordinary skunk is about the size of a cat, black, with bright white stripes down the sides and back. The fur is thick and handsome, and, if the animal be killed before it discharges its fluid, is not too strongly odorous to make trimmings for jackets. Mr. Hudson, in his Naturalist in La Plata, says, "In talking to strangers from abroad, I have never thought it necessary to speak of the dangers of sunstroke, jaguars, or the assassin's knife. But I have never omitted to warn them of the skunk, minutely describing its habits and personal appearance. I knew an Englishman who, on taking a first gallop across the pampas, saw one, and quickly dismounted, hurling himself bodily on it to effect its capture. Poor man! He did not know that the animal is never unwilling to be caught. Men have been blinded by them forever by a discharge of the fiery liquid in their faces. The smell pervades the whole system of anyone subjected to it, like a pestilent ether, nauseating the victim till seasickness seems pleasant in comparison. Dogs can be taught to kill skunks, but they show the greatest disgust and horror when the fluid of the animal falls upon them, and sometimes roll in mud or dust in the endeavor to get rid of it." The badgers. The badgers include several genera. The sand badgers of the East have a naked snout, small ears, and rough fur, with softer fur underneath. The Indian badger is larger than that of Europe, while that of Java, Sumatra, and Borneo is smaller and has a very short tail. The ferret badgers from the East have elongated bodies and short tails. They are tree climbers, and as omnivorous as the badger itself. The Cape Zorilla, with another species found in Egypt, is more nearly allied to the polecats, but is striped like a skunk. The European badger is still fairly numerous. There is not a county in England where it is not found. A large colony has been established in Epping Forest, some 50 yards square of hillside being honeycombed with badger earths. The European badger is found all over temperate northern Europe and Asia, but being shy, wary, and mainly nocturnal, is seldom seen. At night it wanders about, and in August gets into the cornfields, whence it is chased and caught by dogs. A Somerset farmer had a pointer and sheepdog which were adepts at this night-catching of badgers. They would accompany their masters along the roads, and the pointer instantly winded any badger which had crossed. Both dogs then bounded off, and soon their loud barking showed that they had found and held up the badger. The dog's owner then came up, picked the badger up by its tail, and dropped it in a sack. The badger's earth is wonderfully deep and winding. In it the badger sleeps during the winter, and gives birth to its young, 3 or 4 of which are produced at a time. The end of March is the period of birth, but the cubs do not come out until June. In October they are full grown. The badger carries in a great quantity of fern and grass as a bed for its cubs. Mr. Trevor Batty writes, "I had a pair which were probably about 6 weeks old. They were called Gripper and Nancy. They would rest on my lap when feeding, and sit up and beg like dogs. Their hearing and power of scent were remarkable. The badgers were in a closed yard, but if any of the dogs came near, even following a path which ran at a distance of 6 or 7 yards, they would instantly jump off my lap and disappear into a corner. The animals could walk and trot backwards with the greatest ease. I have never seen this noticed elsewhere, yet it is worth mentioning, because it is characteristic of the weasel family, not being shared, to my knowledge, by any other mammal, not, for instance, by the bears." Mr. A. E. Pease says of the badger, "It is easily domesticated, and if brought up by hand, is found an interesting and charming companion. I had at one time 2 that I could do anything with, and which followed me so closely that that they would bump against my boots every step I took, and come and snuggle in under my coat when I sat down. The Rattels. As the mink is adapted for an aquatic diet, so the rattels, a link between the weasels and the badgers, seem to have been specialized to live upon insects and honey, as well as flesh. They are quaint creatures with rounded iron-gray backs and black bellies, noses, and feet. The African kind is found in Cape Colony and East Africa, and is believed to live largely on honey and bee brood. The habits of the rattel are almost identical with those of the badger, except that it is less shy and very restless. A nearly similar species of rattel is found in southern Asia, from the Caspian to India. The rattels are strictly nocturnal, and make their lay by day in hollow trees, though they are said not to climb. The skin is protected by thick, close hair, so that bees cannot sting through the fur. The skin is also very loose. If a dog bites it, the rattel can generally twist round and bite back. The African rattel is omnivorous. It eats snakes and birds. The body of a cobra has been found in the stomach of one. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Vandervis. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The weasel tribe, the martens, the sables, the mink, the polecat, the weasel, the stoat or ermine, the glutton or wolverine. The weasel tribe. No animals are more bloodthirsty and carnivorous than most of the weasel tribe. They are also well equipped, both in actual weapons and in activity of body, and have powers quite out of proportion to their size. They are also gifted with magnificent coats, and constitute the most valuable source of choice furs. Sable, marten, mink, wolverine, ermine, otters, and several others are among the most highly prized. Their claws are sharp, but not retractile. It is indeed fortunate that these creatures are so small in size, otherwise they would be among the greatest enemies of animal life. As things are, they are useful in keeping down the number of creatures which, like field mice, moles, rabbits, and rats, might and occasionally do become a pest. The martens. There are two species of marten in Europe, the beech and the pine marten. The latter has a yellow throat, the former a white one. The fur is almost as fine as sable. All so-called Canadian sables are really martens. These animals are found throughout northern Europe and northern Asia, in Japan, and all over Northern America. In Scotland, the pine marten survives in the pine forests, also in Ireland, where it is occasionally killed on the Wicklow Mountains, near Dublin, and on the Mourne Mountains. It is believed to remain in Cumberland, Devonshire, and possibly in parts of Wales. It is a tree-loving animal and feeds mainly on squirrels, which it pursues through the branches. It is also fond of fruit. Mr. Charles St. John discovered this in a curious way. He noticed that his raspberries were being stolen, so set up a trap among the canes. The next day, all he could see was a heap of newly gathered raspberry leaves where the trap was. Stooping down to move them, a marten sprang up and tried to defend itself. The poor beast had come to gather more raspberries and had been caught. Unable to escape, it had gathered the leaves near and concealed itself. The sable. This is so little different from the marten that some have thought it only a northern variety. That is not the case, as both are found in the same area, and no one who knows anything of form or color could mistake the true sable's fur. This fur is so fine and even that each single hair tapers gradually to a point. That is why sable brushes for painting are so valuable. They always form a point when wet. The price of these brushes, which are genuine sable fur, though made up from fragments of the worst colored or damaged skins, varies yearly with the price of sable in the market. The mink. Ladies are very familiar with the fur of the mink, which is one of the best of the less expensive varieties. It is not glossy as marten or sable, and of a lighter, more uniform brown. The mink is a water-haunting polecat, found in Siberia, North America, and Japan. Its main home in North America, where the immense system of lakes and rivers gives scope for its aquatic habits. The underfur is particularly warm and thick, to keep out the cold of the water in which the animal spends more time than on land. It is not stated to catch fish, as does the otter in the water, but it lives on frogs, crayfish, mussels, and dead or stranded fish. Minks have been kept in confinement and regularly bred in minkeries, as is the blue fox, and in Manchuria the chow dog, for the sake of its fur. The polecat. This is now probably the rarest of the British weasels. It is almost identically the same to the polecat ferret, a crossbreed between it and the domesticated variety. It survives in a few of the great woodlands of the Midlands and Oxfordshire, in Scotland and Wales. It is found in Cumberland, near Bowness, and on Exmoor and Dartmoor, where rabbits abound. It is an expert swimmer. Its habits are the same as those of the stoat, but it is slower in its movements. It catches fish and can pick up food from the bottom of the water. Wild ones can be trained to work like ferrets. They do not delay in the hole, but follow the rat out and catch it in a couple of bounds. Trevor Bate. The ferret is a domesticated breed of polecat. It is identical in shape and habits, but unable to stand the cold of our climate in the open. The weasel. The smallest and fiercest and commonest of its race, the little weasel is by no means the least formidable to the animals of the carnivora of England. It is cinnamon-colored, with a white throat and belly, and climbs as neatly as a cat, running up vertical boughs with almost greater facility. A weasel in a high hedge will run the whole length of the fence from twig to twig without descending. It threads the galleries of the field mice, sucks the eggs of small birds in their nests, and attacks rats, mice, rabbits, and even large birds such as grouse without fear or hesitation. During a great plague of field voles in the lowlands of Scotland in the year 1890 and 1891, the weasels increased enormously. A shepherd took the trouble to follow a weasel down a whole drain in a vole-infested hillside. He found the bodies of no less than 13 field mice, which the weasel had amused itself by killing. In winter, weasels hunt the corn stacks for mice, and often make home among the sheaves. One was seen chasing a vole by Mr. Trevor Bate, who picked up the vole, which the weasel was about to jump up for, when he threw it into the hedge. The weasel pounced on it and carried it off. The main food of the weasel is the field mouse and small voles. Weasels are very devoted to their young. They will pick them up and carry them off as a cat does a kitten if the nest is in danger. Their hunting shows great marks of cunning. One was seen in a field in which a number of corn buntings were flying about, alighting on thistles. The weasel went and hid under one of the tallest thistles, on which the bunting soon alighted. An instant after, it sprang up and caught and killed the bird. The stoat or ermine. This is the commonest and most widely distributed of the weasel tribe. In winter, the fur turns a pure white in the northern countries, and occasionally in southern England. It is then known as the ermine, and yields the ermine fur. In every country where it is found, it is the deadly foe of all small animals, from the hare to the smallest field mice. It has the same passion for killing's sake shared by the ferret. If a stoat finds a rabbit's nest, for instance, it will always murder all of the young ones. These creatures sometimes contrive to hunt in packs or to migrate in society. They are very fond of their young, which they lay up in old crows' nests, holes in banks, or straw stacks. They have often been seen to carry them out of danger in their mouths. The length of the head and the body is 10 3/4 inches, and the length of the tail is 6 1/2 inches. The young are usually from 5 to 8 in number, and are born in April or May. They soon move into the long-standing grass and remain there till it is cut. After that, they move to the woods and covers, and great numbers are trapped. If not, they attack the young pheasants and do great damage. They can climb well and are known, as is the polecat, to ascend trees and kill birds in their nest. They also suck eggs. 42 pheasants' eggs were taken by Mr. De Winton from one stoat's hole. The glutton, or wolverine. The largest and most destructive of all the weasel tribe is found all around the northern edge of the Arctic Circle, from Norway to Hudson Bay. It is a large, heavy animal with short head, sharp claws, long, thick fur, and a clumsy gait. Its tusks are very long and sharp, and its appetite, if not so insatiable as the old travelers were told, is sharp enough to keep it always hunting. It follows the fur trappers in the woods, and being very cunning, breaks in at the back of their fall traps and robs the baits or the prey caught. When Lord Milton and Dr. Cheadle made the Northwest Passage by land, they lost nearly all their furs in this way. Once, having trapped a valuable silver fox, the only one caught by them, they found nothing but shreds of fur left by the glutton. As the marten hunter's line of traps is perhaps 50 or 60 miles long, the loss and damage caused by the glutton is most mortifying. This animal can only be caught in steel traps, and that with great difficulty. End of section 27. Recording by Diana Vandervis, Winnipeg, Canada.
Section 28 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betsy Walker, Santa Fe, New Mexico. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. Chapter 8. Marine Carnivora, the seals, sea lions, and walrus. There are 3 families of the sea carnivora: the fur seals, or eared seals, the walrus, and the true or earless seals. The first group, which are called eared seals, and occasionally sea lions and sea bears, have a small outer ear, and when on land the hind flippers are folded forwards beneath the body. There is a distinct neck, and on the flippers are rudimentary claws. Some of the eared seals have the close and fine underfur, which makes their capture so remunerative. Under the skin, there is often a thick layer of blubber, which is also turned to commercial uses by the sealers. The walrus stands by itself. It is a purely Arctic species, whereas fur seals are found from Bering Sea to the Antarctic, and forms in some degree a connecting link between the eared seals and the true seals. Like the former, it turns the front flippers forwards and inwards when on land, but it resembles the true seals in having no external ears. The upper canine teeth are developed into enormous tusks of hard ivory. The common seals are the most thoroughly aquatic. The hind flippers seem almost to have coalesced with the tail, and are always directed backward in line with it. They have no underfur. On land, they can only use the front flippers to aid their progress. Most seals are marine, though some are found in the landlocked sea of Lake Baikal in Central Asia, and the true seals often come up rivers. The eared seals, or sea lions. These and the walrus have their hind limbs so far free that they can crawl on land and use their flippers for other purposes than swimming. They can comb their hair with them and walk in an awkward way. They are divided into the fur seals and hair seals in the language of trade. The fur seals are those from which ladies' sealskin jackets are made. The hair seals are sought for their hides and oil. A demand has sprung up for the latter to make coats for automobilists to wear when riding at high speed in cold weather. The porpoise hide boots are really made from the skin of the hair seal. Both hair seals and fur seals have in common the remarkable habit of assembling in large herds during the breeding season and of spending a long period on land after the young are born. The male seals reach the islands or rookeries first, followed by the females. The latter give birth to their young almost as soon as they reach the rocks, and are then seized and gathered into harems by the strongest and oldest males. The sea lions of Patagonia, equally with the fur seals of Bering Sea and the Pribilof Islands, never feed during the whole time which they spend on the rocks, often for a period of 2 months. The fur seals. The northern fur seal is the only member of this group surviving in any number. These animals still annually resort to the Aleutian Islands in the territory of Alaska in great herds to produce their young, and to certain other islets off the coast of Japan. This northern fur seal, from the fur of which the sealskin jackets are obtained, is, when fully grown, between 6 and 7 feet long. The females are only 4 feet or 4.5 feet in length. The shoulder of the male is gray, the rest of the body varying between reddish-gray and deep black. The female is lighter in color. Males of this species are not full-grown till 6 years of age, but breed when 4 years old. The females produce young at 3 years of age. The male seals take possession of the females almost immediately after reaching the breeding grounds, each male collecting as many females as it can around it. The pups keep up with their mothers. This assemblage is surrounded by great numbers of young male or bachelor seals, which the old males prevent from annexing any of the females. The greatest of all these gathering places are on the Pribilof Islands and certain other islets in Bering Sea. By the end of May, both male and female seals swim in flocks through Bering Straits, making for the islands. The islands themselves are leased to American merchants. But as those seals killed on the way are all just about to bring forth young, the waste and cruelty of this pelagic sealing will be easily understood. On the islands, or rookeries, the males, mothers, and pups remain till August, when the pups take to the water. The male seals have remained for at least 2 months, incessantly fighting and watching without taking any food. By that time they are quite exhausted, the fat which they laid up previously being all absorbed. The fur has not naturally either the color or texture which art gives it. The outer fur is long and coarse, and only the inner fur of the exquisite texture of the made skin. The former is removed, the latter dyed to the rich color brown which we see. The fur seals are steadily diminishing, and each year's catch is smaller than that of the year before. The Cape fur seal, Southern fur seal, and New Zealand fur seal are practically extinct for commercial purposes. The hair seals. Among these are the large so-called sea lions of Patagonia and the North Pacific. We are familiar with their appearance because for many years specimens have been kept at the zoological gardens. Their habits are much the same as those of the fur seals. The principal species are in the north Steller's sea lion and the Patagonian sea lion in the south. Those kept at the zoological gardens are usually of the latter species. Steller's sea lion is already on the road to extinction. When the annual catch of fur seals reached 100,000 a year, the total number of these northern sea lions was estimated at between 30,000 and 40,000. They repair every year to the Pribilof Islands to breed, as the fur seals do, but are shyer and more entirely aquatic. The fur of the old males is tawny and makes a kind of mane over the shoulders, whence its name. Off San Francisco there is a small rocky island, one of the ancient rookeries of these sea lions, where they are carefully preserved by the United States government as one of the sights of the bay. Another favorite haunt in old days was on the Farallone Islands, 30 miles from the bay. Southwards, towards the Antarctic, on the desolate and uninhabited coasts and islets of the far southern ocean, the most characteristic of the fauna still remaining are the sea lions. Formerly, they swarmed in great packs, crowding at the breeding season the seaweed-covered rocks with their huge and unwieldy forms, and at other times cruising in uncouth and noisy companies in search of the fishes and squids, which they pursued like packs of ocean wolves. In spring, the sea lions used to struggle on the flat shore, where the equally aquatic tribes of penguins, which had lost the use of their wings, covered acre after acre of rock with their eggs and young. These the sea lions devoured. When the men of the first exploring ships visited the penguins' nurseries, all the ungainly birds began to hop inland, evidently taking the men for seals and thinking it best to draw them as far from their native element as possible. But the eared seals can make good progress of a kind on land. When Captain Musgrave and his crew were cast away for 20 months on the Auckland Islands, they found their tracks on the top of a hill 4 miles from the water. Captain Musgrave also saw the mother seals teaching their puppies to swim. They were by no means inclined to do this, and were afraid of the water. Fairly clear presumptive evidence that seals have only recently, so far as natural time is counted, taken to the aquatic life, and modified their form so profoundly as they have. The Patagonian sea lion is perhaps the most numerous species, though its numbers have been greatly reduced by whalers in search of skins and oil. The first sea lion ever brought to England was one of these. The Zoological Society did not import it. They found it in the possession of a Frenchman called Leconte, who had taken it on the Patagonian coast, trained it, and brought it home, where he showed it in a caravan. Its training was long and difficult. It bit like a bulldog, and Leconte's limbs were scarred all over with its bites. In spite of this, it was the cleverest performing animal ever seen up to that time in England. This sea lion died from swallowing a fish hook concealed in some fish with which it was fed. Leconte was then sent out by the Zoological Society to obtain some more. With the greatest difficulty, several were secured, but all died on the voyage to New York. Leconte returned and obtained others, one of which he succeeded in bringing to England. The cleverness of these animals, or rather their power of understanding what they are required to do and their willingness to do it, probably exceeds that of any other animal except the elephant and the dog. Why this is so is not easy to conjecture, except that the brain is more developed. They have been taught to fetch and carry on dry land like a retriever, in addition to the well-known tricks exhibited by those at the zoo. One, belonging to Barnum's show, caught strawberry punnets on its nose when they were thrown to it, and waved a torch, which it held in its teeth and caught after tossing it into the air. The sea lions are much more powerful animals than the fur seals. The male of Steller's sea lion attains a length of 10 feet and a weight of 1,000 pounds. The Australian sea lion is even larger than that of the North Pacific. Some specimens are said to attain 12 feet in length. Captain Cook mentions seeing male Patagonian sea lions 14 feet long and from 8 to 10 feet in circumference. Though none are now seen of such dimensions, skulls found on the beach show that anciently some of the sea lions were larger than any now known. It should be noted that all these creatures are carnivorous, yet the supply of food for them never seems to fail, as undoubtedly it would were the animals dependent for their food on land. The walrus. The distinguishing features of the walrus have been mentioned in the introductory remarks to this chapter. It should be added that it has an external ear passage, though no external ears, and very thick and bristly whiskers. It is practically confined to the Arctic Circle, though once its range extended to the British coasts, where its bones are found in the Suffolk Crag, and to Virginia. The skull of one was found in the peat at Ely, evidence that it once ascended rivers. The walrus stands alone. It is a real monster of the deep. Strange and awful stories were told of it by some of the early voyagers to the Arctic seas. But Captain Cook gave a very different account of his impression of the walruses which he saw on the north coast of America. They lie in herds of many hundreds on the ice, huddling over one another like swine. They lie just like a lot of pigs in a yard. They roar and bray so very loud that in the night or in foggy weather they give us notice of the vicinity of the ice before we could see it. We never found the whole herd asleep, some being always on the watch. These, on the approach of the boat, would awaken those next to them, and the alarm being thus gradually communicated, the whole herd would awake presently. But they were seldom in a hurry to get away, till after they had been once fired at, they would tumble over one another into the sea in the utmost confusion. They did not appear to us to be that dangerous animal which authors have described, not even when attacked. Vast numbers of them would follow us and come close up to the boats, but the flash of the musket in the pan or the bare pointing of it would send them down in an instant. The female will defend her young to the last, and at the expense of her own life, whether in the water or upon the ice. Nor will the young one quit the dam, though she be dead. So that if one be killed, the other is certain prey. The long pendant tusks, bristly whiskers, small bloodshot eyes, and great size lent color to the terrifying tales of the walrus. But more ancient voyagers than Captain Cook told the truth, that the morses, as they called them, were harmless creatures, which often followed the ships from sheer curiosity. They sleep on the ice like elephantine pigs, and dive and rout on the sea bottom for clams, cuttlefish, and seaweeds. Probably the long tusks are used to rake up mussels and clams. They also help the walrus to climb onto the ice. A young walrus was kept for some time by the members of the Jackson-Harmsworth expedition and was found to be an amusing pet. One kept on board a Dundee whaler used to sleep with an Eskimo dog and got into the same kennel with it. It ate blubber and salt pork, but liked the sailor's pea soup better than anything else. It was most sociable and could not bear to be alone, would tumble down the hatchway to seek the society of its beloved sailors, and scramble into the cabin if the door was left open. When it fell ill and before it died, it seemed most grateful for any attention shown to it. The parent walrus shows the greatest courage in trying to defend the young one. Walruses are now scarce, but as the ivory is the only part of them of much present value, there is a chance that they may not be killed off entirely. The true seals. The true seals, with their greatly modified forms, heads set almost onto their shoulders with no neck visible, have well-developed claws on all the toes, and in the typical species have double-rooted and small cheek teeth. The number of the incisors is variable. The gray seal of the North Atlantic is a large species which visits the North British coasts and the Hebrides. One old male shot off the coast of Connemara weighed nearly 400 pounds and was 8 feet long. It is found off Scandinavia and eastwards to the coast of Greenland, and breeds off our coasts in October and November. This is the large seal, occasionally shot up Scotch locks. Its color is yellowish-gray, varied with blots and patches of dirty black and brown. The common seal. This seal is smaller than the preceding. It breeds on parts of the Welsh and Cornish coasts and is found on both sides of the Atlantic and in the North Pacific. It assembles in small herds and frequents lochs, estuaries, and river mouths. In the summer, it is fond of following flounders and sea trout up rivers. A few years ago, one came up the Thames and was shot at Richmond. The young are born in June and are grayish-white. The adults are variously mottled with gray, brown, and black. The fondness of seals for music is proverbial. MacGillivray, the Scotch naturalist, said that in the Hebrides he could bring 60 of them within 40 yards of him by a few notes on his flute, when they would swim about with their heads above water like so many black dogs. A seal was captured by the servants of a landowner near Clew Bay on the west coast of Ireland and kept tame for 4 years. It became so attached to the house that after being carried out to sea 3 times, it returned on each occasion. The cruel wretches who owned it then blinded it out of curiosity to see whether it could find its way back sightless. The poor animal did so after 8 days. The common seal is still fairly numerous on the rocky western coasts of the British Islands, though a few old seals, unable to forget their early habits, appear now and then in Morecambe Bay and in the Solway. It is not uncommon off the coasts of Caithness and Sutherland. It also frequents a sandbank in the Dornoch Firth, though it has been much persecuted there. The common seal is gregarious, while the gray seal usually lives only in pairs or at most in small companies. 2 or 3 dozen like to lie closely packed on the shore with all their heads turning seawards. The white hair of the young seals, which, as already said, are born in June, is shed in a day or 2 when the young take to the water. With regard to their reputed musical proclivities, some experiments made at the zoological gardens did not bear out this belief. But there is much evidence that in a state of nature they will approach and listen to music. The common seal has a large brain capacity and is a very intelligent creature. The upper parts of this seal are yellowish-gray, spotted with black and brown, the underparts being silver-gray. The harp seal is an Arctic or ice seal which sometimes finds its way to Britain. The young are born on ice floes. It is found in great herds in Davis Straits, on the coasts of Greenland, and in the greater part of the frozen Arctic Ocean. It is the animal which the sealing vessels which hunt seals for oil and hair, that is, the leather of the skins, not the fur, seek and destroy. In the old days they could be seen in tens of thousands, blackening square miles of ice. They are still so numerous that in Danish Greenland more than 30,000 are taken each year. The ringed seal is a small variety, not more than 3 or 4 feet in length, found in great numbers in the far north. Its flesh is the main food of the Eskimo, and its skin the clothing of the Greenlanders. The seals make breathing holes in the ice. There the Eskimo waits, with uplifted spear for hours at a time, until the seal comes up to breathe, when it is harpooned. The bladder-nosed seal is a large spotted variety, with a curious bladder-like crest on the head and nose of the male. Unlike all other seals, it sometimes resists the hunters and attacks the Eskimo in their kayaks. If any evidence were needed of the great destruction which the sealing and whaling industry causes, and has caused, among the large marine animals, the case of the elephant seals ought to carry conviction. These are very large seals, the male of which has a projecting nose like a proboscis. They were formerly found both north and south of the equator, their main haunts being on the coast of California and on the islands of the South Pacific and Antarctic Ocean. They are gigantic compared with common seals, some of the males being from 16 to 20 feet long. Cuttlefish and seaweed are the principal food of this seal, which was formerly seen in astonishing numbers. The whaling ships, which hunted both these seals and sperm whales at the same time, almost destroyed those which bred on the more accessible coasts, just as the earlier whalers entirely destroyed Steller's sea cow, and their modern descendants destroyed the southern right whales. The elephant seal is now very scarce, and when one is killed, the skin is regarded as something of a curiosity. In the records of the voyage of the Challenger, it is stated that there were still great numbers of the elephant seals surviving near Heard Island, and not a few round the shores of Kerguelen Island. Professor Moseley states that on the windward shore of Heard Island there is an extensive beach called Long Beach. This was covered with thousands of sea elephants in the breeding season, but it is only accessible by land and then only by crossing 2 glaciers. No boat can safely land on this shore. Consequently, men are stationed on the beach and live there in huts. Their duty is constantly to drive the sea elephants from this beach into the sea, which they do with whips made out of the hides of the seals themselves. The beasts, thus ousted, swim off, and often haul up, as the term is, upon the accessible beach beyond. In very stormy weather, when they are driven into the sea, they are forced to betake themselves to the sheltered side of the island. 2 or 3 old males, which are called beach masters, hold a beach for themselves and cover it with cows, but allow no other males to haul up. They fight furiously. And one man told me that he had seen an old male take a young one up in his teeth and throw him over, lifting him in the air. The males show fight when whipped and are with great difficulty driven into the sea. The females give birth to their young soon after their arrival. The newborn young ones are almost black, unlike the adults, which are of a light slate brown. They are suckled by the female for some time and then left to themselves, lying on the beach, where they seem to grow fat without further feeding. They are always allowed by the sealers to lie like this in order to make more oil. This account was corroborated by all the sealers I met, but I do not understand it. Probably the cows visit their offspring unobserved from time to time. Perron says that both parent elephant seals stay with the young without taking any food at all until the latter are about 6 or 7 weeks old, and that the old ones conduct the young to the water and carefully keep them company. The rapid increase in weight is in accordance with Perron's account. Goodridge gives a somewhat different story, namely that after the females leave the young, the old males and the pups proceed inland, as far as 2 miles sometimes, and stop without food for more than a month, during which time they lose fat. The male sea elephants come ashore for the purpose of breeding about the middle of August, the females a little later. Formerly, the elephant seals were found as far north as the California coast, where their capture was the main business of the sealing traders. This species also formed the mainstay of the far southern sealers. As the elephant seals were killed off, so the business became less and less profitable. It is to be hoped that the voyages of the exploration to the Antarctic ice fringe will not lead to the discovery of fresh sealing grounds. For if this is the case, there is little chance that any of the southern seals will escape entire destruction. Some form of close time has already been enforced in the pursuit of the hair seals of northern Europe, but it is very desirable that the species still found on our own coasts should also receive protection. Except when they paid visits to the fixed salmon nets, they never did any harm, and fixed nets are now illegal. When a seal learned the use of the stake nets, which these animals were very quick to understand, it would wait quietly till it saw a fish caught, and then swim up and carry it off before the fisherman could take it. 2 species, namely the common seal and gray seal, still regularly visit our shores. The common seal breeds on our southwestern coasts, and the gray seal off the Hebrides. If the common seal were accorded a close time, its numbers would probably increase, and the spectacle of such interesting creatures visible on our coast could not fail to be of great interest. All the old legends of mermaids and wild men of the sea are based on the capture of seals. Perhaps the most ancient is one which records such a capture in the river near Orford Castle in Suffolk in the reign of Henry II. The ignorant soldiers were persuaded that it was a man and tortured it to make it speak. Then they took it to the church and showed it the sacred emblems. As it showed no reverence, they took it back to the castle and fed it on fish. It was allowed to go into the river, but returned to its captors of its own accord. Later, it swam away to the sea. The monk who recorded the story stated his conviction that this seal was an evil spirit which had got into the body of a drowned sailor. A gray seal was taken not many years ago in the creek leading up to the little town of Wells in Norfolk. It was so tame that the fishermen caught it by throwing coats over it as it lay on the mud. End of section 28. Recording by Betsy Walker, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Section 29 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, Editor. The Walrus. The distinguishing features of the walrus have been mentioned in the introductory remarks to this chapter. It should be added that it has an external ear passage, though no external ears, and very thick and bristly whiskers. It is practically confined to the Arctic Circle, though once its range extended to the British coasts, where its bones are found in the Suffolk Crag, and to Virginia. The skull of one was found in the peat at Ely, evidence that it once ascended rivers. The walrus stands alone. It is a real monster of the deep. Strange and awful stories were told of it by some of the early voyagers to the Arctic seas, but Captain Cook gave a very different account of his impressions of the walruses, which he saw on the north coast of America. They lie in herds of many hundreds on the ice, huddling over one another like swine. They lie just like a lot of pigs in a yard. They roar and bray so very loud that in the night or in foggy weather they gave us notice of the vicinity of the ice before we could see it. We never found the whole herd asleep, some being always on the watch. These, on the approach of the boat, would awaken those next to them, and the alarm being thus gradually communicated, the whole herd would awake presently. But they were seldom in a hurry to get away, till after they'd been once fired at. They then would tumble over one another into the sea in the utmost confusion. They did not appear to us to be that dangerous animal which authors have described, not even when attacked. Vast numbers of them would follow us and come close up to the boats, but the flash of the musket in the pan, or the bare pointing of it, would send them down in an instant. The female will defend her young to the last, and at the expense of her own life, whether in the water or upon the ice, nor will the young one quit the dam though she be dead, so that if one be killed, the other is certain prey. The long pendant tusks, bristly whiskers, small bloodshot eyes, and great size lent color to the terrifying tales of the walrus, but more ancient voyagers than Captain Cook told the truth. That the morses, as they called them, were harmless creatures which often followed the ships from sheer curiosity. They sleep on the ice like elephantine pigs, and dive and rout on the sea bottom for clams, cuttlefish, and seaweeds. Probably the long tusks are used to rake up mussels and clams. They also help the walrus to climb onto the ice. A young walrus was kept for some time by the members of the Jackson-Harmsworth expedition, and was found to be an amusing pet. One kept on board a Dundee whaler used to sleep with an Eskimo dog, and got into the same kennel with it. It ate blubber and salt pork, but liked the sailor's pea soup better than anything else. It was most sociable, and could not bear to be alone, would tumble down the hatchway to seek the society of its beloved sailors, and scramble into the cabin if the door were open. When it fell ill, and before it died, it seemed most grateful for any attention shown to it. The parent walrus shows the greatest courage in trying to defend the young one. Walruses are now scarce, but as the ivory is the only part of them of much present value, there is a chance that they may not be killed off entirely. The True Seals. The true seals, with their greatly modified forms, heads set almost onto their shoulders with no neck visible, have well-developed claws on all the toes, and in the typical species have double-rooted and small cheek teeth. The number of the incisors is variable. The gray seal of the North Atlantic is a large species which visits the North British coast and the Hebrides. One old male shot off the coast of Connemara weighed nearly 400 pounds and was 8 feet long. It is found off Scandinavia and eastwards to the coast of Greenland, and breeds off our coasts in October and November. This is the large seal, occasionally shot up Scotch lochs. Its color is yellowish-gray, varied with blots and patches of dirty black and brown. The common seal. This seal is smaller than the preceding. It breeds on parts of the Welsh and Cornish coasts and is found on both sides of the Atlantic and in the North Pacific. It assembles in small herds and frequents lochs, estuaries, and river mouths. In the summer it is fond of following flounders and sea trout up rivers. A few years ago one came up the Thames and was shot at Richmond. The young are born in June and are grayish-white. The adults are variously mottled with gray, brown, and black. The fondness of seals for music is proverbial. MacGillivray, the Scotch naturalist, said that in the Hebrides he could bring half a score of them within 40 yards of him by a few notes on his flute, when they would swim about with their heads above water like so many black dogs. A seal was captured by the servants of a landowner near Clew Bay on the west coast of Ireland and kept tame for 4 years. It became so attached to the house that after being carried out to sea 3 times it returned on each occasion. The cruel wretches who owned it then blinded it out of curiosity to see whether it could find its way back sightless. The poor animal did so after 8 days. The common seal is still fairly numerous on the rocky western coasts of the British Islands, though a few old seals, unable to forget their early habits, appear now and then in Morecambe Bay and in the Solway. It is not uncommon off the coasts of Caithness and Sutherland. It also frequents a sandbank in the Dornoch Firth, though it has been much persecuted there. The common seal is gregarious, while the gray seal usually lives only in pairs or at most in small companies. 2 or 3 dozen like to lie closely packed on shore, with all their heads turning seawards. The white hair of the young seals, which, as already said, are born in June, is shed in a day or 2 when the young take to the water. With regard to their reputed musical proclivities, some experiments made at the Zoological Gardens did not bear out this belief, but there is much evidence that in a state of nature they will approach and listen to music. The common seal has a large brain capacity and is a very intelligent creature. The upper parts of this seal are yellowish-gray, spotted with black and brown, the underparts being silver-gray. The harp seal is an Arctic or ice seal which sometimes finds its way to Britain. The young are born on ice floes. It is found in great herds in Davis Straits, on the coasts of Greenland, and in the greater part of the frozen Arctic Ocean. It is the animal which the sealing vessels which hunt seals for oil and hair, that is, the leather of the skins, not the fur, seek and destroy. In the old days they could be seen in tens of thousands blackening square miles of ice. They are still so numerous that in Danish Greenland more than 30,000 are taken each year. The ringed seal is a small variety, not more than 3 or 4 feet in length, found in great numbers in the far north. Its flesh is the main food of the Eskimo, and its skin the clothing of the Greenlanders. The seals make breathing holes in the ice. There the Eskimo waits with uplifted spear for hours at a time until the seal comes up to breathe, when it is harpooned. The bladder-nosed seal is a large spotted variety with a curious bladder-like crest on the head and nose of the male. Unlike all other seals, it sometimes resists the hunters and attacks the Eskimo in their kayaks. If any evidence were needed of the great destruction which the sealing and whaling industry causes and has caused among the large marine animals, the case of the elephant seals ought to carry conviction. These are very large seals, the male of which has a projecting nose like a proboscis. They were formerly found both north and south of the equator, their main haunts being on the coast of California and on the islands of the South Pacific and Antarctic Ocean. They are gigantic compared with the common seals, some of the males being from 16 to 20 feet long. Cuttlefish and seaweed are the principal food of this seal, which was formerly seen in astonishing numbers. The whaling ships, which hunted both these seals and sperm whales at the same time, almost destroyed those which bred on the more accessible coasts, just as the earlier whalers entirely destroyed Steller's sea cow, and their modern descendants destroyed the southern right whales. The elephant seal is now very scarce, and when one is killed, the skin is regarded as something of a curiosity. In the records of the voyage of the Challenger, it is stated that there were still great numbers of the elephant seals surviving near Heard Island, and not a few round the shores of Kerguelen Island. Professor Moseley states that on the windward shore of Heard Island, there is an extensive beach called Long Beach. This was covered with thousands of sea elephants in the breeding season, but it is only accessible by land, and then only by crossing 2 glaciers. No boat can safely land on this shore, consequently men are stationed on the beach and live there in huts. Their duty is constantly to drive the sea elephants from this beach into the sea, which they do with whips made out of the hides of the seals themselves. The beasts, thus ousted, swim off and often haul up, as the term is, upon the accessible beach beyond. In very stormy weather, when they are driven into the sea, they are forced to betake themselves to the sheltered side of the island. 2 or 3 old males, which are called beach masters, hold a beach for themselves and cover it with cows, but allow no other males to haul up. They fight furiously, and one man told me he had seen an old male take a young one up in his teeth and throw him over, lifting him in the air. The males show fight when whipped, and are often with great difficulty driven into the sea. The females give birth to their young soon after their arrival. The newborn young ones are almost black, unlike the adults, which are of a light slate brown. They are suckled by the female for some time, and then left to themselves, lying on the beach, where they seem to grow fat without further feeding. They are always allowed by the sealers to lie like this, in order to make more oil. This account was corroborated by all the sealers I met, but I do not understand it. Probably the cows visit their offspring unobserved from time to time. Perron says that both parent elephant seals stay with the young without taking any food at all till the latter are about 6 or 7 weeks old, and that the old ones conduct the young to the water and carefully keep them company. The rapid increase in weight is in accordance with Perron's account. Goodridge gives a somewhat different story, namely that after the females leave the young, the old males and the pups proceed inland as far as 2 miles sometimes, and stop without food for more than a month, during which time they lose fat. The male sea elephants come ashore for the purpose of breeding about the middle of August, the females a little later. Formerly, the elephant seals were found as far north as the Californian coast, where their capture was the main business of the sealing traders. This species also formed the mainstay of the far southern sealers. As the elephant seals were killed off, so the business became less and less profitable. It is to be hoped that the voyages of exploration to the Antarctic ice fringe will not lead to the discovery of fresh sealing grounds, for if this is the case, there is little chance that any of the southern seals will escape entire destruction. Some form of close time has already been enforced in the pursuit of the hair seals of northern Europe, but it is very desirable that the species still found on our own coasts should also receive protection. Except when they paid visits to the fixed salmon nets, they never did any harm, and fixed nets are now illegal. When a seal learned the use of the stake nets, which these animals were very quick to understand, it would wait quietly till it saw a fish caught, and then swim up and carry it off before the fisherman could take it. 2 species, namely the common seal and the gray seal, still regularly visit our shores. The common seal breeds on our southwestern coasts, and the gray seal off the Hebrides. If the common seal were accorded a close time, its numbers would probably increase, and the spectacle of such interesting creatures visible on our coast could not fail to be of great interest. All the old legends of mermaids and wild men of the sea are based on the capture of seals. Perhaps the most ancient is one which records such a capture in the river near Orford Castle in Suffolk in the reign of Henry II. The ignorant soldiers were persuaded that it was a man, and tortured it to make it speak. They then took it to the church and showed it the sacred emblems. As it showed no reverence, they took it back to the castle and fed it on fish. It was allowed to go into the river, but returned to its captors of its own accord. Later it swam away to the sea. The monk who recorded the story stated his conviction that this seal was an evil spirit which had got into the body of a drowned sailor. A gray seal was taken not many years ago in the creek leading up to the little town of Wells in Norfolk. It was so tame that the fishermen caught it by throwing coats over it as it lay on the mud. End of section 29. Recording by Thomas Rose.
Section 30 of The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. Chapter 9. The Rodents, or Gnawing Animals. The rodents, or gnawing mammals, have all the same general type of teeth, from which the order receives its distinctive name. There are a very large number of families and of genera among the rodents, more than in any other order of mammals. All the rodents possess a pair of long, chisel-shaped incisor teeth in each jaw. The ends of these teeth are worn into a sharp edge which cuts like a steel tool. In most rodents, these are the only teeth in that part of the jaw, a wide gap intervening between them and the other teeth. The hares, rabbits, and calling hares have a minute pair of teeth set just behind the large pair in the upper jaw. The grinding teeth are set far back and are never more than 6 in number, these being sometimes reduced to 4. Rodents generally have 5 toes on the forefeet. In the hind feet there are some cases of only 4 or even 3. None of the species are of great size. The largest, the capybara, a water-living animal of South America, is about the dimensions of a small pig. But the number of species of small rodents is prodigious, and their fecundity so great that they constantly increase in favorable seasons until they become a plague. Voles, lemmings, field mice, and rabbits are constant sources of loss to agriculture in their seasons of extraordinary increase. Most rodents feed on vegetables, though rats and mice have developed carnivorous tastes. No rodents have canine teeth. The squirrels. Those of the order of gnawing animals which have only 2 incisors in each jaw, and no rudimentary teeth like those possessed by the hares, are called simple-toothed rodents. Of those the family usually placed first in order is that of the squirrels and their allies. The true squirrels and marmots have 5 molar teeth on each side of the upper jaw. Squirrels are found in nearly every temperate part of the globe, from Norway to Japan, and in very great numbers in India and the tropics. Everywhere they are favorites, and though they do some mischief in highly cultivated countries, they are almost the most harmless of creatures. Most of them live on wild nuts and the kernels of fruit. They suck eggs occasionally, and in Canada will come to the traps in extreme cold and eat the meat with which they are baited. The red squirrel. This, the common squirrel of England, is representative of the whole order. In old Scandinavian regions, the squirrel is represented as the messenger of the gods, who carried the news of what was going on in the world to the other animals. Together with its close relations, it is the most graceful of all climbers of trees. With its long tail waving behind it, it races up or down the trunks and across the forest from branch to branch, as easily as a horse gallops across a plain. It will descend the trunk head downwards as fast as it runs up. Squirrels pair for life, and are most affectionate little creatures, always playing or doing gymnastics together. The squirrel builds a very good house, in which he shows himself far more sensible than the monkeys and apes. It is made of leaves, moss, and sticks. The sticks come first as a platform, then it is carpeted and a roof put on. No one who has seen English squirrels at work house building has ever described exactly how they do it. It is the best nest made by any mammal, thoroughly well fitted together and waterproof. In this nest the young squirrels are born in the month of June. That year they keep with their parents, and do not set up for themselves till the next spring. The red color is very persistent in squirrels. One Chinese variety, black and red, has even bright red teeth. In cold countries the red squirrels make stores of food, but spend much of the winter asleep. It is a great pity that in England no one tries to tame the squirrels as they do in America. There they are the greatest ornament of the parks of cities, coming down to be fed as tamely as our sparrows. The writer has known one instance in which a lady induced wild squirrels to pay daily visits to her bedroom for food. They used to climb up the ivy and jump in at the open window. The great enemies of squirrels near houses are the cats, which kill all the young ones when they first come down from the trees. In a garden in Berkshire, a pair of squirrels had a family every summer for 5 years, but none ever survived the cat's persistent attacks. The squirrels were most amusing and improvident. They used to hide horse chestnuts, small potatoes, kernels of stone fruit, bulbs of crocuses and other treasures in all kinds of places, and then forget them. After deep snows they might be seen scampering about looking into every hole and crevice to see whether that happened to be the place where they had hidden something useful. Much of the store was buried among the roots of trees and bushes, and quite hidden when the snow fell. The gray squirrel. In northern Europe and across northern Asia and America, a large gray squirrel is found. From its fur the squirrel cloaks are made. These squirrels live mainly on the seeds of pines in winter, and on wild fruits, shoots, and berries in summer. It has been noticed that they will entirely forsake some great area of forest for a year or two, and then suddenly return to it. The marten and the sable are the great enemies of the gray squirrel, but the eagle-owl and goose-hawk also kill numbers of them. In many countries the flesh of the squirrel is eaten. The gray and black squirrel of the United States was thus described some 60 years ago. It rises with the sun and continues industriously engaged in the search for food for 4 or 5 hours every morning. During the warm weather of spring it prepares its nest on the branch of a tree, constructing it first of dried sticks, which it breaks off, or, if these are not at hand, of green twigs as thick as a finger, which it gnaws off from the boughs. These it lays in the fork of a tree, so as to make a framework. It lines this framework with leaves, and over these again it spreads moss. In making the nest, the pair is usually engaged for several days, spending an hour in the morning hard at work. The noise they make in cutting the sticks and carrying material is heard at some distance. In winter they reside entirely in the holes of trees, where their young are in most cases born. Green corn and young wheat suffer greatly from their depredations, and a wholesale war of destruction used to be waged against them everywhere. In Pennsylvania an old law offered 3d. a head from the public treasury for every squirrel destroyed, and in 1749 the enormous sum of £8,000 was paid out of the public funds for this purpose. In those days vast migrations of these squirrels used to take place, exciting not only the wonder but the fear of the old settlers. In the far northwest multitudes of squirrels used to congregate in different districts, forming scattered bands, which all moved in an easterly direction, gathering into larger bodies as they went. Neither mountains nor rivers stopped them. On they came, a devouring army, laying waste the corn and wheat fields, until guns, cats, hawks, foxes, and owls destroyed them. The flying squirrels. One of the finest squirrels is the taguan, a large squirrel of India, Ceylon, and the Malacca forests. It is a flying squirrel, with a body 2 feet long and a bushy tail of the same length. Being nocturnal, it is not often seen, but when it leaps it unfolds a flap of skin on either side, which is stretched, like a sail, when the fore and hind limbs are extended in the act of leaping. It then forms a parachute. The color of this squirrel is gray, brown, and pale chestnut. There are a number of different flying squirrels in China, Formosa, and Japan, and in the forests of Central America. One small flying squirrel, the palatush, is found in northeast Russia and in Siberia. It flies from tree to tree with immense bounds, assisted by the floats on its sides. Though only 6 inches long, it can cover distances of 30 feet and more without difficulty. Wherever there are birch forests, this little squirrel is found. One nearly as small is a native of the southern states of America, ranging as far south as Guatemala. In Africa, south of the Sahara, the place of the oriental flying squirrel is taken by a separate family. They have a different arrangement of the parachute from that of the flying squirrels of India. This wide fold of skin is supported in the Asiatic squirrels by a cartilage extending from the wrist. In the South American flying squirrels, this support springs from the elbow, not from the wrist. They have also horny plates on the underside of the tail. Many of the tropical flying squirrels are quite large animals, some being as large as a small cat. Mr. W. H. Adams says of Pell's flying squirrel, a West African species, "These squirrels came out of their holes in the trees some hours after sunset, and return long before daybreak. They are only visible on bright moonlit nights. The natives say that they do not come out of their holes at all in stormy weather, or on very dark nights. They live on berries and fruits, being especially fond of the palm oil nut, which they take to their nests to peel and eat. They pass from tree to tree with great rapidity, usually choosing to jump from a higher branch to a lower one, and then climbing up again to make a fresh start. They litter about twice a year, once in September. The young remain in the nest for about 9 weeks, during which they are fed by the old ones on such foods as shoots and kernels. They do not attempt to jump or fly till the end of that period, extending the length of their jumps with their growth. The Ethiopian spiny squirrels have coarse spiny fur. The little Indian palm squirrel is marked with longitudinal, dark and light stripes on the back. Others have light bands on their flanks. The ground squirrels. Many tree-living squirrels pass a good deal of their time on the ground, but there are others which burrow like mice, and, though they climb admirably, prefer to make their nest, and the regular squirrel's store of nuts, in the earth and not in the branches. The best known is the little chipmunk of the United States, the favorite pet of all American children. There are many kinds of chipmunks, all of which have pouches in their cheeks for carrying food. The commonest is the striped chipmunk. It is from 8 to 10 inches long, with white stripes bordered with dark brown on each side. The chipmunk's hoards of grain and nuts are so large that the Indians used to rob them in times of scarcity. There is also a ground squirrel in northern Europe and northern Asia, with much the same habits as the chipmunk. The burrows of the chipmunks are deep and extensive, and into them these rodents convey such quantities of grain and maize as to inflict considerable loss on the farmer. The Siberian ground squirrel has been known to conceal over 8 pounds of corn in its hole. This has a sleeping chamber at the end, filled with moss and leaves, in which the family sleep. From this side passages are dug, all leading to chambers stocked with food, often far in excess of the wants of these provident little creatures. The surplus stores are said to be eaten in the spring by wild boars and bears. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Vandervis. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The Prairie Dogs and Marmots, the Beaver, the Dormice. The Prairie Dogs and Marmots. Between squirrels which live in holes in the ground and the marmots and their relations, no great gap is found. These creatures drop the climbing habit and increase that of burrowing. In disposition, most of them are still very squirrel-like, though they gain something in solemnity of demeanor by never going far from their holes. A prairie dog or marmot is like a squirrel which has left society and settled down in a suburb. The little creatures known in America as prairie dogs have in northern Europe and the steppes of Asia some first cousins called sussex. Both live in colonies, burrow quickly and well, feed on grass, and have a habit of sitting bolt upright outside their holes, keeping a lookout for enemies. The prairie dogs also bark like a little dog when alarmed. Before going to sleep, the latter always carries the dry grass on which they slept out of their burrow and carefully bite up into short lengths a fresh supply to make their beds. The Sussex and prairie dogs are of a khaki color, like the sand in which they delight to burrow. Everyone has heard that the little burrowing owls live in the same holes in company with the prairie dogs, and that the rattlesnake sometimes eats both the young prairie dogs and the young owls. An acquaintance of the writer who had killed a rattlesnake actually took a young prairie dog from its mouth. The snake had not struck it with the poison, but had begun to swallow it uninjured. It was still alive and recovered. The sussex was once found in England. Its remains, with those of other steppe animals, are found in the river gravels and brick earth in the London basin. The prairie dogs form a kind of connecting link between the sussex and the true marmots. They have short ears, short tails, rounded bodies, and possess great powers of digging. When a prairie dog has nothing better to do, it usually spends its time either digging holes or in cutting up grass or anything handy to make its bed with. Young prairie dogs are not so large as a mouse when born. The adult animals feed almost entirely on grass and weeds in their wild state. They seem quite independent of water and able to live in the driest places. The alpine marmot is a much larger species than the prairie dog. It lives on the Alps just below the line of perpetual snow. From 5 to 15 marmots combine in colonies, dig very deep holes, and like the prairie dogs, carefully line them with grass. They also store dry grass for food. In autumn, they grow very fat and are then dug out of the burrows by the mountaineers for food. Young marmots used to be tamed and carried about by the Savoyard boys, but this practice is now rare. The monkey is probably more attractive to the public than the fat and sleepy marmot. Marmots are about the size of a rabbit and have close iron-gray fur. Jude, the naturalist of the Alps, says of the marmots that they are the only mammal which inhabits the region of the snows. No other warm-blooded quadrupeds live at such an altitude. In spring, when the lower snows melt, there are generally small pieces of short turf near their holes, as well as great rocks, precipices, and stones. Here they make their burrows, outside which they feed, with a sentinel always posted to warn them of the approach of the eagle or the lammergeier. The young marmots, from 4 to 6 in number, are born in June. When they first appear at the mouth of the holes, they are bluish-gray. Later, the fur gains a brownish tint. The burrows are usually at a height of not less than 7,000 or 8,000 feet. Winter comes apace. By the end of autumn, the ground is already covered with snow, and the marmots retire to sleep through the long winter. As they do not become torpid for some time, they require food where there is none accessible. This they store up in the form of dried grass, which they cut in August and leave outside their burrows for a time to be turned into hay. The alpine marmot is also found in the Carpathians and the Pyrenees. Another species, the bobak, ranges eastward from the German frontier across Poland, Russia, and the steppes of Asia to Kamchatka. In Ladakh and western Tibet, a short-tailed species, the Himalayan marmot, is found sometimes living at a height of nearly 17,000 feet. The golden marmot is found in the Pamirs. The beavers. The beavers are classed as the last family of the squirrel-like group of the rodents, and the largest creatures of that order in the northern hemisphere. The value of their fur has caused their destruction in great measure where they were once numerous, and has led to their total extirpation where there is evidence that they existed as a not uncommon animal. They were formerly distributed over the greater part of Europe. In England, semi-fossilized remains show that they were not uncommon. In Wales, beaver skins were mentioned in the year 940 in the laws of Hywel Dda, and in 1188, Giraldus stated that they were living on the river Typhy in Cardiganshire. Beavers were formerly found in France, especially on the Rhone, where a few were still said to survive. In Germany, Austria, Russia, Poland, and in Sweden and Norway, on the rivers Dwina and Pechora, and on the great rivers of Siberia. A few still remain in 2 districts of Norway, and some are known to frequent the Elbe in 1878. The Moldau in Bohemia is also credited with a colony, but parts of the Danube are believed to be the chief haunt of the European beaver at the present time. The American beaver, though its range has greatly contracted, is still sufficiently numerous for its fur to be a valuable item in the winter fur sales. The beaver's tail is flattened like a paddle and covered with scales. Its hind feet are webbed between the toes, it has sharp claws which aid it in scratching up mud, and a thick, close fur with long brown hairs above, and a most beautiful close under fur, which, when the long hairs have all been removed, form the beaver fur of which hats were once made, and trimmings for ladies' jackets and men's fur coats are now manufactured. There are two separate lines of interest in connection with the animal, political and zoological. The value of the fur was anciently such that when the first French explorers began to search the Canadian lakes, and later when the Hudson's Bay Company succeeded to the French Dominion, the history of Canada was largely bound up with beaver catching and the sale of the skins. In the early days of the company, the standard of trade of the Northwest was a beaver skin. For nearly a century, the northern territories were organized, both under French and English rule, with a view to the beaver trade. The beaver was, and is, the crest of the Canadian Dominion. The beaver's engineering feats have for their object to keep up a uniform depth of water in the streams where they live. On large rivers, there is always enough water for the beaver to swim in safety from its enemies, and to cover the mouth of the hole which it makes in the bank, just as a water rat does. But on small streams, especially in Canada, where during the winter the frost prevents the springs from running, there is always the danger that the water may fall so low that the beavers would be left in shallow water, a prey to the wolverine, wolf, lynx, or human enemies. To keep up the water, the beavers make a dike or dam across the stream. This they go on building up and strengthening until they have ponded back a large pool. In time, as they never seem to stop adding to their dam, the pool floods the ground on either side of the stream and makes a small lake. It flows over the parts of the bank where their holes are. These also become filled up because the beavers carry into them every day fresh quantities of wood chips to make their beds. The beavers then scrape out the earth on the top, pile sticks over this, plaster the sticks with mud, and so build a dome over their bedroom. In time, this is raised higher and higher, and the artificial lake rises too, and the complete beaver lodge surrounded with water is seen. The old trappers who found these in situ imagined they were built at once and outright in the water. The experiments and observations of Leonards-Lee in Sussex, where Sir E. G. Loder had kept beavers in a stream for 10 years, show that the evolution of the lodge is gradual and only incidental. But the building of the dike, the cutting of the trees, and the making of the pool are done with a purpose and definite aim. What this is, and how done, is explained in the following description of the beaver colony at Leonards-Lee. Their first object was to form in the brook a pool, with water maintained at a constant height to keep the mouth of their burrow in the bank submerged during the droughts of summer. To this end, they built a dam, as good a specimen of their work as can be seen even in Canada. Its situation was carefully chosen. A small oak growing on what appears to have been a projection in the bank gives support to the work. It may be concluded that this was part of their intention, for though they have cut down every other tree in their enclosure to which they had access, except for 2 or 3 very large ones, they have left this small tree which supports the dam untouched. Later, when the dike was stronger, they cut it down. Above this stretches the dam, some 12 yards wide, and rising 5.5 feet from the base to the crest. The beavers built it solidly of battens of alder, willow, larch, and other straight-limbed trees, cut into lengths of from 2 to 3 feet. The bark of each was carefully gnawed off for food, and the whole work, constructed of these cut and peeled logs, has a very regular and artificial appearance. Small twigs and sticks are jammed in between the battens, and the interstices are stuffed with mud, which the beavers bring up from the bottom of the pool in their mouths and push in with their feet, making the whole structure as watertight as a wall. This dam converted what was a narrow brook into a long lake, some 50 yards by 15 or 20 yards broad. Later, the beavers made another larger dam below this, cutting down some more trees. One tree gave them a great deal of trouble. It was a beech, 40 feet high, and hard to gnaw. So they waited till the water rose around it and then dug it up. When the large dam was made, quite a considerable lake had formed below the first. They then neglected their first dam and let the water run out of the top lake into the lower one. At the time of writing, there are 5 old beavers and a family of young ones at Leonardslee. The work done by these beavers, so few in numbers, shows how large colonies may alter the course of rivers. The dormice. There are a considerable number of animals, even in England, which hibernate. Most of these feed largely on insect food, which in winter is unobtainable in any great quantity. Consequently, the hedgehog and the badger, which live largely on snails and worms, go to sleep in the famine months. So does the sleepiest of all, the dormouse. This alone would show that this little rodent probably feeds on insects very largely, for if it only ate nuts and berries, it could easily store these and find a good supply also in the winter woods. It has been recently proved that dormice are insectivorous and will eat aphids, weevils, and caterpillars. But a dormouse hibernates for so long a time that one might imagine its vitality entirely lost. It sleeps for 6 months at a time and becomes almost as cold as the dead animal, and breathes very slowly and almost imperceptibly. Mr. Trevor Bate says that if warmed and made to awaken suddenly in the winter, it would die in a minute or two, its heart beating very fast, like a clock running down. Before their hibernation, dormice grow very fat. There is a large species found in southern Europe, which the Romans used to eat when in this fat stage. In winter, dormice usually seek the nest of some small bird and use it as a sleeping place. They pull out and renew the lining or add a roof themselves. Into the interior, they carry a fresh supply of moss and sleep there in great comfort. Their great enemy at this time is the weasel. There are 2 main groups of the dormice, divided by naturalists in reference to the structure of their stomachs. The South African graffiers have short tufted tails. The hibernating habit is confined to the more northern species. End of section 31. Recording by Diana Vandervis, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Section 32 of the Living Animals of the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Vandervis. The Living Animals of the World, Volume 1, Mammals, by Charles Lewis Cornish, editor. The mouse tribe, the hamsters, the voles, the typical rats and mice, the bandicoots, the gophers, the jerboas, the springhouse, and the jumping mice. The mouse tribe. This family, which includes the mice, rats, and voles, contains more than a third of the number of the whole order of rodents. Some are arboreal, others aquatic, but most are ground-living animals and burrowers. The number of known species has been estimated at 330. Among the most marked types are the water mice of Australia and New Guinea, and of the islands of Luzon in the Philippines. The feet of the Australian species are webbed, though those of the Philippine form are not. The gerbils form another group, mainly inhabitants of desert districts. They have very large eyes, soft fur, and tails of various length and form in different species. They have greatly developed hind legs and leap like jerboas, and are found in southern Europe, Asia, and Africa. The Philippine rats, large and long-haired, and the tree mice of Africa south of the Sahara form other groups. A very mischievous race of rodents is represented in Europe by the hamsters, and in the New World by a closely allied group, the white-footed mice. The hamsters. The hamster is a well-known European species and represents the group of pouched rats. These creatures have cheek pouches to aid them in carrying food. In addition, they are the most voracious and inquisitive, so that the hamster is a type throughout Central Europe of selfishness and greed. We are sorry to add that John Bull occasionally appears in German cartoons as the land hamster or land grabber. Hamsters are numerous from the Elbe to the Obi. They burrow and make cellars in the corn and bean fields and convey thither as much as a bushel of grain. As soon as the young hamsters can shift for themselves, each moves off, making a separate burrow, and begins to hoard beans and corn. As the litter sometimes contains 18 young, the mischief done by the hamster is great. Its coloration is peculiar. The fur, which is so thick as to be used for the linings of coats, is a light yellowish-brown above. A yellow spot marks each cheek. The lower surface of the body, the legs, and a band of the forehead are black, and the feet are white. Thus the hamster reverses the usual natural order of color in mammals, which tends to be dark on the back and light below. The animal is 10 inches long and very courageous. Hamsters have been known to seize a horse by the nose which stepped on their burrow, and at all times they are ready to defend their home. Besides vegetables and corn, they destroy smaller animals. They spend the winter in a more or less torpid state in their burrows, but emerge in early spring. They then make their summer burrows and produce their young, which in a fortnight after birth are able to begin to make a burrow for themselves. Among the South American members of the group to which the hamster belongs are the fish-eating rats, with webbed hind feet, the rice rat, which is found from the United States to Ecuador, living on the Texas prairies much as do the prairie marmots, though its burrows are not so extensive and often quite shallow. In these, the rats make a bed of dry grass. The voles. The voles are allied to the preceding groups, but are marked externally by a shorter and heavier form than the typical rats and mice. Their ears are shorter, their noses blunter, their eyes smaller, and their tails generally shorter. They are found in great numbers at certain seasons, when they often develop into a pest. The short-tailed field vole is responsible for much destruction of crops in Europe. One of the latest plagues of these animals took place in the lowlands of Scotland, where these voles devoured all of the higher pastures on the hills. Nearly at the same time, a similar plague occurred in the Turkish Epirus, when an English commissioner was sent to inquire into the remedies, if any existed, therein to use. He found that the Turks were importing holy water from Mecca to sprinkle on the fields affected. The bank vole is a small English species, replaced on the continent by the southern field vole. The water rat belongs to the vole group. It is one of the most commonly seen of all our English mammals, probably, except for the rabbit, the most familiar. Although not entirely nocturnal, it prefers the darkness of twilight. But whenever the visitor to the waterside keeps still, the water rats will allow him to watch them. The writer has had a rather extensive acquaintance with these cousins of the beavers, and while watching them has never ceased to be struck with their close resemblance to those creatures. At Holcombe Lake in Norfolk, he noticed a willow bush in which a number of twigs had been gnawed off, and then saw the missing sticks lying neatly peeled, just like beaver would, in the water below. Waiting quietly, he noticed a water rat climb into the bush, gnaw off a willow twig, descend with it to the edge of the water, and there, sitting on some crossed boughs, peel and eat the bark, just as the beaver does. By the Thames, a sound is often heard in the round reeds as of something tearing or biting them. It is made by the water rats getting their supper. The rat cuts off 3 or 4 sedges and makes a rough platform. It then cuts down a piece of one of the large round reeds full of pith, and holding it in its hands, seizes the bark with its teeth and shreds it up the stem, peeling it from end to end. This exposes the white pith, which the rat then eats. Water rats have been seen to swim out and pick up acacia blossoms floating on the water. When swimming underwater, each hair is tipped with a little bubble, which makes the rat look like quicksilver. When it comes out, the rat shakes itself with a kind of shiver, throwing all the water off of its coat. Though so good a swimmer, its feet are not webbed. It is found from Scotland to the Bering Sea, but not in Ireland. In the far north, the lemming takes the place of the voles. It is a very small, short-tailed creature like a diminutive prairie dog. Like the voles, lemmings have a season of immoderate increase. They then migrate in enormous flocks and are said never to stop till they reach the sea, into which they plunge. It is believed that they are following an inherited instinct, and that where there is now sea there was once land, over which they passed onwards. The muskrat inhabits the same waters as the beaver of North America. It makes a house, generally of reeds piled in a mound, in the lakes and swamps. The body is only 12 inches long, and the fur is thick and close, and much used for lining of coats and cloaks. The vast chains of rivers and lakes in Canada make that country the favorite home of the muskrat. This creature lives upon the roots of aquatic plants, freshwater mussels, and stems of juicy herbs. Besides making the domed houses of grass, reeds, and mud, it also burrows into the banks of streams. There it makes rather an elaborate home, with numerous passages leading to the water. The odor of musk is very strong even in the skin. The tail is narrow and almost naked. This species is the largest of the vole group. The typical rats and mice. These animals were originally an Old World group. Though the brown rat is now common in America, it is believed to have come originally from China. A very large number of animals are now almost dependent on man and his belongings. Such creatures are said to be commensalicistic, or eaters at the same table. They are often very unwelcome guests, whether they are flies, sparrows, or cockroaches, but probably the least welcome of all is the rats and mice. The brown rat is the best known of any. It has come into worse repute than usual of late, because it is now certain that it harbors the plague bacillus and communicates the disease to man. Its habits and appearance need no description. The black rat is an older and smaller species indigenous in Europe, which the brown rat has almost extirpated from England. A few old houses still hold the black rat, and there are always a few wild ones at the zoological gardens, which feed in the animals' houses. The black and white rat, not the albino white rat, kept tame in this country, is probably a domesticated form of the Alexandrine rat of Egypt. The house mouse is now found in all parts of the world to which Europeans have access. In England, its main home is in the corn ricks. Were the farmers to thresh the grain, as is done in the United States, as soon as it is cut, mice would be far less common. Besides these parasitic mice, there are a host of field and forest mice in this and other countries. One of the best-known English species is the harvest mouse, which makes a globular nest of grass in the wheat fields attached to the stems of corn or weeds. In this the young are born. In winter, the mouse lives in holes and banks and lays up a store of kernels and grain. The wood mouse is larger than the former, or than the house mouse. It is a yellowish-brown in color, lays up a great store of winter food, and is itself the favorite prey of the weasel. The bandicoots. A very mischievous class of rats is represented by the various species of bandicoot. They are found throughout southern Asia as far as Ceylon, and in Kashmir and Turkestan. The bandicoot rat of India is large and destructive species, which is sometimes brought to the London docks and ships, but has not spread into the country. Other murine rodents. Among the numerous other rodents allied in the rat group are the mole rats, with short mole-like bodies, The largest is the great mole rat, found in southeastern Europe, southwestern Asia, and northeastern Africa. It is a subterranean creature, burrowing for food like a mole. The bamboo rats have minute eyes, small external ears, and a short tail partially covered with hair. In Somaliland, a small, almost naked sand rat is found, which burrows in the sands of the desert, throwing up little heaps like molehills. The gophers. In North and Central America, the pocket gophers form a curious group of small rodents with cheek pouches opening on the outside. They spend their entire existence underground and are said to use their incisor teeth as picks to open the hard earth in their tunnels. They push the loosened soil out by pressing it with their chests and forefeet. When a gopher has eaten enough to satisfy the immediate calls of hunger, it stores all spare food away in the large cheek pouches. When gophers desire to empty the pouches, they pass their feet along their cheeks from behind and press the food forwards onto the ground. The jerboas, the springhouse, and jumping mice. The hopping rodents have an immense range from southern Europe through Africa, Arabia, India, and Ceylon, and even in the New World, where the American jumping mouse is found throughout the northern part of the continent. The latter is only 3 inches long. The true jerboas are mainly found in Africa. All these, when excited, move like kangaroos. Their main home is the Central Asian steppe region, but they are found in Egypt, India, Syria, and Arabia. The hind legs are much elongated, the forelegs very small, and the body usually of a sandy color. The American jumping mouse, though a very small creature, can cover from 3 to 5 feet at each leap. It inhabits the beech and hardwood forests. In winter, it makes a globular nest about 6 inches under the surface of the ground. The Cape jumping hare forms a family by itself with no near allies. It is of a tawny brown color, becoming almost pure white below. The tail is long and carried upright as the animal leaps. The head and body are nearly 2 feet long, and the tail 20 inches. It is found both in the plains and mountains of South Africa, where it makes deep burrows in which several families live. It is mainly nocturnal. End of section 32. Recording by Diana Vandervis, Winnipeg, Canada.